play the song. And the reason why I'm playing this song is because this group actually came to the Bundy Ranch the first weekend when we first started. After we had a stand-off, I guess we call it on the 12th, then we decided to do a party. And this group came, and they were phenomenal from New York. And I wanted you to be able to hear them. So I got special permission yesterday that I can use their video. And no, I can't play the video, but you can hear the music, and it's really good. We'll do that first, and then we'll have the prayer and the pledge of allegiance. You might want to stand up because we're going to say it's our single band. Never happened before. But it was because the judge.
We're grateful for this nation, Father. We ask that you would bless it and to help us to get involved.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our dear and kind Heavenly Father, we humbly bow our heads before thee, Father, in reverence and appreciation for everything that was done for us. We're grateful, Father, to live in this part of the world. And we know that this is a choice land, and we ask, Father, that you help us to learn about what our rights are from thee, to live in this land and enjoy it in its fullness. We ask that you do with the leaders in the government, Father, that they might be found kneeling down and inquiring on things to make it possible that the people in this land, Father, can be free. We ask that thy Spirit will be with us tonight, that we can discuss and learn things, Father, that will draw one closer to thee. We're grateful for this nation, Father, and we ask that you would bless it and to help us to get involved and to set things straight in this land, that we might draw closer to thee, Father. We love you and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Well, the Lord must not want me to show you all this song, but I'm going to tell you that A lot of you have already seen and know I've been party to what's been going on for the last 3 years. So 2012 is where it started after Bundy Trial, and then 2 years later to the day, they came back and we had a standoff in Nevada. I wanted to show you some of the things that have been happening. As we were brought back and deported to Nevada, we have seen more. How many of you watched the trial that took place in Oregon? Did anybody see the things that took place in Oregon? And it was really difficult because we had so much control by the federal government. We had a control where they sent undercover agents in to entrap us. Then they sent out marshals to arrest us. Then they then they took us and they put us into a federal prison where they gave us federal defenders, and they prosecuted us with federal prosecutors. And then they put us in front of a federal judge. And with that situation, what was their linking combination? Does anybody know what their link is? They're all
federal.
And who pays federal?
We do.
Our tax dollars, don't they? Can you name me one of those people who you can elect out of office? There's your American conspiracy against America. We can't vote them out of office. We have no control. And they know that. And it's been and we watched that. As I watched what happened in Oregon, in those trials, the judges all control. And the attorneys on both sides will never defy the judge, because they cannot serve two masters. They can't. She's their bread and butter. He is their bread and butter. They're never going to go against that. So you'll always be the one that's thrown under the bus. We saw that was happening. The judge would continually say, nothing happens in this courtroom unless we know about it. So it's always got to be preconceived. Everything is already heard by the prosecutors, by the defense, by the attorney before it ever comes into the courtroom. She says, I don't want any surprises. When I worked with the attorneys, because I did go pro se, and I was able to work with the attorneys, when I did that, what I learned was they are a bunch of liars. It didn't matter, because it's a game of poker. It's whoever can tell the best lie. There is nothing about truth and honor. It's all about who has the biggest ace up their sleeve, and it can never come before the judge, because she's there to manipulate it however she wants it, or however he wants it. I say she because we had a female judge. We did have male judges and magistrates. And we knew that the only way that we would ever win in court would be by the hand of God. We knew that. And we prayed daily. We had everybody across the nation pray, because we knew as we went from day to day the terrible, unconstitutional things that they would do. We weren't allowed to bring a constitution into the courtroom. We weren't allowed to bring media into the courtroom. It was not a public trial. This judge was not a blind justice. This was all about premeditated. Everything that happened was already known before we hit that courtroom. So there was no wonder that they were totally convinced that we were going to lose the case the whole way through. All the defense lawyers, everybody already knew we were going to lose the case. Because when we won, they were in shock. So much shock that the U.S. Marshals attacked and tased our attorney, one of our attorneys, who was trying to defend his client. And that was horrible. That was 3 feet away from me in my face, as these marshals, 8 of them, jumped on our attorney and tased him. But it was because the judge, who did nothing, was so upset that she lost the case. In fact, after the case was over, she went into the jury room with the jury and questioned them for an hour and a half, wanting to know why they lost the case. Because they have a system, and the system says you teach the attorney to get them to plea out. No matter what happens, you get them to plead. And the sooner they plead, the more money they make, and the bigger bonuses they get. It's all about money. We saw that happen. It was sickening. And they got a lot of our really strong, good guys to plea out because they know psychologically just how and when to break them down to get that plea. And because they don't know the laws and that system, they scare them to death. That you're going to be in here for a lifetime. These are young guys, and some of them aren't but they didn't stand around because they thought, we got nothing. We don't take the plea. So we lost a lot of them due to the plea. Not because they did anything wrong. They knew they didn't do anything wrong. But they didn't want to spend the rest of their life in prison. Because in that prison, they were also tortured. There was many things that happened to them. So now we move back to Nevada. It took them 3 years to bring it to court. Do you understand why? Because they didn't have any evidence against the Bundys or any of the people there. They had nothing. They had to build a case. And they had to build that case by more undercover agents that were there who are lying. And they put them on the stand and the very first trial, so they broke the trial into 3 trials. They broke them up into 3 trials. And they took the most culpable, they say, which were the men that they didn't even know were there. Till later, they were on the bridge that were overlooking the BLM and all the agents and all the down in the wash who had guns pointed at us. They didn't even know because 2 days later, when they debriefed them after the standoff was over, there wasn't one single agent that said that they were afraid of anyone down there. Now, 3 years later, in the courtroom, they had grown men, agents sitting on that stand crying that they were afraid for their life. They were thinking about their wives and their families. They are the biggest actors you've ever seen. They had already produced a fake video company, Longbow Productions, to try to get evidence of people to say things. Because some of the guys were boasting because the BLM had it back down. Now all of that is hogwash, because guess what happened? On April the 12th, it actually took place on April 11th. There was a deal already cut that they were going to back off the night before. And we knew about it. The sheriff said that on the stage, and everybody was going to the wash to release the cows. But when we got there, what happens? Armed agents with guns pointing at us. We're behind the doors, behind the cars. And they said, we will kill you. Not arrest you. We will kill you. We said, we'll wait for however many days it takes. We'll just stay there and wait. Because we already knew that the cattle were going to be released. Now they created a huge trial at your taxpayers' expense. The trial in Oregon was $100 million, the biggest one in America. Now, if people understood what that means, when the outcome of this trial occurs, because it starts in Bunkerville, it makes the difference of the whole nation. This trial absolutely paramount that they have to win. Now we go back to Oregon. When they found out that we were acquitted, they were blown away. Our attorneys were celebrating. They thought it was fabulous that we won. They were patting me on the back. Nobody ever wins in a federal court. I didn't know the statistics, but the statistics was federal court always wins 98% of the time. We had a 2% chance to win. That's why they knew we weren't going to win. So why are you defending me if you know I'm not going to win? You weren't defending me. I told them it wasn't the Lord. It wasn't me. It was the Lord. The Lord did it. Because we are standing on the right side. We're standing for the Constitution. We're standing because this is His covenant land of His children. And we have a responsibility to do that. I feel so bad that I can't show you some of these videos. So because they brought the Bundys back into Nevada, we have had, I don't know if any of you saw the Camp Liberty. Anybody know what Camp Liberty is? Camp Liberty occurred because Ammon and Ryan were in prison. And they're very honorable and good, righteous men. And they strip search you every day. If they go from one place to another, whatever happens, they strip search you. You can't have any contact. So we got the ability to finally get some attorneys in. There are some attorneys in to visit with them and help them with their defense. When they finally said, that's enough. We don't want to be strip searched anymore. We're not going to do it. Because they're very moral. To them, strip searching is like rape. Because they do the cavity search. And it's totally against their moral being. So they refused to even come out and see anybody or do anything because they didn't want to have that. They didn't want to come to the court because they would have to go through the strip searches. So because they kept rebelling, they were thrown into the hole. Now Ryan was in the hole. And we filed a lot of papers and got the warden fired because they're in a prison that's called CCA, which is a private-owned prison. We have our very own FEMA camps in the United States. They are privately owned. And we can show you who owns them, and their politicians, and their private individuals for profit. And they also contract out all this travel. So they put them out in the middle of no place so they can travel back and forth and back, because they get paid by the mile. And so they do what they call diesel therapy. So if you've got an inmate here and he's got to go over to here, they somehow took our guys from Oregon and took them to Seattle for a week, and then they just travel them around so they can get more money. And that seems to be their MO. Well, Ammon and Ryan had been in solitary confinement for 41 days until we finally got this warden fired. They released them. 2 days later, they're sleeping in their bunks. Now they've been moved to pods out there where there's 99 or there's 100 people in every pod. And all of their beds looked like restaurant trays, where they, the bus trays that you have where they're probably 6, 7 feet long. And they're stainless steel top and bottom. And they're about this high. And then those on the bottom are down low. And they're in this one big room, no covering for anything, just one big huge room. And they have these mattresses that they fold on, that they fold out depending on who's there. And we got word that Ammon had been thrown into a shower for 13 hours because he had a shirt hanging on the bunk bed. We didn't understand all that, but he said he was tortured. So there was a lot of rumors that when they replaced him, people went crazy and they came from all over the country. They set up what they call Camp Liberty, and they parked outside of that prison and put up their signs that said, "We're not having this anymore. You know, do your job, but be good to the prisoners, and stop torturing them." So they were raising money to help get some attorneys. Well, I had the ability to go with Carol Bundy and Ryan's wife, Angie, into the prison, not the prison, into the sheriff's office. The sheriff of Nye County was called because the people in the prison, get this, it wasn't the people who called the sheriff for help. It was the prison who called the sheriff for help to keep the people that were standing outside protesting, to keep them under control. So the sheriff goes in to see what the problem is, and she goes in to see what was going on. They did an investigation in the prison, and they took 6 videos, and they brought them out to show what they had done during the so-called torture that Ammon was talking about. Carol and Angie were the ones that were allowed to come in, and one of the county commissioners. Carol invited me to come with her and one of the nieces. And they explained to us what happens if you don't obey the rules. We have a certain set of rules, and if you don't do this, or you don't obey a command, then we are allowed to use force. And the force begins like stiff-arming you from the back, or kneeing you into the side of the leg, or anything that has a pressure point. That's the first step. So they began to explain that the more you resist, the more things that you didn't obey, whatever, then you take it down. So they explained all that to us. That's how their protocol is. And then they showed us the videos. Now, Carol and Angie didn't want to watch the videos, so they left. So I witnessed what happened. And they showed the first video. And inside this room, the light's dim and it's dark. It's at nighttime. Well, I shouldn't say it's very dim. It looks quite bright, actually. But they said, all the lights are still on, and the guys are trying to sleep. But I did notice that there wasn't one single person sleeping on the top bunks. In the picture that I can see, it's pretty grainy, but you can see, and it's a long ways away. But you can see somebody down the bunk. You can see this guard at the door. He comes over to the bunk. You can't hear anything, right? He comes over to the bunk, and then he walks away. And then he comes back, and then he grabs the shirt. So what happens is, Ammon is on the bottom, like they have been for months now. He's playing, it's been a year. And when at nighttime they can't sleep, so they take off their shirt, they hang it from the top bunk over to the bottom so it keeps the light out of their eyes, so they can sleep. They do say that wasn't enough. They said that wasn't okay, but everybody did it, and it had been done every day. They got it. Now suddenly it became a problem. He goes over, grabs the shirt. Ammon argues with him and says, "What are you talking about?" And he tries to grab the shirt back because he remembered that was his last shirt. The other ones were in the laundry. If he doesn't have his shirt for breakfast in the morning, he doesn't eat. So he tries to grab the shirt. He misses. You see, the other guy, which we know is Ryan, comes from off the screen, you can't see, he comes over, and he tries to grab the shirt. And the officer pulls it away. He didn't reach it, he didn't touch it. And he goes, puts his hands up, like, go back. They both go back to the room. It's over. He goes back to the door, throws the shirt into the hamper. Minutes go by. In come 5 armed agents. Well, I shouldn't say armed. They're all dressed in their, I should say armed. They come in, and they apparently said that they wanted to talk to Ryan because this guard at the door said that when Ryan tried to reach for the shirt, he brushed his arm. That's assault. So now they're going to put Ryan in the hole. They didn't say that. They just said, we want to talk to you. Well, we know what talking in the hall means, so Alan immediately jumps out of his bunk and says, can I watch them? And they're taking Ryan into the hall. They take him into the hall. Ryan is talking in the hall. Now they have a video on. Now it's a handheld video, and you can hear the voices. And he's saying, I didn't touch it. And the officer says, he said you did, and I have to take his word over yours. And he's complaining all the way as they put the cuffs on him. They take him down the hall, they take him to the, and he said, I don't want to go in to see the nurse. Then the nurse means we're going to start the strip search. He says, I don't want to see the nurse. They throw him into the shower, and they say, put your hands out in the hole, and we'll take the cuffs off. They hand him another outfit. I call it the dunce outfit because when they put him in the hole, they have to have a separate outfit so that if anybody sees them, they'll know that they're in the hole. So Ryan goes, never stops talking, but he goes. He's complaining. Ammon is upset. He had asked permission if he could go to the window and watch what was happening with Ryan to the guard at the door. He allows him to go look out the last window. And he sees Ryan being taken down the hall, back to the hole that they just spent 41 days in. 41 days. That temperature is 60 degrees in there. All the time. It gets so cold in the hole that they have a vent that blows right on the bed. He took off his shirt one day and stuffed it in there. He gave him 2 more weeks. He just got out. He had only been out 2 days. Ammon was upset. He was furious. And he says to the guard, you lied. You lied to me. You said they were just going to talk to him. Here comes the agents back into the room, and Ammon is mad. Now this is the 3rd video now, and now they have a handheld video while they come in, and they're telling Ammon, put your hands behind your back. And he says, no. So they stiff on him. They knee him inside his leg. But he's not dead. He's really upset because of his brother. So they take him to the hall. And he says, and he's trying to reason with them. He's saying, look, we haven't done anything to you guys. He said, why are you doing this? And he puts his fist up underneath his neck like this so they can't put the cuffs back on. Well, he's 6 guys now. They continue to beat him to the ground. He never strikes at him. He never does anything to get him down on the ground. And they have knees in his back and on his neck. And they put his hands behind him. And he's all the time trying to reason, why are you doing this kind of stuff? When they pull him to his feet, he's still furious. And he says, my family has done nothing to any of you or to anyone. All they've done is help. We've fed families who didn't have any food. We've helped people. People who didn't have meat, we brought it to them. We have done nothing but help people. And you came to our country. You came to our land, and you did it to us. Why? And he starts to yell through the windows of the little cells that are pushing down the hall, saying, and I have to love this because only Ammon would say this, because nobody else would say this. But he said, "You are just a little creep. Creep! There's a creep, you're a creep." And I thought, that's not what anybody else would have said. And when you're that man, that was the worst you could get. That's the kind of man he is. And they took him and they put him in this little shower. And it was so he would not put his hands out and have the cups removed. Well,
Removed or put back?
no, removed. They would take him off and have him put these other clothes on and other things. Well, anyway, that's what they show you. So they show you these little clips. Here he is. And they come back and they put the video recorder on, and he's in there and he's not going to answer them because they're saying, well, just put your hands out here. You know, we can do this. And so they only show that 2 times that they come back. Well, let me explain something to you. They show 6 little clips, and it is a handheld video, Bible, or handheld. What happened during the rest of that time? When Ammon says that he was being tortured, that the cuffs were on his feet so tight that his feet were bleeding, we never saw him with the cuffs on his feet. Even when they had him on the ground, we never saw him. When he's trying to walk, we never saw him. When they get him in the shower, when he said, I was there for all these hours, I didn't have any food, I didn't have any. And he said, and of course he had to go to the bathroom. He goes to the bathroom and he's soiled. He can't do anything, and he's standing in this little tiny room. He can't turn on the shower, because if he turns on the shower, it could wash down the drain, but it was freezing cold. He was taking a shower at 6 degrees. When you saw him the first time when they put him in, he was standing up. The second time he's standing up. The third time, when they go to take the picture of him, you can't see him. He said to them, they said, we could get you into a comfortable place, which meant they were putting him in a hole. I don't know if that's comfortable. He said, you can come and put me right back where you found me. I'm not going to fight you, but I'm not going to help you. You're going to come and take the cuffs off and put me back where you found me. So they come hours later, and now they didn't tell you the part where they told him he would be there for 72 hours. He said, I would never live for 72 hours. His arms, if you've had your arms pinned behind you for that long, your shoulders hurt. They had dislocated this shoulder. Ammon's a pretty strong boy. But they're trying to break the wheel. And he took, it was the part that you didn't see. Because if I was going to protect myself, I would take the good parts, wouldn't you? I was really nice when I asked him if he wanted something. Please put your hand out here so I can take the cuffs off. Right? It's always that, because you know that you're in front of the camera. That's not how it is when the camera's not on. But I know him, so I knew what he was saying was true. I knew that his feet were bleeding. There was no picture of that. The very last video they took of him is when they brought the SWAT team. They brought 6 people just into that cell. Now, mind you, they were in armor gear with masks and shields, weapons, 6 of them, to go into a 3x3 shower to get a man who was chained up. And the first 4 guys, and the last 2 are women, I can tell you that. And they took took the 2 guys, and the 4 guys went in, and they took him to the ground. They dragged him out. He couldn't even stand up and walk. And you could tell it was sort of all big and wet. And they dragged him out in the hall. And he kept telling Douglas out. He was trying to get his feet to work. And he came out, and they put him into the hole, where they laid him face down on the floor and stripped him naked. And left him laid. That's after 13 hours in freezing cold. I'm telling you this because what we see and what we hear is not what's happening. We can't possibly know the atrocities that they're doing to our people in these prisons. I think the Lord has allowed us to see these terrible things that are happening because we can see the wickedness of the judges. We can see the wickedness of the attorneys. And what's the answer? How do we solve this problem? How do we win? I am here to tell you that we are not going to win. The first trial was horrendous. They should have acquitted him. They all marked not guilty. And they asked the judge twice to come back and explain to them what conspiracy meant. And because it was so confusing, they put an X through their acquittal and left it on the jury. Because they didn't know. That's why it's our job to teach the people what jury nullification means. Jury nullification is that you can try whether that law is constitutional or not, whether that's a good law or not a good law. You can stop the judge from doing those things. But nobody knows it. We've all been dumbed down. We don't know what our rights are. And in the last couple of months, I have come to learn many things. And I want you, I have a special guest here tonight, and I want him to explain to you something that is happening right now that is working.
Sean,
Yes.
I heard the video on Sheriff Mack. How did they get him to say that stuff?
Well, I'm going to do that right afterwards when we do some questions and then remember that question if I would like to explain that to you. Okay? On August of 1986, Joaquin de Moreta came to our beautiful land of the free and the home of the brave, our United States for America. On September 1999, Joaquin took the oath to defend our Constitution against foreign or domestic enemies. On November the 9th, 2013, Joaquin was elected by we the people as common law grand jury administrator within the supreme law of the land, Magna Carta Clause 4 and 5. There are websites here, but I can't show them to you, sorry. The oath as a common law grand jury administrator is as follows. I vow to the governor of the universe, in my capacity as jurist, to ensure that all public servants uphold the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Prohibitions or rights, and to carry out all of my deliberating under natural law, principled under justice, honor, and mercy, and to strictly adhere to the following 2 legal maxims. 1, every right when withheld must have a remedy, and every injury gets proper redress. And 2, in the absence of a victim, there can be no crime. Corpus delicti, the state cannot be the victim. We have a problem. Who's the victim? At the Bundy Ranch, at Oregon, down here. Who's the victim? If there's no victim, there's no crime. Who's the victim? On June the 4th, 2014, Honorable Patriots Edmund Jesse and Kathleen Jesse, Nebraska victims ranchers, requested the common law grand jury administrator to protect them in their case against corrupt elect or appointed officers. On June the 18th of 2014, statewide common law grand jury for Nebraska ordered motions to dismiss the criminal case number CR 14-07 and number CR 14-08. You can find all of these on the website. I'm going to give you the website at the end, but I'm going to turn the time over to the common law administrator.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Shana, for your courage to stand and to fight all these corrupt officers to secure the blessings of liberty for our prosperity and children. I have a good news for you. And that is that you have a treasure better than gold. But you don't know what it is. But when you find what is the treasure, you will be very glad and to know how much our founding fathers love you and me. Because this corruption that we have, they also had that. And they thought about you. And they said, what can we do to secure the blessings of liberty for our posterity? Because this corruption is going to happen again. After years, the elected officers or appointed, they don't want to finish their career, they want to keep going forever. Yes, ma'am.
Could you come and stand right here and us turn the chairs around so we can hear you? Can you all hear him?
You're fine.
I can talk a little bit louder.
Okay, could you please? I
Okay.
would appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, to make that story short, when that corruption happened, it was on June 12/15, when our founding fathers decided to fix it's better. And they wrote a contract with the rulers of the world. At that time, it was the king, the boss, and the people, the slaves. The king and his sheriff, the governor, the judge, everyone who was in the government, they abused, because it's like today. You go to the court, and the judge only knows one word: denied, denied, denied. When you speak, it's denied. When the governor, when the sheriff, when the prosecutor approve, move on. Everything that they said, like today in the court, goes for. Everything that the defendant says, and the lawyers, is denied. So that happened on that time. And they said to the king, they surrounded the king, and they said, this is the last day of your life. You and your wife and your children are going to be killed. Because when somebody want to get married, prior to the week, the sheriff come to the groom and to the bride and say, you're going to marry on Sunday. We heard that. But then on Saturday, the bride need to come to the castle of the king and spend the night with the king. And the people were very tired. So that's why they surrendered him. And at that time the king said, well, wait a minute, let us make a contract. We are going to write a contract that this will stop forever. And this is the rule how shall be justice administered to the people. You are going to take 4 administrators, somebody commit a crime against you, against the people, you're going to take 1 administrator and he's going to find out the truth. That administrator is going to make a presentment if there is a crime. Okay? And from there, after the presentment, if the sheriff of the judge don't want a man, that administrator is going to call 21. And that 21 is going to be, the 25 is going to be the grand jury. Okay? So how I was elected as administrator, we are going to do a test with you. Okay? I called, when I find out in 9 years that I could not win in court, I was taught in Spain, in my school about the Magna Carta. And that is the supreme law of the land forever, cannot be changed. If any judge ruled against anything in the Magna Carta, is null and void. So we have now two things. We have the rule of law that don't change, and we have a mirror that is copying that rule of law. And this mirror is telling almost same, but completely different. This mirror is called the court of law. And now we have defined the rule of law versus the court of law. The court of law is the judge court of law. The judge decides the law. There is no law, it's what the judge says. The rule of law controls the judge. So you have two options, and I'm going to make you a question. And your answer is to lift it at the end. So I called in the library to the people in my county, and I said, we are going to restore the rule of law, going back to common law. Instead of the judge deciding the case, it's going to be 25 people, like the law says, selected at our pleasure from our friends in secrecy. My job as administrator is to protect the 25 jurors, but not telling nobody their name. So the best secret that you keep is the one that you don't know. I don't want to know your name. But we are not doing the grand jury. We are doing a test. I'm going to make you two questions. First, you need to know in a ladder of position, where are you and I? Where are we? In the scale of authority. Number one, on the top of the scale, is God. God is our creator. He is the supreme ruler. And we call God because He created from nothing. He created the world. He created you and me. That's why we call God God. He's the supreme ruler. Then come other positions like the government, the president, the secretary. Then you have the branch executive, that's the president. Then you have the legislative or legislative. And then you have the judicial. All right. If God is number one, you must know that you, I, everyone, we are the children of God. And that's why we are brothers and sisters in God. So if God is supreme ruler, you and I, we are not slaves. God called us friends, His children. So you as a children of the supreme ruler, you are a supreme ruler. Nobody can decide in your life that you are going to be a slave, that you're going to be a doctor, that you're going to be a lawyer. You only one have the decision of your destiny. A judge cannot decide about your destiny. That is what is happening in court. The judge decided to put you in jail without no cause. They wrote that law on December 31st, 2011 or 2012, I believe. The NDAA, they can arrest you without no cause, and they even can deport out you in other nations. So that's why our founding fathers made that law. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you are a ruler and God is here, then you come number two. Nobody else above you. The government, the moment that they sign that they want to be president, secretary, or lawyer, they sign a contract that they are your civil servants. And they sign the oath of office to perform that job in faithfulness according to the description of that job. If they don't, that is perjury. Also, I have here with you the Nevada Revised Statute 282 that to be a judge, it is required that you own a house, clear and free for sale in case that they hurt you, that house is going down. And they sign a surety bond, an insurance, and the insurance tells to the judge, if you lose the house, if you hurt anyone, we are going to take your house, and we are going to pay the remedy to the victim. That's how that works. So now you have the rule of law, the court of law, and I'm going to make you a question. So it will not be no secrecy in this election. That's how I did in Florida. I'm going to ask you, if you agree, just lift your hand. If you don't move your hand. So the two question is about, do you want to have the grand jury according to the rule of law, Magna Carta, where when we have a problem, we call 25 of our friends, and they are going to decide the case, your friends, where the crime happened. So if you agree that your 25 friends decide about your life in your case, lift up your hand. Look around. Almost majority, okay? Now, if you want, in the other side, the judge decide your case, one person, and you cannot argue with him or her, lift up your hand. Look around. Congratulations, your common law grand jury is reestablished in this county by majority. That's how I did it. I notified before the elections the marshal in the United States. And I told, come over, we are going to have this day at this hour the elections to decide to restore the common law grand jury in St. Joe's County. The people came, they approved it, I took the papers, and I filed it in court. And they started. It was approved. The ranchers that she mentioned in Nebraska, they were arrested. They lost 12,000 acres. They lost all the machinery. They lost 1,000 herd cows. They took 80,000 cash from the bank, and they put them in jail. So they called me, they heard about the common law grand jury, they called me to help them. I was in Florida. And I was fighting for half acre. And I thought that I was the most miserable guy. How come they can take half acre? But when they told me 12,000 acres put together, and they had decided to put them in a sanatorium for dementia, they said, well, you need to help us, come over. I said, well, I have my business, engineering, I'm fixing the things, I pay my bills because I'm fighting the 7 lawyers that they took half acre of my land unlawfully. But your case is really serious, and in jail, I gotta drop everything and go help you. Find me a room in a farm and I will go, but I don't have no money. They managed to pay the trip, to give me a room in their house. I could be the grand jury, the 25. And they were following instructions from another person and making IDs as a juror. You can't. The moment that you say that you're a juror, they come and they kill you. Or they come and they take all your possession. That's not how our founding fathers decided. It was in secret. They know everything about me. My name, my ID, they know even how many hairs I have. That's good. You cannot be anonymous. You gotta be somebody that is the voice of the grand jury. That's my job. And when the grand jury tell me file this, I go to the court and file it. And when they want to know where I live, where I put my hat, that's my home. And I normally put it in the home of the victim. Anything that you want to say, send it to the victim, because that's my house. I went over there, we took the case, and I wrote an order to the judge that I have here if you want to see. And the grand jury demanded to cease and desist the two cases, the husband and wife. I wrote the order, sealed it with the seal of the grand jury, filed it in the district court. We had one judge that is honest. I think there is only one. That judge signed the case to dismiss husband and wife and ordered the prosecutor to pay the damage. That was a victory. Since then, I am fighting from Nebraska, then the thing happened in Oregon. And they told me from Florida and Oregon, you gotta go to Nebraska to Oregon. I went over there in emergency with one shirt, one pen, and run. And when I arrived over there with my car rental, I tried to talk with Anna. It took me long. I met Shauna. But somebody went before me, claiming that he was me, and he was with me, and he was doing a lot of crazy things. And the people don't trust him. So when I went over there, they knew I was coming. That person is the first one that beat me before the refuge. And he's the one who brought me to the refuge. But he already told everybody that I was with him, obeying his orders, that the grand jury was with him. When I find out that in front of him, I said, hold your horses. The communal grand jury in 25 years don't have nothing to do with it. But Ammon did not want to talk with me. Neither right. So when they don't want to talk, they don't want to help. The most important thing that God gave us is liberty, freedom. When He created you and me, we are free. And He handcuffed. God handcuffed His hands. He will not do nothing because He promised you freedom. We are free to choose what to do. The only moment that that handcuffs come is when you say, please, God, help me. Now I help you because you asked. That we need to do with everybody. When someone don't want to talk, I got to respect. If somebody want to go with a lawyer, God bless your heart. I fight in 9 years. You never win with a lawyer. But then when I told Ammon that I was leaving, I cannot defend him. He heard God in his side. That's what he said. And he said to him, don't let him go. Then Ammon want to talk about what happened. I showed him the fruits. By the fruits you will know the tree. And I showed him that judge ordered to dismiss the cases, and the judge is very happy to come out of jail. The car that I'm driving is their car. They give me the car to be here, to fight and to help what we are doing in Nevada. We are doing great things. When we file the documents, the lawyer coming and quit. They know that they cannot rebut your gift. Is very clear. Magna Carta is very clear and very simple, but it's how you do the administration of justice. And that is forever. 82 years later, you gotta remember and think about this. That happened in 1215, and it's the rule of law, okay? And it was ordered that in every church, every year, twice, the people need to know about it. That's how our founding fathers do the law very well. Clause 40. Look this clause, how short and how important it is. To none, with an I. To none, we say. To none, we delay right or justice. All the lawyers are out. You cannot charge money for defending a right of a person or justice. That, you read that Magna Carta, is the foundation of the Constitution. That Magna Carta is forever. That's why the Constitution matched perfectly. And that's why in the Amendment 7, no fact finding jury shall be re-examined in any court of the United States. The courts cannot say nothing when the grand jury says, this is final. When your 25 says, that man is out of the jail, is innocent. That's how our founding fathers fought. King John. They were burning the castles and the things of the red jackets. They arrested a few, put it in jail, and the grand jury came over in the morning. Out of the jail, they are innocent. And then the general of the king said, we cannot win. We arrest them at night, they burn our houses and everything, and the grand jury come over in the morning to release them. That is your power. That you can do. You gotta have your administrator here. You gotta have own property. I own property, and we are playing poker. When I see the judge or the sheriff or any one officer elected that breaks the law, I make a presentment in writing under oath. I swear that that is the truth, the whole truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury. If I lie, they take my house. And when I file the document, the presentment is under oath with evidence, undeniable evidence. He did this. This law said this property deed declares that he owns the property, and you say that he don't. Now, I'm saying that under oath, you present your documents. He had 40 days to reply. If you don't reply in 40 days, whoever had the truth is the winner. And it's that simple. When the grand jury decides the case, they cannot re-examine. We are doing that in Nevada. We have the records, we have filed the letters to all the prosecutors, to all the judges, demanding the first thing that they gotta have. The oath of office and the property that they own in case that they hurt any of us. They have 14 days to reply under the pains and penalty, perjury and treason. We wrote letters to all the lawyers that are defending the defendants, that they are not defending the defendants. They are just playing the game. The judge breaks the law, denies to confront the accusers. That's against the Constitution. Why the lawyers don't do nothing about it? Why they keep playing the game? That's why we are suing them. And we are asking the lawyers, show me your house, and show me the shooting hole. That's the first thing. Do you have any questions? Because I think we have.
Well, what's the majority of the what do you call it? The
Grand jury?
Yeah, the grand jury. What's the vote have to be? I mean, you're not. It's hard to get people 100% vote on anything.
The most important rule is in clause 61. Our founding father, there is a lot of things that you got to read. For example, this is forever in its entirety. But also says that we select at our pleasure from our friends. Okay? But then we go by the majority of the 25. 13 versus 12, that's it.
Okay, so majority vote.
And it's fine. What that 25 says, and write to the court and say to the court, this is the order. They cannot re-examine. They cannot rebut. That's the power that you have as a grand jury. Look the case in Oregon. Of the juries that they picked, it was the judge who picked the juries. Not one was from Harney County. They were all from Portland. That's against the rule of law. That judge went. She said that you write down with the Magna Carta, the administrator, she got to obey. She knows that. They quit. When you ask them for the surety bond, your insurance, they quit, they run. Because they know that they swear to protect that. They cannot break it. That is the Constitution. The Constitution matched perfectly based on the Supreme Law that nobody can break. And our founding fathers knew that because they were taught all the time. We don't. In our schools here, I asked for the Magna Carta. Oh, that don't have nothing to do with America. That's what they tell me. Well, it was 550 years before America was America. did that exist, but that was the common law. That is the rule of law for everybody. Our founding fathers knew it very well. Read 82 years later, the Confirmatio Cartago, the confirmation of that law, declares that anything contrary to that law is void. Read it and you will see how easy and how is declared that the judges are entitled that they can do nothing. Any other question? Yes, sir.
You know, and I'm sure there's truth in what you're saying,
Uh-huh.
but how do you enforce it? Because they're
Oh.
so corrupt.
Good.
Yeah.
Again, I'm telling you, everything is in Magna Carta. Read clause 48. In clause 48 tells you very simple how it is. You want to hear it how it is?
Yeah.
First, the administrator needs to look for the crime. If he go and look for the crime and then find out that she was complaining that her cat was bit by the neighbor because the cat was trying to eat the canary, then the administrator will say, wait, man, we are busy, that's not a crime. Okay? You two try to have peace, and we are here for crime. But if there is a crime that somebody died or somebody took something, any unalienable right, then the administrator go to the perpetrator and present the evidence. You have 40 days. That is called a presenting. Remember, Amendment 5, you call the 5th Amendment. You should not incriminate yourself. You should not declare against you unless, except in the presentment or indictment of the grand jury. When the grand jury makes you a presentment and tell you, you commit this crime, now you have 40 days to treat yourself. So we will discern if you are innocent. If you are, we will declare no bill. Ignoramus, he's innocent. You don't touch his hair.
Whoa, wait a minute. The way you just explained it, you said you've got 40 days
Yeah.
to clear yourself, so that is guilty until proven innocent.
No. He had 40 days to explain the case. You see, his days in court are 40, not 1. He got 40 days to get the evidence, to go to the court, to get the document.
The defendant does?
Huh?
The defendant does?
The defendant with his lawyer, whatever. Yeah, the defendant.
The defendant shouldn't have to prove anything.
You see, you're confusing the two cases. You're confusing the court of the judge with the court of the people called the law. They are two different processes. You are thinking in Judge Navarro, and I'm telling you how we do in common law. I have administered.
No. I'm thinking that you are innocent until proven guilty.
You are.
A defendant does not have to
But
put
how
on a
do I
defense.
know that he is innocent if you don't tell me what they did to him?
If this is served on a judge, what would you think?
This is what the
He
sheriff.
deserves it, and he deserves to answer.
Okay,
If he
so
doesn't
you-
answer, he's gonna be-
Exactly. It's time to answer and explain the guy that he's accusing.
It's an accusation.
It's an
You have to
accusation.
answer.
And when he responds, and I see that he's right based on the evidence, I take that to the 21, 25. They review it, they say, you are innocent, and he's a liar. He gotta pay with perjury. The accuser, because he gotta do it under the pains of penalty of perjury. Then, after that process, the question was how you enforce. After the 40 days, if the grand jury finds that really, truly you are guilty, you have committed the crime, then the grand jury makes an indictment. That means that he formally is charged for the crime. He has been found guilty. That means indictment. And they write the indictment and you are arrested. And that's how this proceeds. But let's say that you don't. You are the sheriff, or you are the that. Nobody can touch his girl because she got the gun. We don't. How do you enforce it? Clause 48. There are
Say that again, please.
clause in Magna Carta, clause 48.
What does that mean?
That means
Magna Carta,
Yeah, Magna Carta is way overdone.
Read 48.
Pardon?
is the clause number 48 explains how to proceed to enforce the law. Okay? In that clause 48, after you indict, then they name 12 nights in secrecy under oath, waiting on the 40 days on the process of the indictment. Then those 12 will be like angels. They will make sure that he's removed to never return. That's the end of the story. When you break the law, there are consequences for breaking the law. Nobody, he cannot blame on 12 and say that 12 removed him. It's in his way of not trying to make a remedy. He don't want to fix it. He's a bully. He has begun. He's a judge. He's a lawyer, and he loved the people. The 25. 48 says no. All evil customs shall be removed to never return after the 40 days, in 40 days. Period. How can you stop a ghost that is coming to remove you? Nobody knows their name. When they know that law, again, they will hold the horses and will think twice to commit a crime. That's your power. You cannot blame on the 25. You cannot blame on the weather. The law is written, it's clear. You have been told. It's not a secrecy. You will be told all the process, up to you to pay the remedy for the crimes that you have committed. If you want to be a bully will treat you. Read and think about the Bible. When Goliath told to the Philistines, you are going to be my servants if you kill me. If I kill you, you will be my servant. David came and told him, you come with a sword and with a shield and a bully with all your arms. I come with the word of God, and in the name of God that you blaspheme. But today God grant me to take your head off. And he did. That was no violence. That was the will of God. The same here our founding fathers applied in the Magna Carta, and is the only solution, believe me. They are doing what they are doing because in the Bible, our Lord says, my people is silent for lack of knowledge. When you don't know, you don't tell. But also the Bible says, the truth shall set you free. And when you tell the truth as is the truth, and you do it, and you proceed according to the rule of law, as we are doing, watch, they are running. Go to the website, and you will see over there all the documents with the people of your Lord.com.
Okay, I want to explain to you, pick country.
You have a
I
question?
have a question, two questions. First of all, you said concerning Bundy and Nevada, they had 14 days to respond now?
The lawyers.
The lawyers?
You will go to the website, and you will see the letter, the document, and the request.
And have you had this ever fail? This
Fail?
approach, have you had it fail?
No, they always keep quiet. They never say a move. Because if you read in the felony crime 55, the FBI wrote to the governor, to the news media, to everybody, do not give the forum to the Bundy family by talking about what to do. Don't say nothing. They breached the Constitution, freedom of speech. The media was not allowed to say what was going on. It was approved by the FBI. So they don't say a word about what I'm doing in 14 years because they know that this is the only way to work.
Okay, I'm going to show you something. When we go to a case and we're charged with a crime, at the top of it, when you're indicted, or when you're charged, at the very top of the page, what does it say? Well, this one says we have people. But when you get one from a courthouse, and it says you are the defendant, and they are the United States of America, or whoever versus you, Okay? At the very top it says, in the court of the United States of America for the District of Nevada, Oregon, Utah, whatever the district is. So what they did is they took you and pulled you into their football field. They said, we're bringing you into our game. You're going to play by our rules. We're playing football. And you're going to play by our rules. And they make up the rules. Now, we thought we were living with the Constitution. That the rules, the supreme law of the land was the Constitution. Well, they don't have the Constitution. You can't take the Constitution into their courtroom, and you cannot even have it in your pocket. Because the judge says to the jury, whom they picked, none of your peers. Because if you say, how many of you in the jury know these defendants, or know these witnesses, and they give all the names, and if you raise your hand, what happens to you? You're ejected. Absolutely cannot be on the jury. How is that a jury of your peers? If you're a rancher, you can't be in there. I mean, they will remove you immediately because they only want their peers. And who picked it? Who picked that jury? The judge picked the jury. And to bring the ones in so you can void them. To decide if you could use them on your team or not.
Well, on the Magna Carta, how do you pick the jury?
Okay, that's what we're trying to tell you. So now we're going to change this. Now we're changing the ballgame. We're changing this thing up. We're saying, okay, we the people are the court. You're going to play in our court, on our ball field, with the law of the land. We got the law of the land because in the Magna Carta that he told you in 1215, it goes hand in hand with our Constitution. Absolutely goes hand in hand with the Constitution. And even our state statutes go hand in hand. So we said, this is what we did. We have to convene a grand jury of the victim. So whoever the victim is, you get 25 friends, family, whoever, of your peers. And they are in secret, because that's what the Constitution says. That's what the Magna Carta says. 25 barons of your friends, peers, people that you know, are going to decide your fate, whether you're innocent or guilty. And they're going to do their homework. They're going to do an investigation. They're going to find out and get the truth. And then they're going to say, okay, you have committed this crime. This is what we do. This is what we found in our investigation. Now, so what we do first is we say, okay, we are bringing you into the court of we the people to be judged by the peers, the victim's peers. We sent them a letter. And we said, this is the letter. Well, we sent them the letter, and it says, you have 14 days, Judge Navarro, to do something. If I pull you over in your car, and I was a police officer, what are the two things I ask you for?
A driver's license and my registration.
And your insurance, right? I want to see your driver's license and I want to see your insurance. How many of you have a business and you have to be bonded and licensed in case you harm someone? Don't you have to be bonded? Absolutely. You have to be bonded and licensed because in case you injure someone, they can come and take away your property, your home, you're going to owe them, and you have to pay for an insurance. Do you know that every elected official in the United States has to take that oath of office? And that's their license. And they have to have a surety bond, just like you do in a business. Every elected official and every employee. Because if they left the soap on the floor in the courthouse and you slip and fall, who are you going to sue? They have to be bonded. So all we did was write a letter. And we said, Judge Navarro, Prosecutor Meyer, blah, 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 there's a whole bunch of them. We sent him a letter, and we said, give us your oath of office, and give us your surety bond. We want to see it. You have 14 days to show us. That's what we sent him. We sent him a letter, said that.
Has
By-
anyone produced them?
By we the people, common law grand jury.
When did you send the letter now?
Some of them went out this week, some
This
went out
week,
last week,
okay.
okay?
On the
So
17th.
we have some that are coming due right now.
So what's
what
gonna
we did-
happen if they don't come back?
You are not
Okay.
officer, you're not a judge.
Now wait a
Sorry.
minute. So here's what we did. We went, because in Nevada revised statute and in every state, I'm gonna tell you that in the law says that you must have your, where's the iron on this? You got it? Oh, here we go, because it's not highlighted. Okay. So in the Nevada revised statute, we went to the courthouse. Because it says in 282 and 10, oath of office and bonds of officers when terms of the office begins, they have to, all officers elected except senators and members of the assembly shall qualify and execute and deliver their official bonds when required as provided in this section prior to the Tuesday after the first Monday in January ensuing their election, have to be bonded, okay?
Shauna, honey, turn this way so that they can hear you.
Oh, sorry. They have to be bonded.
They got our own house, it
Okay.
says over there.
Clear and free for
Oh,
sale,
I'm trying to
for
find it.
assurance of their performance of job.
That's Nevada 282. Every state is the same. I got it in Florida, and I found it in Oregon, and there is in Nebraska.
Okay, and the official bonds of all county and township officers shall be approved by the Board of County Commissioners and filed and recorded in the office of the county clerk of their respective counties. Okay, so if they have it, it has to be at the courthouse. The county clerk should have it, right? I want to see your bond. We spent 2 days in Nevada, going from office to office to office to office to office. They sent us around in circles. We don't know where it is. We don't know where it is. We don't know. Well, we never heard of that.
It's new.
Wait a minute. Here's the law. Here's the law. Read the law. This is what it says. You're supposed to have it here. Where is it?
Yeah.
So finally, we got a name and a number.
We got
We
the
called the clerk's office. The clerk of the county clerk, of the secretary of the county clerk, said, oh, I don't think we have that. We said, you got to have it. Read the statute. NRS 282. She read it. Oh, let me check. Let me check. I think we have that bond. I will email it to you. I'll back to my computer. Within less than an hour, she sent me a copy of the bond.
We got the policy number.
So that was the bond, we got the policy number, we got the company number. And it covered all the elected officials. Then we said, oh, we need one for all the employees. Huh. She sent me the copy of all the employees. She said, in all these years, I've only been asked for that one other time. One other time did anybody ask me for that? It's supposed to be filed in every county. And we said, where are the oaths? Well, she said, it doesn't say they have to be filed in the clerk's office. You're right, it doesn't say that. So where are they? Some of them are in the clerk's office, and some are not. She said they might be in somebody's desk drawer, they could be wherever. But they had 30 days from the time they were elected into office or hired to have an oath of office. They took an oath of office, right? So we asked, where's your oath of office that says you will uphold the Constitution with fidelity? Where does it say that? I want to see your oath of office. That's all we asked. Look, I'm asking for your oath of office and your surety bond. No difference than if you asked me for my driver's license and my insurance. Guess what happened? The attorneys are going crazy. The prosecutors are going crazy. Everybody's going ballistic. What are you doing? What are you filing? Sean, are you suing everybody? I'm not suing anybody. I didn't file anything. I If you can't show me an oath of office to our grand jury, you can't show me that oath of office. And it had to be signed within 30 days of when you took office. And you can't produce it,
You don't have the office.
you don't have an office.
That's what they.
You're not even legal to be here.
Yeah.
You can't prosecute because you have no authority. And these are the crimes because it lists every crime and every punishment for the crime. And you've been kidnapping our people, and you got them in prison. And for kidnapping, read.
For the kidnapping and is life in prison. And if that happens, the penalty is U.S. Code 18, Chapter 34. They will be killed. Dead.
Again, never again to return.
And
Okay?
we didn't wrote the law. That's the law.
That's just their law. We didn't make up the law. And the Magna Carta tells them. Now, wait a minute. What did I tell you about judges and attorneys? Who do they swear allegiance to? American Bar Association, your research, came from England. And this is the English law, the Magna Carta. They know the law. They were taught the law in school. They can't fight us because there's nothing to fight. They know the law. They are learning. They are shaking in their boots.
I don't understand how when we broke up, we're still claiming Magna Carta has value.
Magna Carta has value.
You know why? Because at that time was declared forever for our posterity. They said this law cannot change.
In the United States.
In
United States
everywhere.
was not there yet. It was in 1215. United States happened in 1772.
So it's a worldwide? or
It's
just-
worldwide for the whole humanity and says in the preamble to honor God by the will of God, to honor our predecessors, and to honor our posterity. This law cannot change. And you go to the dictionary, Black's Law Dictionary. In the Black's Law Dictionary, you have the definition of Magna Carta. Go over there, and it's in the page 1179, 4th edition. And you have the definition 89 years after the Magna Carta came the confirmation of this Magna Carta. Okay? And look that in the library, in the Black's Law Dictionary, page 446. Look what it says. This Magna Carta is the common law because everybody can understand. It's very simple. It's what they know because they have been taught every year twice. They receive this. It says, all judgment contrary to this is void. And the lawyer signed that. That law that is forever, when our founding fathers came knowing the law, but they want to have a different nation. We don't no longer want to be part of England. We are going to be the United States of America. So they wrote the Constitution based, they cannot change this law because this law is forever. And they say, well, based on this, we are going to make our Constitution. Here says that 25, if anybody lose their right, what you decide cannot change. They took that and make it Amendment 7. No fact by the jury shall be re-examined in any court of the United States because they were found in the United States. They don't have to mention England because that law is for all mankind. It was the abolition of slavery. The subjects, the people who were under the king, they took power. They could not own land. From that moment, they could buy land. At that time, read first clause of Magna Carta. They did not have elections, the right to have elections. In that clause number 1, it was established the right to have elections. We can select at our pleasure. That cannot change. That power that we gained by force, it was made the supreme law of the land, and the Constitution is like a building house. The Constitution is a building house, but the Magna Carta is the foundation. you take the foundation of that house, crumble. Because in the Magna Carta explain you step by step, what can you do with the judge, what can you do with the criminal, what happens if you have been denied of any right, right there explain you, and the Constitution match and make it perfect.
You have to do your homework. Read the Magna Carta. That's what they don't want you to know. That's what they didn't want you to teach you. But it follows, it goes hand in hand with the Constitution. Read the Magna Carta, read the Constitution. That is the supreme law. You need to understand the entirety of it, because then you understand the Constitution.
Who forces.
Well, that's what he was explaining to you. Now, I'm going to explain it to you like this, okay? Well, let me explain it to you like this. Oh, about 15 or 20 years ago, I don't know how long it's been, in the middle of Phoenix, they had a big problem. Because all the people who lived there at the beginning built their houses in their city, and their children became well off. They built houses further out, and bigger, better houses, and then land expanded. But nobody wanted to buy the old houses in the middle of the city. And the old people still lived there. So they were retiring and getting old, and there was a group of people south of the border who decided, maybe they weren't even just all south of the border, but at this point they figured they were, had come across into the United States and found the weak spot in the city of Phoenix. And they were, every night, were going in to these homes, and they were attacking the old people. They were taking their drugs, they were killing them, they were eliminating them. It became an epidemic, it was so bad. The police couldn't catch up, couldn't keep up with it, they didn't know, but they could map it on the map, they could see what was happening. I don't know if you remember this, but all of a sudden, there was a group just appeared on the scene. And they called them the Avenging Angels.
I remember them.
Nobody knows their name.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where they came from. But they went to that place and they looked at this situation. And they sat in the homes of the old people in the night. They stayed there. And when the evil people came to do their dirty deeds, it didn't take very long, and it stopped. Nobody was arrested.
A little bit
But it
like,
stopped. That's what we call avenging angels. This is, remember, there's a difference between violence and justice. And that's why they killed Lavoie. In his book, that scared them, because he shows about justice. In the Bible, in the Book of Mormon, we talk about justice. Okay? What about Laban? What happened? Was that violence or justice? Justice. David, was it violence or justice? When somebody does wrong, they have to pay the price. It's the people that are doing evil that are creating the violence. It's the justice that has to take place. So when the Lord said an eye for an eye or a tooth for a tooth or whatever, you kill somebody, you have to lose your life. Correct? Because it's justice. Only God can give the mercy. But he says, if you create violence, there has to be justice.
In the case that Sean explained, it's not against the law, because if somebody breaks into your house at 3 o'clock in the morning to kill you, you have the right to, it's called legitimate defense. Somebody's coming to your house and you know that he's going to kill your spouse or your children, and he breaks into your house through the door, not in the yard, but comes in what is your dwelling, you have the right to defend yourself. And you shoot and kill the best that you know. However, and is the law. Now, in Magna Carta, we don't wait until the God came. We give due process of law. We must serve the individual. We must investigate the case. He must have 40 days to defend himself. So it's by checking what he said and checking what the accuser says, the 25 in honesty and their oath in front of God, they need to decide the surety of peace. They are called the surety of peace. They give remedy because they know the neighborhood where happened the crime. Who better than the neighbors? They know what happened. So those friends, they are the ones who will discern and will say where is the truth. And then the guy will have a time for remedy. Okay, you broke and you took $2,000 from the victim. You damaged $2,000. Now the common law says that you gotta return the $2,000 for remedy plus $6,000 three times. So you will learn the lesson. And that $6,000 is to pay the damages and the cost that cost to the 25 the time. And then once he paid the remedy piece, start from zero again. Now if he don't and wanna be bullied because he got the guns that we gave him, then in secrecy the 12 will come and apply the law. That's it.
So this is what we've done. So now we send them the letter. We said we want your oath of office and we want your surety bond. Now why are they scared about that? Because they know what comes next.
Yeah.
Now the next letter comes out. The next letter says, here are the crimes that you've committed. You have 40 days to prove that this video that we have is not you speaking.
Yeah.
This is that you didn't really say this.
Yeah.
That this paper that you signed
Yeah.
is not really your signature. All the evidence that we have is posted on the website. We show the videos, we show the paperwork, we show everything that you did to prove the crime from the common law grand jury. This is the crime. You have 40 days to defend yourself. That's why we're talking about you're guilty because the jury said you're guilty. You've been indicted. Now you've got 40 days to prove that that isn't true, that these things are not true. In the court that we're sitting in now, they don't even let us defend ourselves. We can't put forth any information. We can't bring in witnesses. We can't have a jury of our peers. It is a railroad job.
Denied.
The day before
That's what the judge says.
yesterday, we counted the denials in one day. 50 to 1.
So
50 denials to 1. It's not approval. It's called
Granted.
grant.
Send
Anyway, it was 50 to 1. Now, yesterday, they were at, I think, 42 to 8. But you see what the percentage is. The judge is ruling. The judge won't allow it. We can't use the Constitution. She said, you will follow the law, is what she says to the jury. You will follow the law as I interpret it to you.
Yeah.
Well, guess what that means? You're too dumb to understand the Constitution. You don't know what it says. We're going to tell you what it says and what it means, and then we're going to make up our own laws in between. And if we don't like what you said or what they did, we just kick you out. And if you come on this stand, and I think you're perjuring yourself, I'm going to put the cuffs on you and throw you in jail.
Without trial.
That's what she said. She threatened all the ones in the last trial. And we ended up with 2 witnesses. Because she told them that they're all unindicted co-conspirators. You better hear it. And in Oregon, they told all the witnesses, because we had 45 and we got 5, she's told them, as soon as they got their subpoenas, the very next day, they sent out 2 FBI agents to every house, to every witness, fully geared to question them. Want to know what they're going to say. You're right, as you don't have to talk to them. But nobody knows that when you got 2 armed agents come to your house, knock on the door and say, hey, you're going to trial tomorrow and you're going to be a witness. What are you going to say? You think you have to answer? Most people do.
Aren't they supposed to wear a badge when they come to you?
Oh, they can have a badge. Sure, they can come, but you don't have to answer them. They have no authority over you. So when I get the phone calls that they were going through the town of Burns, through the county, and people are calling, they're coming, they've been to everybody's house. I said, shut the door, hang up the phone, don't talk to them. It's not a law. They can't make you talk. Tell them I don't want to talk to you. Shut the door. They can't do anything to you.
What's the website that you're referring to? We the people call you lawgrandjury.com, one word. We the people call you lawgrandjury.com.
We the people common law grandjury.com.
Yeah.
And all the crimes are now listed there. Anybody can go there. You can see the evidence that's been put together. And we're on number 58. Crime number 58. So that's what we want you to do. We want everybody to say, this is public. This is a public trial. We have nothing to hide. They hide everything and they won't let anybody in the courtroom. They kick you out if you have a Tic Tac in your mouth. And if you turn in your cough. And yesterday, somebody was kicked out for the entire rest of the trial because she was counting the jury while they went to the sidebars. They had at least five sidebars a day. That means that all of a sudden they stop the court, they take the attorneys, they go behind the bench, they go back in the back room, and they make a little discussion. Then they come out, and then they decide what they're going to do. And they do it in front of the jury. If a jury sees this, and they have a question, the attorney forgets to say to them, they have a responsibility to approve beyond reasonable doubt. But nobody knows what reasonable doubt is. That means if you don't have enough information, you wonder what they're doing behind that bar, and nobody told you, and you have to raise your hand, that means there's doubt. I don't have the rest of the story. I don't get it. I don't know what it is. Then you should have quit, because you don't have to. They didn't do it beyond reasonable doubt. So if you're ever called to a jury, your responsibility is to know what your rights are and to make sure that if that law that they're trying to punish for is a constitutional law, that you're not. You can judge the law and the judge, and whatever the jury says can never be re-examined.
Can one of these crimes be when the judge is determining can't use constitutionality? You can't mention the Constitution.
Absolutely, but I want you to go to the site where we put them in there and take a look at the charges that are on these people.
And who takes this to a judge of people then?
We take them to we the people, common law grand jury. The grand jury makes the decision. Now, if they're not, yes, and if they're not worried, okay, I'm telling you they are worried. Why are they worried? Well, who cares what Sean is doing? Really? Who cares? It's not in your court, darn. It's not in your court. So why are you worried if I asked you for the oath and your bond? Because they know what it means. They know what comes next. And then, yesterday, I was told, if she sues all the attorneys, then nobody's going to defend anybody. Really? Good. Then they all run away, and the judge has no case.
What's the value of the bonds? Do they vary?
The bond, I find out that in Florida is the same one that in Oregon and in Nebraska, and the company is Zurich Insurance. They are international and insure the oil tankers, and they own, I believe, 413 trillion.
What was the name again?
413.
What's the name of the company?
Zurich. Z-U-R-I-C-H.
Zurich.
But do judges have it? They have individual bonds, so they
Yes.
have values set on each individual.
The house. When the insurance give the bond to the city, to the state, to the Las Vegas,
Right.
the insurance write a contract with the judge, and the judge signed a document saying, if I damage anybody and this company need to pay the damages, the judge will lose the house and everything until the judge pay all the money that the insurance company need to pay to the victim. That's the deal.
Do the judges and lawyers pay their own insurance or does the state pay it?
State pays it.
You see why? Because we are the beneficiary. It's our money. We are the ones who are
We're paying the
protected.
insurance so that we can protect ourselves
Yeah.
from them.
Sir?
You have, they're talking about a grand jury there,
Yeah?
and in the Constitution it says the grand jury makes indictments
Yes.
before they go to trial.
That's what
And
we
you can
do.
do all kinds of investigation prior to that to determine whether it's an indictable situation.
That's the mirror.
That's what we're
But
doing.
now where we go to trial?
That's the mirror that they said. Not according to the Magna Carta, no. What the 25 says is fine. It's Amendment 7. What,
You mean the grand jury became a pettit jury?
no, the grand jury is 25, no 12. And it's final, one grand jury, that's it, for each case. What the courts did is, now we are going to take the grand jury of the Magna Carta and we're going to make it 12. And the prosecutors select the 12. And the judge select them. And they are no longer, they don't mention 25, they don't mention common law, they call it maritime law.
Yeah.
This common law is forever and the judges are bound by oath to your 25. We are 25 and the process is presentment. First, the grand jury make a presentment. Another thing about the grand jury 25, you will never see them. You will never see the grand jury. The job of the administrator is to protect them. If I tell them, here are 25, like that, they're dead. That's why it works in our founding fathers, because I'm one, but I have
You got
25.
the target right on your chest though.
He knows.
They told me that way back in 2014. One person in Liberty Alliance, the leader, John Dorat, he said, you are going to be killed and you're going to be put in jail. 2014, I'm alive, I'm still talking to you, and they are running.
And they are running.
They are running. They are quitting their job.
I hope so, but it's going.
They're retiring.
Well, you
They're
gotta
getting
have faith.
tested.
And our law says, not one hair will be touched unless our founding in
We
there.
have 25 grand jury in Nevada.
Yes.
Yes, sir. We got it. Is it
We
right?
have the 25.
Yeah.
We have the grand
You
jury in
have one,
Nevada, we
you
have it in Oregon,
Huh?
Idaho.
Sir?
Okay.
But if they ask me their names, I don't know their names.
No, it doesn't matter.
I don't want to know.
Yeah. Now
Because the
also,
best secret to keep is the one that you don't know.
one thing that will help you in your presentation.
Yes.
When our founding fathers came from England,
Yes, sir.
this was a different nation. It was not under the Magna Carta until they came, and they brought it with them.
Yes. You are right on. The Magna Carta was in the heart of each person. They knew the law. They knew that the 25 is final. They knew that the judges don't have a say. They got that in their blood. Every year, twice, it was mandatory to tell them since 1215 until 1776. They knew it. So when they create the new nation, they cannot change the Magna Carta because it's the supreme law of the land. And they say, now we're going to make our constitution. The only one nation that had a constitution, the United States of America, says, we the people, we are the boss, we write the law.
Well, they did first in the Declaration of Independence.
Okay,
That is
first,
the foundation.
Yes.
And that spells it all out. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created, endowed by their Creator, with certain unbelievable rights.
amen,
And
amen.
on and on.
And on.
And the 9th and 10th Amendment verify that to the T.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, and that's
Yes, sir.
what we're here to show you, is there is an answer. There's an answer to what's happening, and we're going to show it to you. And we're going to show it to you because this case is so prevalent for the United States. Here's what happens. In this case, if we lose and the government wins, How much power do you think they will take on the people? How much more do you think they're going to suppress us and beat us down? They're going to think they won. If this case is a deciding factor in the United States of America, they knew it in Oregon, and that blew them out of the water, and they got a hung jury on the second trial. We're on a third trial, I mean on a fourth trial. We're on a trial now that they're trying to railroad them in with no laws whatsoever. They're making them up when you have 50 denials and one accepted. They are shutting down the defense. There is no hope for the defense. We don't have one. They're railroading these guys, and they're putting them into prison. But these two guys from the first trial in Oregon, I mean in Nevada, there was two guys, and you know what they got charged with? The first one, Burleson, was found to be an undercover agent who actually was uncovered by his own defense counsel, who brought it up in court. We didn't know. But he's the one that did the inflammatory in the undercover video of the FBI. He's the one that said all the inflammatory things that were taken to the grand jury where they indicted him. And he was found guilty of 8 of those counts. And in reality, he didn't do those 8 things. But they threw him under the bus because it was Facebook. They've opened it that you can use Facebook. Do you put everything on your Facebook that goes on your Facebook? No. And if you like it, or you like someone else's, it is as if you wrote it yourself. So they're using all that media. Where's the 4th Amendment that says they shall not be recorded in your house? They're on your phone, they're on the TV, they're on your telephone, they're everywhere. They've got cameras, they're listening, they're in your house. Because they're using that information against you. Your 5th Amendment, you are condemning yourself because, oh, it was on Facebook. But really, how can they prove that you even put it on there? And yet they're using that as evidence to incriminate you. The man who got 2 counts, 12 and 16, Todd Engel, the only thing that they found him guilty of was because as the federal agents were leaving down the road, he is live streaming himself, and he puts it on his Facebook because he uses the F word and he's flipping them off. He will spend 20 years in prison because of that. Because the jury doesn't understand the rights. Because they're going off Facebook. So what happened to your First Amendment? So if you can say something, that puts you in jail for 20 years. And the NDAA says you don't have to do any crime at all. We can just put you in there on charges. I'll leave you forever. These men have been sitting in jail for 18 months, and they have no speedy trial. There is no victim. So where's the crime? There's no victim. Where's the crime? And we have agents that are sitting on that stand lying. Here's what I say. They bring in these federal agents that I told you that said that they weren't scared, nothing was going on. 2 days after the whole thing went down, 3 years later, they're on the stand crying. That they were so scared, worried about the family, that they saw a soccer mom with a soccer driving a van. I mean, they made up this stuff that was unreal. When I heard what they said, I almost passed out. You were the ones pointing the guns at us, and you were so scared. You never saw the guys that were laying behind the concrete barrier who weren't going to shoot you, but we're looking at you. So let me say, so now I would like to know how brave you are. If you have PTSD 3 years later, and you're the ones with the weapons, and you're crying now, you're in the wrong business. You got the wrong job. We can't put you out there to defend us. Because you're crying and nobody pointed guns at you. Nobody even swore. Okay, maybe they yelled at you. What happens if they really shot at you? Like they in the military. And they're imprisoning all of our militia guys. They're trying to get every single person that is ex-military. And anything we do, that's what they're doing for. Take you down. Okay? That's who they're hunting.
Today they revealed the court that person that she's talking about, Burleson, the prosecutor recommend today life sentence, and is sealed The document, nobody can see it. Where is the public trial? They are breaking the Constitution all the time. You have a question?
Yes, so my question is, now that you filed, you sent these letters out, right?
Yes.
For this information and for them to prove and everything, of how long, because justice will take its course,
14 days.
how long before these men are free and back with their families?
Well, that's a really good question. We don't know the answer to that, but here's the other thing. We have to file more letters. It's very costly. Do you know that just a certain is $125 per letter, and we have over 300 letters, and we have to do it again. So we're saying to the people, give us the money because we got to do this.
14 days, 40 days.
14 days for them to show the oath of office. Their time will be up shortly. Then
40
we-
days.
40 days to
The executive.
declare, right, then,
reply.
to rebut what's been charged, what we've been charged, the crimes.
Have you sent them registered mail or certified?
We have a legal service that.
That's what I said.
Legal
So it's
process.
very,
No, that's really good, yeah.
yeah, it's very thorough. He's very, very meticulous and thorough.
Well, that's what the judge in Nebraska told me. I was serving by certified mail. He said, that's not sufficient, you gotta certify by legal process. Through the court, through the clerk, or a legal process servicer, that they go and serve the person. One letter, $125.
Registered mail works pretty good, I use it.
Well,
But
it's not
it's not admitted by the court. Now, legal process service, they do, because you have, not like a certified letter that you receive the green thing, you know? This one, you have a person that goes serve, and under oath, he make an affidavit saying, he received it, I gave it to him, here is the oath, this is my title, I'm officer of the United States, and he got it at this minute and at this hour. And sign it and give it to you back.
You did that with a notary certification last year.
Exactly, that's by the notary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple notaries that aren't that quite effective.
Well, anyway, that's how we do.
But to answer your question, when we are doing the preliminary thing, finding first that she is a judge or a prosecutor according to the law. Before we talk about anything, I want to know that he owns a house. Because if we find that he is breaking the law, that house goes to the victims to pay the remedies. That's a simple preliminary find out. Now, when we have the constitutional crimes in the website, when we put all together, we will call that the presentment, and we'll say presentment constitutional criminal counter complaint. Demand to amend in 40 days. Affidavit under oath. Distrain means that we will take their house. That's distrain. And distress, that's what the Magna Carta says. Distress is that after we find that he did it, that he's guilty, that he got the indictment, then we go to the car and punch the tires, and we take the bicycle and take it away. We will make his life miserable until he pays the remedy for the crime. That will be in the whole community. That's how our founding fathers resolved it. That's what the king signed. That said, if I don't go by the law, then you don't kill me, you don't kill my wife nor my kid. But you take my castle, you take my car, you take my chickens, you take my horses, take my underwear, my chattels, everything, until I pay.
And his pension fund.
The tangible, well, what we have. Huh? Men?
They don't get arrested when they're trying to do that.
Well, we are doing it by the law. And we are telling them, this is what the law says. You face the law. You broke the law. This is what the law says. And you don't have excuse because you are a judge and you know the law. You know that this is it. And they cannot deny it. The truth is one. You know, and our founding fathers, God loved them. They did it very good. They love us very good, and they resolved the problem. And it's there. It took me 9 years fighting in court, from the circuit court to the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. I went to Washington to the Department of Justice, Eric Holder. I served everybody with paper. Could not win. Until I went and said, it's impossible that they deny me to go to the grand jury and make a request. It was impossible. The officer do not allow you to go there. I said, that's not the law. That's not in America. Can't be. That's when I found out the common law grand jury, and I went to the court and I found the documents and they agreed. And when I was ready with the clerk to establish the common law grand jury, they were ready to give me the room. The ranchers called me. That was more important than my case. That's why I stopped my case. I gotta go right there. But it's working in every state that I go, works. Because it's the rule of law, plain and simple. Took me 9 years to figure it out. You don't understand that until you are a victim. When they take your house and you are a victim and they abuse you, you try to defend yourself and then you will find it. And then when you read it, open your eyes and see that's the only way that we can fight corruption. Very simple.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm going to show you this card.
I have a closing song and a closing prayer, then we're going to have to back to the church. And
Okay, this is We the People, Common Law, grandjury.com. Oh, it's kind of fuzzy. Well, I will take a picture of this and post this on the website later. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Stefan Molyneux from Freedom in Radio. Hope you're doing well. Let us dive into the madness of the Bureau of Land Management sending 200 hyper-armed federal agents along with low-flying aircraft, massive cordoned-off areas of desert, helicopters and attack dogs, and taser-armed agents, all for the tortoises. So what is going on in Nevada? Well, a rancher is having his herd of cattle confiscated because there's a 600,000 acre area under BLM control called Gold Butte, which is near the Utah border. Now, Nevada and Utah both have approximately 80+% of their land under the control of the federal government, making it a little difficult to be a rancher around. Now, the desert in question is currently the habitat of the protected desert tortoise, and the land has been off limits for cattle since 1998. Now, 5 years before that, when grazing was legal, Clive Bundy stopped paying federal fees for the right to graze there. He said that he didn't have to pay to graze his cattle on these lands because his Mormon ancestors had been working the land there since the 1880s, and that gave him the rights to the land. This is sort of a common law. When you invest labor, when you enclose an area, when you use the land, it becomes yours. So he said, we own the land. He said, not the feds. He said he's willing to pay grazing fees, but only to Clark County, not the Bureau of Land Management. The herd is not only being thinned out, but the ranchers themselves over recent decades have been significantly thinned out. According to Mr. Bundy, years ago I used to have 52 neighboring ranchers. He said, I'm the last man standing. How come? Because the Bureau of Land Management regulated these people off the land and out of business. He really is the last man standing. Now, Nevada is, along with other states, attempting to wrestle some control of their own land back from the federal land ownership. This is a long fight. It goes back to the sagebrush revolution in the 1970s. So, in 1993, the Bureau of the BLM cut the grazing rights of Mr. Clive Bundy, and he had a herd of thousands of heads of cattle, and they said only 150 heads of cattle are allowed to graze in this area to protect the species of desert tortoise that inhabits the same area of the state. So this 150 head of cattle would be spread out over 158,000 acres of land to which Bundy held the grazing rights. Now this is a tiny, tiny herd of cattle, can't possibly disturb anything in 158,000 acres. And no plants, no animals, no tortoises would be impacted by this. And of course, no rancher can make a living with that amount of cattle. So it's an absurd directive that basically means he can't have cattle. He can't be a rancher around there, so he would join the 52, and there'd be 53 ranchers no longer in the neighborhood. You know, if you're in the government, it's a lot easier to manage land if you don't actually have any people on it. You know, then nobody objects to all the stuff that you're doing. And he doesn't want to give up his family's way of living that has been going on since the 19th century. Now, this sort of thing is going on all over the country in America. It's one of the reasons why the economy is so tough. The entire timber industry of Oregon was destroyed in the late 1980s in order to protect, and I say this in quotes, protect a subspecies of spotted owl. During the Carter administration in the late 1970s, the Tennessee Valley Authority was forced to modify or abandon billions of dollars in projects to protect the snail darter. Recently, this was just last year, desperate and near hysterical farmers in Southern California had to watch their own crops wither and die as the federal government forced the state to just release more than 95,000 acre-feet of fresh water and let it flow to the Pacific Ocean in order to, quote, protect a subspecies of smelt. Now, am I just being snarky putting the word protect in quotes? I am not. The ESA, which is designed to protect the Endangered Species Act, designed to protect these species, has a success rate in actually protecting the species that it tries to protect of a little over 1%. So billions and billions of dollars of economic activity is destroyed, tens of thousands of jobs are destroyed for a success rate of a little over 1%. But that would be the government for you now, wouldn't it? Here's the irony. This is all supposed to be to protect a tortoise, which the government is currently actively destroying and killing. So throughout the housing boom in the 2000s, the Bureau earned enough to fund something called the Desert Tortoise Conservation Center, DTCC. Aren't you glad that you know that now? And this was in southern Las Vegas. So this was a habitat created to house these wild desert tortoises that were removed from the paths of developers, and they were going to breed them and use them to recover the species. And it had an operating budget of about $1 million a year, which is quite a lot for 1,400 tortoises. Now, in the recession, right, the housing crash, the housing recession that followed dwindled the number of developers, and therefore they weren't paying these fines for disturbing habitats. It's a shakedown, really. And so what happened was the DTCC, right, the conservation area run by the government for the tortoises, ended up turning some of them loose into the wild and euthanizing a lot of the others, because they said, well, you know, we just don't have enough money to continue, so they're going to close down at the end of the year. From the AP, they say, back at the conservation center, a large refrigerator labeled carcass freezer hummed in the desert sun as scientists examined the facility's 1,400 inhabitants to find those hearty enough to be released into the wild. Officials expect to euthanize more than half the animals in the coming months in preparation for closure at the end of 2014. So it's really important for a few cattle to not disturb the tortoises in 160,000 acres, but the government will euthanize 700 to 800 of these critters, even though they're endangered. So this is the kind of madness that you have when you get massive government power involved in complex ecosystem questions. So for more than 2 decades, right, this is what the BLM says. For more than 2 decades, cattle have been grazed illegally on public lands in northeast Clark County. This is a statement released by the BLM. BLM and the National Park Services have made repeated attempts to resolve the matter administratively and judicially. Impoundment of cattle illegally grazing on public lands is an option of last resort. See, this is what the government calls an attempt to resolve the matter administratively and judicially, which is, give us all your cattle, which we will sell to pay the fines we imposed upon you to save a tortoise that we are currently murdering ourselves, or we will shoot your family. This is called a resolution of a dispute on the part of the government. I guess it's the same way that a bully in the schoolyard resolves your dispute over your lunch money by punching you in the face until you hand it over. Oh, look, a resolution. BLM said in a statement the 2 judges ordered Bundy to remove his cattle from Gold Butte. The Center for Biological Diversity, an environmental group, said the federal action was long overdue. So a spokesman for this Center for Biological Diversity said, despite having no legal right to do so, cattle from Bundy's ranch have continued to graze throughout the Gold Butte area, competing with tortoises for food. What idiot thinks that cows and tortoises compete for food? Hindering the ability of plants to recover from extensive wildfires, trampling rare plants, damaging ancient American Indian cultural sites, and threatening the safety of recreationists. Oh yes, those dangerous cows, just hunting and cornering and ripping apart people who are out for a picnic. And of course, it's really important to know that government and quasi-governmental agencies, after a couple of hundred years of screwing Native Americans 6 ways from Sunday, are now very concerned about land issues and Native American sites. So this is all complete madness, as you can imagine. So the Bundy herd of cattle at last count stood at a little over 1,000. And again, to spread this out over 160,000 acres is not going to disturb any turtles. And in fact, the cows are very helpful to the turtles on 2 levels. One, of course, they eat a lot of the foliage, and a lot of that, of course, is higher than the turtles can reach. They're kind of low-down kind of creatures, of course. And as a result, it's less of a tinderbox. Like, it is a desert, it's very dry, and one thing that's quite common on government lands is massive and horrifying wildfires, because they don't allow small fires to burn, and also they don't allow grazing animals to strip some of the undergrowth, so that when there is a fire, it's just like a supernova. I mean, you might as well just set off a bomb in the woods or in the desert. So they're going to thin out the foliage, resulting in fewer fires. And cows, as you may know if you spent any time on a farm, basically empty out all of their 4 stomachs and produce pretty much, it seems like, more than the weight of a cow every day in cow manure, which is actually very helpful for the tortoises. And tortoises can eat the cacti, the wildflowers, herbs that cattle don't eat, and of course the recycled nutrients of the cows themselves. So it's not exactly an antagonistic ecosystem that they're talking about. The BLM released a statement on its website saying, cattle have been in trespass on public lands in southern Nevada for more than 2 decades. This is unfair to the thousands of other ranchers who graze livestock in compliance with federal laws and regulations throughout the West. The Bureau of Land Management and the National Park Service have made repeated efforts to resolve this matter administratively and judicially. So you see, the fact that the government basically just used that Windows Paint program fill feature to go, boink, we own all this land. We own 80% of Utah and Nevada. Boink, it's ours. Why? Stroke of a pen. We don't have to enclose it. We don't have to work it. We don't have to build anything on it. We don't have to plant anything on it. We don't have to graze. We've got the magic marker of public ownership. So we just make it ours. And suddenly, you're trespassing on land that you and your family have worked for 150 years straight. Now, the idea that this guy not wanting to pay artificial fees for unowned land that is merely claimed by a bunch of idiots in Washington, that this is unfair to everyone else, it's like, hey man, if you're not going to pay the mafia, that is unfair to all of the other shopkeepers in this neighborhood who pay the mafia. Well, madness. So, federal government has shut down a scenic area about half the size of the state of Delaware to round up 900 cattle, it says, are trespassing on government land, which basically means unowned land, a piece of paper, a map, a fill program, and a coercive shakedown. Now, they're killing all of these tortoises because they're closing down this tortoise center, which costs $1 million a year to run. Now they're spending $3 million to round up all these cattle, which would keep these tortoises alive for another couple of years. And again, this is just it's got nothing to do with anything productive. Now, the situation where there's a real tinderbox, right? So you've got all of these hyper-militarized federal agents swarming all over this land. Cliven Bundy's son, Dave Bundy, 37, was arrested recently. Members of the Bundy family had gathered to film and take pictures of the removal of their cattle in an effort to document the event. According to reports, Dave Bundy was taking pictures and recording on his iPad when he was asked by federal employees what he was doing. Reports say that he told the BLM workers that he was exercising his First Amendment rights. See, that's a relief because, you know, those of us who understand the dangerous power of the state keep forgetting that he has a magic shield of words, right? It's a magic shield called the First Amendment rights, and they try to dunk, you know, they just go up and bump up against, oh wait, that's not how it happens at all. Well, what happened? Well, they released dogs, they threw him to the ground, and they actually, according to reports, was standing on his head. And he had a dozen officers on top of him, as well as dogs, so it was a real throwdown and just tragic. There's also reports that Bundy's son, Ammon Bundy, was shot with a stun gun by law enforcement officers recently, and that the rancher's sister was pushed to the ground. But the important thing is that the tortoises that the government are currently killing and that the cattle would only benefit are now safe from the ranchers. There are over 200 militarily armed federal agents using tasers and attack dogs to disperse protesters. Bundy said that the government has also brought everything but tanks and rocket launchers. He said they're carrying the same things a soldier would: automatic weapons, sniper rifles, top communication, top surveillance equipment, lots of vehicles. It's heavy soldier type equipment. Now, I wonder why people who are anti-gun aren't out there saying that the government should disarm, because clearly this is a very dangerous use of gun. Oh, wait, that's right. Because being anti-gun is actually only being anti-private citizen gun. It's being very pro-government gun. Because when you disarm the population and arm the living hell out of the government, that just works out wonderfully throughout history, doesn't it? When his wife said that the roughly 200 armed agents from the BLM and FBI are stationed around their land, and when there was filming going on, there was film evidence that snipers were actually training their weapons on the Bundy family when they were filming the agents occurring. So this is a tragic and tinderboxy situation, and one thing that's important is it is encouraging to those of us who are skeptical of the value of state power. It's wonderful to see the degree to which the government is willing to leap into action to protect a tortoise. That's fantastic. Don't you remember in 2008 when the bankster class decimated about 40% of the wealth of Americans by cheating and lying and bribing? How the government leapt into action and pursued criminal charges against these fraudsters for the degree to which they were just ripping money out of the hearts of Americans and their homes. Oh wait, no, that didn't happen at all. Well, I guess both tortoises and the financial industry must have donated a heck of a lot of money to the government. I mean, Barack Obama's basically only in power because he took so much money from the moneyed classes in terms of donations. He was the largest ever recipient of donations from the financial industry. So the government is really bringing the guns down on this rancher while basically not only not prosecuting any of the banksters involved in the rape of the American economy, but actually funding them to the tune of $700 billion plus as part of the TARP bailout. There's an old statement that says, good fences make good neighbors. Where property rights are clearly delineated, human conflict, particularly aggressive conflict, diminishes enormously. There is no moral, philosophical right to claim that which you do not homestead as property. Like, let's just say you just finished paying off your BMW, and I suddenly say, oh, that BMW is mine, and you now owe me $400 a month in rent, otherwise I'm going to come and take it by force. You'd be like, no, the one who bought and paid for this car. You don't get to just arbitrarily extend your property rights to my property. But this is what individuals within the government claim the right to do, and this is the kind of catastrophes that are going to result. There's nothing sensible about this, because they're saying, look, he didn't pay his fines. But if he did pay his fines, or if he did pay his grazing rights, or his fines, then he would be allowed to go and to let his cattle go here. And if he let his cattle go here, then according to the government, they would step on the tortoises, and it would be tragic. Right? So it's not about the money. It's not because he didn't pay the fines. They say he owes them $1 million. He says he only owes them 300,000 or so. So it doesn't make any sense at all. The government's killing the very tortoises that they're claiming this whole action is designed to protect. So it's all nonsense. What it is, fundamentally, is political thrill seekers, adrenaline junkies, cortisol junkies, seeking the high that they get from exercising violent power over other human beings. A wide variety of studies have shown that political power is more addictive. Coercive power over your fellow cognitive bipeds is more addictive than cocaine. So this is simply the actions of the political class exercising power over good-natured, productive people, because that's how they get their kicks. It is like asking, why does somebody do cocaine? Because it's thrilling and exciting. Why are they exercising this power? It's a great game of screw you chess. And one of the things that is most tragic and most illustrative about this entire debacle is the fact that the government has set up these zones. They're called First Amendment zones. And what they're allowing people to do, you see, is they put you in a little pen, little cattle pen, and in that cattle pen you can protest. You can exercise your First Amendment rights to protest. Isn't that nice of them? In other words, if you're going out to protest against the government's arbitrary and destructive treatment of cattle farmers, the government will treat you as livestock, with them as the cattle farmers, put you in a little pen, and give you the right to bleat into the uncaring wind all of your upset at how the government is treating you. So this is where we've come to. The government is openly corralling and herding in citizens who wish to protest the arbitrary and unjust treatment of other citizens by the government. And this is where political freedom has decayed to, as predicted by libertarians, for about 6 billion years or so. Certainly over the last 150 years since classical liberalism, it has been predicted that the government will continue to grow until it collapses or there's significant pushback. So these people who are so addicted to political power are going to continue to do this until they crash. There's almost no cure for addiction save the destruction of the source of the addiction. And that means that we have to lovingly take political power away from these addicts for the benefit, really, of humanity as a whole. This is Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching, as always.
What we wanted to talk to you about today was, we really want to know if we're going to have any type of physical problems with you guys, because we want to avoid that at all costs.
I'll tell you the best way to avoid that is to start adhering to the Constitution, recognize that there are rights here that you are violating, and simply do not show up. And all of that will be put to a stop that simply.
Okay.
That's the easy way to handle that.
Well, I have to be honest, and I have to inform you that that's not an option. You guys have any reason to be out here?
Same as you.
Just hanging out?
Yeah.
Okay. You all know that this is all part of a closure? If you feel like you want to express your First Amendment rights, we have a First Amendment area that's set up for you guys. If you want to go to your First Amendment area, then you're fine by going to the First Amendment area, okay?
For sure.
Well, do you know we have a First Amendment right area? Have you guys been out there to it? Okay. Well, that's our First Amendment area, okay? I understand that you guys have strong opinions about what the BLM and Park Service are doing out here, but this is not the place to do it.
Are they going to arrest me? jump, you might shoot me, but you really don't have the authority to do that either.
I think that the only way you're going to get through some of these people is just put the silver bracelets on them and take them, and then maybe they'll think twice about it.
Just put out no arrest authority.
No arrest authority? Okay.
The other one is conflicted.
So even if you scratch them a ticket, they're still going to sit here?
No arrest authority is
No
what
arrest. They said cite them. If they refuse to give information, we'll figure out who they are. No arrest.
Good info.
Could you please leave? I will. I am free to leave. Okay, now? But I can't leave without you. Okay, he's a grown man. He is. Okay, he's being dealt with. Okay? Sir, this is the last time I'm going to ask you. So your first choice is to leave. Okay? It's your first choice, sir, to leave. To leave. Okay? Sir? Sir, leave now. Leave now. Leave now. Leave now, sir. Leave. We're not playing this game all day. Leave. Okay? Now, I'm gonna drag you out of the car, okay? Here in a second. Leave now. Leave now. You have your children in the car. Don't act like this, okay, sir? You have your children in the car. Just go, Dad. Go, okay? Sir? Sir, don't do this in front of your kids, okay? Leave now, please. Okay? Take the baby down. I am leaving. I'm in the process of leaving. Go to the speed limit. Okay? Go to the speed limit.
Dr. Cliven Bundy is on the show. Welcome to the Pete Santilli Show. Federal government has set up corral areas designated First Amendment speech areas. Is that correct? They said that you can only exercise your constitutional God-given rights in a certain small parcel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's hard for me to even believe or understand here in America. Picture this in your mind. You have a guy standing leaning against the front of his car along the highway in the desert, and then he's approached by all of these cars and all these men. They wrestle him down, abuse him, grind his face into the grass box, handcuff him, and then they transferred him to Henderson, Nevada, and put him in the city jail there overnight. And then they picked him up that next day and took him to the federal prison. And he said, then all of a sudden, their attitude changed. They was very nice. They took off the shackles. They went and got him a snack lunch, and they turned him out on the streets of Las Vegas.
Violence from a protest over cattle in Overton. It got to the point where one protester was even tasered. But this was only half of the fireworks with this situation. This is a story that's continuing to gain national attention.
There was one guy that got a little bit out of here. And he took down Margaret. Her name is Margaret.
The one that jumped almost and got hit by a vehicle?
56 years
The
old.
one that he hooks with his arm to pull out of the way of a convoy?
What?
He probably saved her life.
Margaret.
And you know that officer? He doesn't push her in the front, does he? You've seen the video. What does he do? He hooks her to the No, he hooks her by the waist. Watch the video very closely. He hooks her with one, I think it's this arm, with one arm, and pulls her behind him. Now, she obviously loses her balance and goes to the ground, but he's not taking her by the shirt and ramming her into the ground. You can watch the video. You've got the evidence. Look at it.
And you guys already investigated it?
Yeah, I 100% trust me.
Yeah.
I'm all over it. I've got all the little body recorders. They're all moving. We have our own perspective. Very clear video. Very clear officer statement.
That's what I want to do.
And I will continue to
investigate. You look at it.
And I will not,
somebody that
I will not allow my officers to exceed or violate the law. I'm looking at you, man to man. We uphold the United States Constitution. I will hold people accountable.
You're not.
We are.
there's a question as to why there's backhoes and the dump trucks, because there's a claim right now.
We're not killing cattle.
That's
we're not killing cattle.
We don't know that. That was the whole reason why.
I will tell you right now, we're not killing cattle. That's wrong.
Okay. That's you saying.
No, and again, I'm the guy in charge.
Okay.
I do not lie. On behalf of the United States government, I do not lie.
There are no baby cattle left out there after you guys have been... None?
Not killing. Okay. They're doing every effort that if they separate a calf, they identify it.
What if I have proof of the contrary?
Well, again, to get every single baby calf that's dead.
Oh my goodness.
Is that what you're saying?
You guys are leaving them out there.
No, they're roping. If we gather in an area, the specific area we gather in, anyone that is separated is identified, and they go back and they collect it. Now, if there are baby calves in other areas, that very well could happen.
Well, that's what...
No matter how many people show up, peace, tranquility, cooperation, you guys have to do your jobs. We have to do our jobs. Absolutely. You want to know what the end game is? If you guys just say, okay, we got to pick up marbles and go. Whoever tells you guys to do that, ultimately, that's what the objective is. It's not going to be an armed insurrection. It's not going to be bullets or anything like that. The ultimate goal is either by legal authority or however it goes. Your command says, guys, that's it. We're pulling up stakes. We got to go. And that's it. And if it's the sheriff that makes that happen.
The fight for grazing rights at Bundy's Ranch is now drawing people from across the country, fueled by cell phone video of BLM officers using tasers and a real physical limitation on First Amendment rights.
I didn't decide to go down until I saw that they had erected the free speech zones, because everybody saw that video and they knew people were coming to protest. So they put up those free speech zones, and they told everybody that they could protest inside those zones. And they were like miles away from the ranch. And then when people weren't inside those zones, they started arresting people.
Rumors going on, and we saw some video and stuff like that made us upset about what was going on down there, like the First Amendment zones.
Right.
People getting mistreated, some dogs sick on us, saw old lady get clotheslined, and that was infuriating. And immediately in me, I was like, I got to get down there.
Honest to goodness, there's nobody over there that said anything about violence. Okay. If there's been talk of guns and stuff like that,
Hey, that's Second Amendment right. Carry a gun. We don't care.
Carry a gun legally, lawfully. Okay.
Some messaging we got back. And again, right to bear arms, we're fine. You know, our officers, public lands, you get to shoot on public lands. We do
legal.
local.
I mean, if you're illegal, legal possession,
Legal is good. Yeah, legal is good. And again, I don't have a problem with guns. You know, it's a Second Amendment. So,
but you know what? That's not what this is about. We're not here. This isn't an armed insurrection. This is a protest.
Good morning, citizens of Clark County, Nevada. Good morning, America.
Thank you, and I would like to introduce our sheriff. I do want to ask that you are respectful and allow him to speak. And he has been elected. He does hold the authority of the people. And we welcome him here. We are glad that he's here. We are grateful that he's here. We understand that because he's here, order is closer to being met. Peace is upon us. And I introduce you to Sheriff Glissman.
Good morning. Clive, and my purpose out here this morning is to continue, from my standpoint, to keep a very emotional issue safe. I believe a press release has already been put forth that the BLM is going to cease this operation. The Gold Butte allotment will be reopened to the public, and they will be removing their assets here in Clark County. What I would hope to sit down with you and talk about is how that is facilitated in a safe way. And you and I have had the ability to sit down and talk before on a number of occasions. We may not always agree, but we have been respectful, to each other's opinion and to the process. So that's why I'm here, to start that with you. Number one, to advise you of that, but I was advised when I was coming here that that had already been released. I don't know if you and the people here were aware of that. But the next steps is something that I believe you and I should sit down and talk about. So I'll turn that back over to you, I guess.
Where are the cows? Where's the cows?
The cows are where they have been here for the last few days, and that's what needs to be discussed. I mean, you and I need to have a conversation about it.
Now we're going to go and take our land back and declare freedom and liberty here in this land. Is God going to be with us? Do we all feel good? Okay. One thing I'm going to do, Ivan Bundy's going to turn cattle out of his farm. They're going to go out on the open range where they belong. And we're going to go and take the rest of them out of the compound trails up here above the freeway. This should be the governor of Nevada's job, but he's actually instructed these cattle to go to California. So if they haven't went to California yet, let's go get those cattle, and all we got to do is open the gate and let them back down on the river, and they're home. Okay, we need a little bit of safety here. We're going to go up the freeway. We're going to block the freeway. When we get to the Tocop Bridge, we're going to get out of our cars, and we're going to go and open the channels. These horse people are going to pull up the Power Line Road, and they're going to meet us at the Tocop Bridge, underneath the Tocop Bridge. Get it going, cowboys. Let's go get it done.
You guys need to start picking people here. We're going to have you back up and stuff, okay? Okay. So you don't need all long guns or anything. Hey, don't take orders from that officer. Hey guys, don't take orders from that officer.
Let's get some of our people up in the front, and let's move the BLM folks back if we can. Say again? Let's get our folks up here to interact with these folks instead of these BLM.
Control BLM. BLM. Yes, ma'am. Just be advised. We understand that you guys are already en route to our ICP. Just want to confirm that is the case. That's affirmative. Ma'am, do you have an ETA? 109 Central, BLM-CP is asking for an ETA for the units to the CP.
We actually moved the CP a little closer to the front, so.
Yeah. So further up north, there's a bridge, and the police are in the road. There's the horse. And the horse is going in. There's a lone reporter down there at the camera. They're telling him to back off. And he doesn't look too happy about it. He's not backing down. All that stuff they said over there, bullshit. Yeah, they claim we didn't see anything before we got here. They claim that they pulled guns on the civilians.
Back over this country that thou hast had so many fight for and die for, that we will not forget them ever again in our lives, and we'll teach them to our children. Please help us as we go about this task, that we will be safe and invoke thy power to defend us. Ask these things humbly in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Nevada, they're violating the law. When they're violating state law. BLM, they have a court order.
This ain't BLM, they were supposed to leave.
That's what I'm saying, this ain't BLM. They have a whole amount of sheriff.
These people don't want to get hurt. Are you really going to shoot these people if they move forward, yes or no? Sir, we can't hear your announcement that far away. We can't hear it. That's why I'm coming to you. They cannot hear what you're saying through the tunnel here. If you would just tell me, I'll relay the message.
You hear anything he said?
Yes. He said no shot. No shoot.
What? What?
This is not BLM land! It is Nevada Department of Transportation land! Your court order does not apply! Go!
Sure enough, we get down into the ravine, and BLM is saying that they will open fire if we move any further. And these were housewives, you know, fathers. I mean, just normal everyday people that came out to show their support, and they were actually threatening to open fire on these people. So that was basically there. I had to just drop everything and run down and try to keep everybody calm, for one, because we obviously didn't want people going down there, you know, running amok. And we wanted to make sure that everything was legal and constitutional and everybody stayed within their bounds as Americans.
You're gonna have to arrest us all or shoot us all!
The crowd is now moving forward toward the barrier. The police have been telling everybody they are going to shoot if we don't move back.
While we took our shoes off for the interview, word had not yet reached the hundreds of protesters who were blocking traffic to Interstate 15. The battle was over.
There's protesters out there blocking the highway right now. Are they aware that the deal has been made?
I don't know. I don't think they know. The deals are just coming through to me just within the last few minutes.
People are moving forward with their hands in the air, holding flags with both hands in the air. It's a mixture of people on foot, as you can see, people on foot, and cowboys.
Help me
It's pretty hard to de-escalate when you got guys with helmets and M16s.
I understand. Jimmy Amon.
Rebellion.
I know, that's why I need
You know that?
That's,
this is all over the world. You're going to see this.
I know, that's why we're going to de-escalate right now.
You got these guys want to get them back off.
We're pushing right now. I'll start
Get the
pushing.
guns off of us. Get the guns off of us.
Hey, already. Come here.
This is a worldwide story. This is going on television in China.
I know. No gun pointing. No guns.
Get the guns off. No guns on American
Jimmy
citizens.
Amon Bundy.
Put your guns away!
Jimmy Amon. I'm currently in negotiations with your family, all right, to find a peaceful resolution to this. Don't escalate it down here. Allow me time to talk upstairs with Metro, all right, push these people back up off the gate. Push them back up off the gate. We're going to work to release these cattle. Listen to me.
No. You understand. I understand that what you're doing, and you will get that time.
Okay.
But
We're not playing here.
I know, I get that. But can we push him back? I'm off the gate for right now. Let me work with you and you. I'll allow you two to come in with me.
We're not going in there. We're staying right here.
You got my word that no one's taking you in custody. If you want to stay there, that's great. They're getting your dad up top. No, they're getting your dad up top.
We'll make sure that we're here as a president.
Say it. Because the way you guys
Let's
go back. Let's go forward.
What did he say? I'm the fastest right there. That gives us plenty of space. 30 minutes short. I just got to push him back. Whoever's in charge. I can't disengage all these people if those people are that close. You get that? So I got to push him back so it's safety, it's peaceful.
Do my lethal. I want you guys to be ready for second wave, okay? When I call in second wave, come in.
You want me to switch out with my rifle?
Yeah, switch out with the rifle.
Almost going to set the
Percussion.
Are you fucking people stupid or what? Just let them do this, you know? Just. Fat dude, right behind the tree. He's got a long gun. Motherfucker, you come find me, you don't have hell to pay. Interesting tactic. If it works, he's a genius. If not, we're gonna. Got it. There's no gun there. No gun. No gun. He's just holding his back. He's standing like a sissy.
She must not be married.
Shoot this fucking dog first.
All they need is one of them to fire, and they know it's gonna fucking light. We gotta have fucking fire discipline.
I'm recording, by the way, guys, so. Yeah, I'm code 4. They're not actively assaulting us yet.
And we're getting the final approval for you guys to come in here, or with some organization, and we'll go up, we'll get the cattle, and we'll drive them out. So
we're going to be here.
I know. I don't have a problem with that.
I appreciate you.
No, no worries. So I just wanted to come down here and at least let you know, hey, we're working on it.
Would you stay here?
Yeah. Okay.
Please stay here.
Yeah, we'll stay here. So Ryan's going to come down the bar, and then Ryan will explain everything to you again, and then what we need to do is develop a plan and go after you. You good? All right. All right.
Alright, hey, listen up. Good enough, back it up. You guys good? We're gonna have back up. If you just back down the road. Back it up. Back it up. You need to ask permission. I'm asking you. I think we're going to do that. We're good. We're good, Greg. Yeah, 3 direct to the image. And then, you know, behind us. Just asking out. Back so we can't throw it to that. And then, you know, I don't think anybody will shoot at you or anything. So, you good with that? Yep. Okay, cool.
Hey! They promised to leave and release the cattle in 30 minutes. But they want us to get back farther so they can disengage. So let's give them that chance. Keep ended up on that horse.
Our units have backed up. Just give them some space in hopes that they'll disperse.
(103, 102). No. Alright, about 20 minutes. Let's see if we can get those guys out of here in the next 20 minutes. What? 103, 102. No. Alright, do you know why they're not rolling yet? If they ain't got an idea? I gave him the 20 minutes, 15 ago, and he went down your direction, so he's down there somewhere. Alright, I told Sal that we were bringing the Cowboys up at 2 o'clock. Alright, I'm going to go try to find Dan real quick there. It's going to take them 30 minutes to get all these vehicles rolling, so they got to start rolling now. Here they go, BLN. Don't yell profanity. West Police Escort. Don't yell profanity. And price contract, please. Goodbye. You're not law enforcement?
Bundy said talks with Sheriff Gillespie fell short, and that it was Bundy's team of supporters who rounded up the cattle to take back to his property. The state disagreed, saying they negotiated a deal to give back the herd.
I'm not the hero. Those citizens that went up there and did the work and suffered whatever suffering they've been through, they're the heroes of America, not Clive and Bundy.
Clark County Sheriff, as Lauren Rosella mentioned, Doug Gillespie played a key role in brokering the deal between the Bundy family and the BLM. In fact, he's been working on this behind the scenes for years now. Before protesters stormed the freeway, Gillespie worked to publicly negotiate with the Bundy family in front of his supporters. This morning, he told them as he addressed Bundy that the two would work together to find a solution. And Governor Brian Sandoval weighed in on all of this by issuing a statement. It reads in part, "Given the circumstances, today's outcome is the best we could have hoped for. I appreciate that the BLM was willing to listen to the concerns of the people of Nevada."
My name is Amron Bundy. I am speaking to you today from inside a maximum security jail. I am a son of a Nevada cattle rancher. My father, brothers, and myself have been incarcerated for many months, leaving our wives and 26 children altogether without fathers to care for them. I ask that you listen to our story and judge us. Yes, judge us. Ask yourself if we were justified in standing for our ranch and the rights of our neighbors. Or should we have just let federal agencies take our heritage? Ask yourself, what would have you done? Ask yourself what is right. Let me explain our story. My brothers and I grew up on a family cattle ranch in southern Nevada, established by our great-great-grandfathers in 1877. We were raised in humble circumstances in the same little ranch home as our father, Clive Bundy, built by my grandfather Dave in the 1940s. For 5 generations, our family has run cattle along the Bunkerville Mountains. Our ancestors were the first pioneers to settle in the southern Nevada desert. They carved their living out of leveling and farming land next to the Virgin River and ran cattle on the hills. Their homesteads were established before Las Vegas had even one person living in it. Nevada had only been a state for 13 years. Discovering multiple springs on the foothills of the mountains, our forefathers began to build water troughs and holding tanks to supply water for cattle. This made it so the cattle did not have to travel too far for water. In the arid desert where our ranch is, it takes approximately 100 acres to feed one cow. In his lifetime, my father has improved upon this watering system by installing pipes throughout the lower hills from 11 different water sources over a 30-mile span. This has allowed the cattle to benefit from feed in areas where otherwise they could not live because they would have to walk too far for water. This has also greatly benefited the desert wildlife and made hunting and camping plentiful. As a true environmentalist, my father, by expanding the water system and caring for the land and the road, has tremendously promoted wildlife, increased game, improved camping, and generally made the area more enjoyable to be on. Even the desert tortoise would thank Clive Bundy for the water close by if they could speak. All of this is done at my father's expense and effort, costing the taxpayers nothing. With his banged-up Dodge pickup, my father would spend many days a month blowing out the water lines with air and repairing the leaks, making sure each water tank was always full. My family has brought life to the southern Nevada desert for over 100 years. Imagine what would happen to all the wildlife if this watering system was not maintained or if it was destroyed. Before I move on, it is important that you have a little more background about the legality of our water and grazing rights. In 1890, the state of Nevada created a registry so that ranchers and others could deed their water and grazing rights. In Nevada, as with other western states, the livestock water rights include title to graze. Each deed in print designates how many cattle the owner of the deed is typically grazing around the water. This is the way grazing rights are recorded and protected by the state of Nevada. Just to be clear, these livestock grazing and water rights are vested property, much like mineral rights or deeded rights to your home. These grazing rights are real property. They can be sold, traded, borrowed against, or adversely taken. They are the lifeblood of our ranch and are a valued heritage to our family. Many people have desired to purchase them over the years, but my father has chosen to remain raising cattle in the desert. Without these stock water grazing rights, our ranch has almost no value. My father owns 11 of these stock water grazing rights, deeded with the state of Nevada. In the early 1990s, the Bureau of Land Management, also known as the BLM, an agency of the executive branch, tried to trespass my father for grazing cattle on our deeded range, where my family has run cattle for 138 years. The BLM adopted an extreme environmental no-cattle policy designed to remove all ranching from the land. On the wall of the Southern Nevada BLM district office, they displayed their motto. It read, "No moo by 92, cattle free by 93. Seeing their intent to destroy his ranch, my father stood on the fact that his ranch was inside the boundaries of the state of Nevada, that the federal agencies are violating the constituted laws between the state and the federal government, and that he owns a deeded right to graze and water his cattle, established over a century ago. When agents from the Bureau of Land Management told my father that the federal government does not recognize his grazing rights and that my father must remove his cattle, he told them that they had no authority to take his family's heritage away. When they said they were going to take it away anyway, he said no, and then he said hell no. Several times the Bureau of Land Management tried to drag my father into federal court so they could strip him of his rights, like they have done with thousands of others. Being land inside the state of Nevada, not ceded to the federal government, my father held the constitutional position that federal agencies have no legal constituted authority to administer the land inside the state, and therefore no jurisdiction to trespass or prosecute him. Watching other ranchers, miners, loggers try to defend themselves in federal court when the federal government was the plaintiff, my father often said, going into federal court to defend yourself against federal agencies is like as if a man broke into your home and beat up your wife and children. So to get justice, you take him to court. When they say all arise to the honorable judge, in walks a man in a black robe, and he is the very man that assaulted your wife and children. Of over 100,000 cases in the western states where the federal government is the plaintiff in federal court, federal judges have sided with federal agencies every single time, taking century-old vested property rights away from good, hard-working families. In our area, my dad is the last rancher out of 53. In the state of Nevada alone, federal agencies have taken 5,072 water rights from the people and deeded them to themselves. It is astonishing to think about this when the United States Constitution was specifically designed to prohibit this very thing from happening. We, the people, have ignorantly allowed federal agencies of the executive branch to be modern-day conquerors, gobbling up our land and resources and inserting themselves into every facet of our lives. Our homes, our schools, our churches, our jobs, our industries, our manufacturing industries, our housing industries, our agricultural industries, our mineral industries, our financial industries. Everywhere there is wealth, they seek to control and take. They will not stop expanding and growing on their own. They will not limit themselves because they do not produce a product. In order for them to survive and gain and grow, they must take from the people who produce a product. The judicial branch of government, the courts and the judges, have not been an effective check and balance to these agencies for over 60 years, giving them a free pass to prey upon the wealth of the American people. U.S. Congress has tried to stop them twice in the last decade by defunding them. We saw through this that the executive agencies are too powerful for even the United States Congress to limit. So how did people come to know about the Bundy family, my family? Well, in April 2014, the BLM joined forces with 4 other federal agencies to enforce their unlawful trespass and destroy our ranch. They set up a massive military-like compound on the range. With 200 hired guns, mercenaries, they surrounded our ranch and put it under siege. They began to brutally round up our cattle with helicopters, running them to death, shooting them from the air, and leaving the newborn calves out on the range to thirst to death or to be eaten by coyotes. The dead cattle were dumped into mass graves dug by federal backhoes. They also began destroying the water infrastructure that had been established over 100 years ago. Our family was threatened by BLM personnel that said, if we resisted in any way, this would be another Waco or Ruby Ridge. Knowing beforehand the abuses that they were about to cause would bring public outcry, the BLM built 2 First Amendment areas in non-conspicuous places and threatened the public with arrest and federal charges if anyone protests outside these areas. Our family, friends, and other local people began to protest first. They insisted not to have their First Amendment rights corralled and refused to protest in these remote, designated areas. With hired snipers on the hills, federal agents began to gang beat protesters for filming their abusive actions. For several days, they body slammed us to the asphalt, sicked dogs on us, tased us, and threatened to open fire on us for protesting on what they said was their property, even standing next to State Highway 170 with guns to our heads and our children's heads. Federal agents said that the road belonged to the state, but the earth under it belonged to them. Much of this abuse was caught on video and was posted on the internet. Within hours, millions had viewed the gross actions of these federal agencies. People from all over the United States began flowing to the ranch. That Saturday, thousands had assembled and demanded the Clark County Sheriff Department and the state governor to do their jobs in protecting the people from out-of-control federal agencies. The Clark County Sheriff's Department finally stepped in and ended the abuse. All federal agents left the area within an hour, and the surviving cattle were brought back to the ranch to be doctored or turned out on the range, and then we went back to ranching. This infuriated the bureaucrats, people such as Harry Reid, who has personally made millions off of land deals with the Bureau of Land Management, publicly came out against our family and the people that stood up to them, calling us domestic terrorists, threatening that this was not over. Many of us wore name tags that read, "Hi, my name is so-and-so, and I'm a domestic terrorist." Great-grandmothers, little children, and everyone in between wore them proudly. Since then, federal agencies have mounted a continual media campaign to demonize my family and those that stood against their horrific actions. In defense, we've had to respond by publishing the truth. My mother, sisters, and many of our friends and family have done the best we could to stop them from controlling the narrative. We knew that if they could change the public sentiment, they would once again justify forceful action against us. In an effort to make sure that this did not happen to any more families in Nevada, in early 2015, my family, along with several state representatives, entered a bill into the Nevada legislature. This bill would end the federal land grabs in the state and force the federal government to follow the Constitution to control land inside the state. Bill AB 408. It was the most publicly supported bill in the Nevada history. Despite its popularity, bureaucrats united together from within and changed the text of the bill right before it was voted on. The new text gave them more power rather than take it away. It was a full array of politics at its finest. On the last day of the House votes, we had to kill our own bill. Hoping that Nevada legislatures would stand up to federal agencies and protect families like ours, we left Carson City with our heads hanging low and went back to ranching, working, and raising children. Before I go on, I need to say that even though our family is suffering great pain and sorrow right now, we do not hate or harbor anger for anyone. We pray daily and diligently for those who have and continue to harm us. We love the Lord Jesus Christ and desire in the end for all of us, even those that have spitefully put us in these jails, to find peace and happiness through His forgiveness and example. Through these great tribulations, we have strived to follow the Lord and do only as He has asked. Now let me go on. Now let me go on. Towards the end of 2015, many became aware of another ranching family in Oregon, the Hammonds, where the father, Dwight, 74, and the son, Stephen, 43, had been put in prison for resisting federal agencies of the executive branch in taking their lands. The abuse to this family over 2 decades is terrible. Federal agencies of the executive branch teamed together and have taken their water rights, destroyed much of their ranch, restricted use of private property and access to it. Through the courts, they have taken hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines, forced them to sign that they would only sell their ranch to the BLM, and put them in prison the second time for doing maintenance on their ranch without a permit from the Bureau of Land Management. All of this was done inside the state of Oregon on private property or land that federal agencies do not have constituted authority to administrate. These same tactics are being used to take established property rights all over the United States. The EPA, an agency of the executive branch, is using the same playbook in the eastern states. Before federal agencies diminished ranching and destroyed logging in Harney County, where the Hammonds live, the county had the highest family incomes in the state of Oregon. Now families in Harney County struggle with the lowest incomes in the state. Over the last 30 years, Harney County has consistently declined in incomes, population, and jobs because of the federal government's overtake of the land and resources. The best hope of employment anyone has now in Harney County is working for a federal agency of the executive branch, the BLM, Forest Service, or Fish and Wildlife. Government employment tallies at 58% of Harney County income. This percent does not include those on government assistance. Together, approximately 70% of Harney County residents depend on the government for their living. The remaining minority, the producers, are choking from forceful regulation and live in fear of retaliation if they speak out. Those that do speak out against the federal agencies, like the Hammonds, are targeted, demonized, their lands are taken, they are prosecuted and thrown in prisons. What has happened to us, the Hammonds, and the people of Harney County is a type and a shadow of what is happening to our entire country. We must stop federal agencies of the executive branch from taking over and controlling the producing class. Federal agents have shown they are willing to destroy entire state and county economies and put the American people in prison to protect, increase, and justify their gain and control. It is rapidly coming down to federal agencies gaining control over the American working class. And these federal agencies of the executive branch have been building up heavy military forces to make sure their projects of ambition are not limited. Look at what they put us in jail for: conspiracy to impede a federal officer's duties. Or in other words, resisting them from doing what they want to do. Federal agencies have conspired for years in impeding the jobs and taking the incomes of the American working class, diminishing states, counties, and destroying more incomes and livelihoods than any other people in the history of this country. When someone finally stands up and says no more, when that person says to federal agencies, your duties are unlawfully destroying our livelihoods and destroying our states, our counties, our future, and our children's future. When this message becomes loud enough that people take notice, federal mercenaries hired by agencies of the executive branch move in, shoot and arrest the messengers, and drive fear into anyone that might stand up. Federal agencies of the executive branch are willing to kill and destroy families to protect their ambitions to get gain. Just ask the Finnecum family or the 26 Bundy children with their fathers locked up, if I speak the truth. No moral principle, tradition, heritage, livelihood, or way of life, or life itself appears to be more important than their ambitions to get gain. Produce nothing, take everything. Modern-day robbers. In my 40 years, I have seen a stomach full of my hard-working neighbors lose their homes, incomes, heritage, and freedoms at the hands of these wool-covered predators. Often I ask myself, what is to be done? What are we to do? How can we allow this to continue? Do people care about what is happening to our country? Seeing directly what federal agencies did to the Hammonds and to the citizens of Harney County, experiencing firsthand at the Bundy Ranch how federal agencies are willing to kill everyday American men and women to keep themselves in power. If the Lord did not protect so many people to come and show up at the Bundy Ranch, I am certain that federal agents would have taken our lives. Something had to be done. How could we pass these gross and growing deteriorations of rights and liberties over to our children? What would be left by the time they are raising their children? Feeling a providential urge, a love for my neighbors, and a great concern for my country, I used the public connections made during the Bundy Ranch to inform everyone I could about the abuses to the Hammond family and how adverse federal agencies have taken over and destroyed the economy in Harney County. Many, including myself, began to petition the county and state representatives to do their duty and protect the liberties and pursuit of happiness of the people in the county. All of this fell on deaf ears. The elected representatives did not even respond to one of our emails. We know they received thousands. We learned later that the FBI, an agency of the executive branch, contacted the sheriff, state and county representatives, and directed them not to respond to the people's petitions. This lack of response created an extreme environment of frustration with the people. No matter what the people did, even after filing an official notice of redress of grievance, the representatives would not respond. It is my belief that if the FBI would have stayed out of it, elected representatives would have responded and taken a lead. This would have ended the mass frustration, and the people would have gotten behind their representatives with major support, satisfying any need for the people to act on their own. The entire protest at the Wildlife Refuge could have been avoided if the FBI would have stayed out of the way of our republic form of government. But then again, the FBI could not justify their jobs or have a reason to play with their war toys if the American system of government was allowed to work properly. This reminds me of a John F. Kennedy quote: "Those who make peaceful revolutions impossible make violent revolutions inevitable." The Hammond case was setting a very dangerous precedent in federal court. The abuse has been too great to turn a blind eye. The elected representatives were ignoring the people. What were we to do? Feeling inspired to do so, on January 2nd, less than an hour before the rally in support of the Hammond, I proposed to a group of people, including a sheriff deputy, that we need to do more to bring attention to the abuses and to educate the American people of their rights. I shared how I felt and expressed that we should use adverse possession law to reverse the actions of these federal agencies and give the land that has been stolen back to the people of the county. This was legal, beneficial to the people, and would bring a lot of media exposure to these abuses. With a majority in agreement, we took residents of a federally controlled wildlife refuge 30 miles outside of town. To create this refuge, over 100 ranching families lost their ranches, homes, their lands to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, another agency of the executive branch. As U.S. adverse possession law requires, we changed the name of the refuge to the Harney County Resource Center, changed the signs, including the vehicles and equipment, contacted the utility companies, flew the American flag high, opened the post office address, and created a land registry to adjudicate the parcels back to the people of Harney County. Oh, and meanwhile, we attracted international media attention that had no idea what adverse possession was. At times it was quite comical watching the controlled mainstream media who had free access to roam the facilities, talking to us openly through each day, and then reporting how we were somehow dangerous armed militants. We shook our heads over this many times. In just a couple of weeks, we attracted over 1,000 visitors, men, women, and children. Even elementary students came to the center to do homework reports on the events. The local people began supplying all our food, supporting us financially, and took care of us well. They also shared their horror stories of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the BLM, and the Forest Service actions over the past several decades. Out of our many visitors, hundreds attended our seminars on property rights, including state representatives from 5 different western states. These people were taking the message back to their hometowns and organizing community meetings for us to attend. Meanwhile, the FBI, need I remind you, an agency of the executive branch, took over the high school, county buildings, and downtown Burns, and the airport, terrorizing the local people, trying to scare them into believing that their force was necessary to protect them against us. As time went on, the local people started to see through this. The FBI knew they had to act quickly to end our education on what federal agencies of the executive branch have been doing to the American people. Emails from government officials read, "The virus is spreading," indicating that our message was too effective and must be stopped. January 26th, on the way to a community meeting in Grant County, Oregon, the FBI and Oregon State Police ambushed us and opened fire without cause, shooting my brother Ryan and killing our friend and fellow Arizona rancher, Lavoy Finicum. They shot him multiple times in the back with his hands in the air. The FBI tried to cover up their participation by denying that they shot and hiding the bullet casings. If we would not have filmed the attack, they would have got away with it. Never did we hold a gun or show any type of threat to them. We were carrying laptops, projectors, and a PA system, planning on having another effective meeting with the people of Grant County, including the sheriff. We were invited to meetings like this every day that week. Our schedule was filling up. With millions of dollars, thousands of federal agents, control of the main media, federal agencies were still not able to suppress the truth. So they resolved to use force, much like a big bully, who is not intelligent enough to convince people to follow him, so he just beats them up if they don't. Our message is one of freedom and choice. Their message is of coercion and force. With my brother Ryan and I arrested and others, the FBI went on a massive witch hunt, arresting people from all over the United States. Many had nothing to do with Oregon, but were in support in 2014. I suppose they thought this was their chance to completely destroy any opposition to their ambitious agenda. My father, a 70-year-old man, was met with 30 or so FBI operators in the airport. He was on his way to visit my brother and I. My brother Dave, they tactically converged on him while he was unloading lumber for the house he is building. Over 40 agents with assault rifles and full tactical gear in the little town of Delta, Utah, shooting flashbangs at him, one of the most reserved, kindest men I know. My brother Mel was in Arizona when they converged on him, now with the men of the Bundy family locked away in prison cells, charged with pretend offenses. The Bundy women are left to tend for our children and our livelihoods, including the ranch. Meanwhile, federal agencies of the executive branch are making plans once again to take our homes, the ranch, remove the cattle, sell them for their profit, destroy the water infrastructure, and take all our assets of value. This would force my mother, our wives, and children out of our homes with nothing to our names. Meanwhile, we the providers and protectors are locked away, facing vindictive charges that if convicted could put us in prison for the rest of our lives. We never once hurt anybody, threatened anybody, or used force in any way. We simply stood for our rights and the rights of our neighbors. Adding salt to our wounds, the extreme environmental group that called themselves the Center for Biological Diversity, that has worked hand in hand for several years with the BLM, Forest Service, and other federal agencies, had the audacity to go to my mother at the ranch and offer to buy our century-old family grazing rights for next to nothing. They indicated that they would offer us some money before they took them from us. My mother kindly asked them to leave. They have followed up by phone and continue to harass her. At the beginning of this, I asked you to judge us, to form an informed conclusion in your mind if we were justified to stand for our rights. Time will only allow me to express the 100th part of what has happened to us. However, before making that judgment, consider a couple more points. Time will only allow me to express the 100th part of what has happened to us. However, before making that judgment, consider a couple more points. Our founding fathers principally understood and documented clearly that the central government, the federal government, has very limited power, especially inside the state, and particularly in controlling land and resources inside the state. The founders made detailed statements about their intent when they drafted the Constitution. These statements are known as the Federalist and Anti-Federalist Papers. Federalist page number 45, pages 292 and 93 reads, "The powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to the federal government are few and defined. Those which are to remain in the state government are numerous and undefined. The powers reserved to the several states will extend to all objects which in ordinary course of affairs concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people, and the eternal order, improvement, and prosperity of the states." Federal agencies, in direct opposition to the founders' intent, are claiming over 51% of the lands in the western states, approximately 600 million acres, and 72% of the subsurface mineral rights. It is estimated that the West has more mineral concentration than anywhere else in the world. It is no wonder why these federal agencies of the executive branch are building up standing armies and are willing to kill their own people for it. By ignoring the constitutional limitations on the federal government, people are being abused. The land and resources in the states are being held and sold for federal profit, and the people are left begging for the crumbs, just as the founders predicted would happen if the states lost their gallant patriotism and stopped enforcing the limitations on the central government. Unfortunately, the state cannot properly protect the people without the taxes from the land and resources. The people cannot put food on their table, clothe themselves, or build their homes without the land and the resources. and federal agencies cannot sustain themselves or continue to build their standing armies or manipulate the states, counties, and people through welfare, contracts, and grants without the profits from the land and the resources. All wealth and power derives from the land and the resources. Everything we eat, live in, wear, use, need, or find physical comfort from comes from the earth. Control the land and the resources, and you control the people. To protect the people from the evil designs of men who would use government to gain ultimate power, our founders limited the amount of land and resources our government may control. These limitations are found in the powers granted to the federal government through the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. See Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Our family ranch was put under siege by an army of federal agents, 200 hired mercenaries. Our lives were openly threatened, at gunpoint, for many days in a row. Our cattle were run to death by helicopters, shot from the ground and the air, then buried in mass graves right in front of us. Our century-old water infrastructure was being destroyed by federal backhoes. We were body slammed to the asphalt, tased, gang beaten, detained, and interrogated, and had dogs sicked on us. Our children multiple times had the red dots of hired snipers on their little bodies. The Hammond family and thousands of others across the western states have had their land stolen, water rights taken, and experienced a full list of similar abuses by these federal agencies of the executive branch. Agents of the executive branch claim to have legal, unlimited authority to abuse the people and control the land and resources. We, the people, are in danger. The Constitution prohibits their actions. Everything that is American is against it. The United States is not a communist form of government where the government owns and controls everything. This is against our founding principles, and our founders made it against our laws. The only way they have gotten away with it is because the Department of Justice, an agency of the executive branch. Yes, the Department of Justice is another agency of the executive branch, not the judicial branch. The largest legal team ever known to man, with over 7,000 U.S. attorneys, with unlimited budgets, assistance, support, and resources, all paid for by the American people. They have deceitfully and forcefully, through the courts, shoved down the throats of the American people that agencies of the executive branch have no limit, and that the Constitution does not apply to them. They have destroyed federalism and infiltrated our checks and balances, all in an effort to centralize power, to funnel it into one body so they can control it for their own gain. The only state for power, especially the land and the resources, is to distribute it into millions of people's hands all across this great country, from sea to shining sea, allowing each person to live in liberty while enjoying the benefits of the increase of the earth through the law of the harvest. Land and resources equals power. It is what all ancient and modern conquerors desire. The land and resources must not fall into the hands of a small group of people. It must not be centralized or nationalized. Our food, water, homes, clothing, transportation, our communication, everything that sustains us and everything that we find physical comfort from hangs at risk if the heads of these federal agencies obtain their ultimate objective. Control the food, water, air, lumber, iron, and other resources. Control the use of the earth, and you have obtained ultimate power over the people. Never was this just about some cattle running in the desert, or just about some poor rancher trying to hold on to his way of life. This is about God and country, about standing so the bad does not overcome the good. This is about each individual, about you, your children, and your grandchildren. This is about food on your table, about having a home to put a table in. This is about agency to choose, about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for many generations to come. This is about freedom. Or maybe, just maybe, the horrible pains of being kept from our families for this long has driven us insane. You be the judge. I know the Lord has protected us and kept us from falling into despair. I know He loves us, and in time I am certain that He will allow us to go home and have that so desired reunion with our little families and all the others we love so very much. Thank you for listening. Ammon Bundy.
Sheriff, this is what we the people are asking this morning. Disarm the Park Service.
We're facing the decision to either get the cattle or be the cattle.
But we're staying here until they're done.
We want those arms picked up, don't we?
The crowd is now moving forward toward the barrier. The police have been telling everybody they are going to shoot if we don't move back.
As we approach the one-year anniversary of the standoff at the Bundy Ranch, I want to take another look at what happened, especially in light of the lies and slander from media like Glenn Beck and the dangerous characterization by Obama, Harry Reid, Homeland Security, that labeled the community standing together against brutality as domestic terrorists. On April 7, 2014, Paul Joseph Watson wrote an article, Armed Feds Prepare for Showdown with Nevada Cattle Rancher, with the subtitle, Ruby Ridge-Style Standoff Brewing, as Bundy says he's prepared to be killed. The property rights dispute had been going on for decades, but now things were beginning to come to a head. Hundreds of federal officials, aided by helicopters, low-flying aircraft, hired cowboys, began rounding up Bundy's cattle the preceding weekend as Bundy accused them of trespassing. And as supporters from the local community and protesters headed to the area to demand that the feds back off, the BLM had created a First Amendment area out in the middle of nowhere where demonstrators could voice their concerns, but nowhere else. This area right here, this small area here, was cordoned off with orange temporary light construction barriers marked for free speech zone. It just shows you how quickly your free speech zones can disappear when you allow them to be contained to a very small area. It's gone. But we're here and we want to tell the BLM something about how upset we are with what's going on here, but there's no government agency here to listen to us. That's the whole reason you don't confine people to remote areas from what's happening. Not only had the federal agents been confiscating Bundy's cattle, they had also set up agents with sniper rifles, pointed at the ranchers, pointed at the protesters. The crowd had been building throughout the week, and on Saturday there was a huge crowd. To defuse it, the sheriff came in the morning to address the crowd and tell them that the powers that be had graciously consented to allow the last rancher remaining in business in the area to continue grazing. Never mind that he had had most of his cattle rustled by the army of BLM contractors for the past several weeks.
With that being said, I believe a press release has already been put forth that the BLM is going to cease this operation. The Gold Butte allotment will be reopened to the public.
Much to the surprise of the sheriff, Bundy said that wasn't good enough.
Sheriff, this is what we the people are asking this morning. Disarm the Park Service.
Right. Yeah.
At Lakemead and Red Rock Park and all other parks that the federal government claims they have jurisdiction over.
Yeah.
Take your county bulldozers and loaders and tear down the entrance places, where they ticket us and where they enter us and make us citizens pay their fees. You take down you get the county equipment out there and tear those things down this morning.
Yes, sir.
What they wanted was for him to exercise his authority as the only lawful law enforcement in the area and to disarm the BLM agents and contractors who had been pointing their sniper rifles at the protesters and ranchers, confiscate their weapons, tell them to leave the area, and then stack the weapons on stage. Bundy gave him 1 hour to do so. At the end of the time limit, Bundy announced that it looked like the sheriff wasn't going to do anything. No one was surprised. But what did surprise us, and surprise the Federals, was his announcement.
I guess he's not coming, so I guess we had presents. We thought we had a sheriff here, but evidently we don't have a sheriff here. We're going to go and take the rest of them out of the compound grills up here above the freeway.
I was one of the first ones to get down to the area where the standoff would occur.
Okay, people are now moving. They stopped for prayer.
They had vehicles, they had guns that were pointing at us, and they had shields. And they had a loudspeaker that was announcing that they would shoot if we did not leave the area. The only mainstream media that was in attendance was one cameraman from Fox News. He desperately wanted to get over to the BLM and interview them, but he was scared to death, as you can see in this video, that they were going to shoot him. He kept announcing that he was with Fox News. He pulled up his shirt to show that he wasn't armed. They kept telling him to go back. They did not want him to come to interview them. They were in a fighting stance. They had 80 different cars, each of them with just one BLM agent.
Now, it's a standoff. I've got a count of 107 vehicles.
107, okay.
Going on the road.
That's
And, the thing of it is all 107 of those vehicles were armed with armed army.
Yes.
That always fascinated me. Why would the State Highway Patrol allow an army like that onto their highway, and then why would that army be able to pass through the city of Mesquite without any resistance, through the state of Arizona without any resistance, through the port of entry into Utah without any resistance, and that army disappeared in the state of Utah? And not one media, no question. That army went across the United States without one question asked.
An army of BLM agents, 107 cars of armed men. This is exactly what the Posse Comitatus Act prohibits. It's not just a prohibition of the military being used for law enforcement. Understand that Posse Comitatus is Latin for power of the community. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibits the president from usurping the true Posse Comitatus, the true power of the community, with his own posse of armed federal agents. There were clear distinctions, too, from Ferguson and other places where we've seen protests about a government that's out of control. In Ferguson, businesses in the community were destroyed and burned. As InfoWars has pointed out, in Ferguson, these looters were coming from outside of the community. They were not the core protesters. And of course, the same thing could have happened at Bundy Ranch. I believe the reason that it didn't was because the militia threw out people who were dangerous or provocateurs. People like Jared Miller, who later shot 2 cops in Vegas. But rather than give the militia credit for expelling people like Jared Miller, the media used it to demonize them. Another difference about the Bundy Ranch was that there was a clear, achievable objective. The people were peaceful, but they were determined.
The police have been telling everybody they're going to shoot if we don't move back. People are moving forward with their hands in the air, holding flags with both hands in the air. It's a mixture of people on foot, as you can see, people on foot, and cowboys.
They decided they're going to hold those hands, but it's only going to be Bundy and his son.
No, that's it. It's the people or not. You got to lead. You need to lead. And that's the time you need to de-escalate the situation. I'm going to
we're staying here until I get on. That's what we're doing.
Promise they won't run me in my car.
Whatever you tell us to do, as long as it's not compromised the mission, we will do it.
All I ask you to do is just hang tight.
So where we're at?
Yes.
This is 1776.
No, it's not. That's right. What happened? What we call the Boston Massacre was an angry mob. You call them a bunch of drunk rowdies. It's just like guys that like barroom brawls. So just love being in a fight. There's guys like that. They're belligerent. They'll fight anybody.
We were misrepresented by powerful voices.
So these people who hold themselves out to be patriots are not. They're nothing more than domestic terrorists.
We rode over there. We didn't come charging, guns blazing. We were not armed. There were a couple of cowboys that had rifles in their boots, their saddle boots. There was 1 or 2 riders that may have had a sidearm on their persons. None of them drew them from their scabbards. from under the boots.
I know Glenn Beck wasn't there, but he can see from the videos taken by the people who were there that nearly all of the people at the standoff were not armed, and those that were had them holstered. Even as the bureaucrats, all of whom were armed, pointed weapons and threatened to shoot. People with no guns in their hands, marching in defiance to troops threatening to shoot them. That was in the spirit of Gandhi and Martin Luther King. But let us not forget that it was Gandhi who said, among the many misdeeds of the British rule in India, history will look upon the act of depriving a whole nation of arms as the blackest. Whether or not you agree with Clive Bundy's position on his grazing rights, everyone should be appalled at the conduct of the BLM, its agents, and its hired contractors. Free speech containment areas, government snipers pointed at protesters and ranchers for weeks, violent, brutal confrontations with peaceful protesters, all manifestations of a government that is dangerously out of control. The Bundy standoff wasn't just a news event. What we saw with the showdown was that there are still Americans that won't be treated like slaves. There are still Americans that will stand with their neighbors against an army of federal bureaucrats and contractors that threaten and brutalize them. What we covered in the rural West was a government out of control and acting provocatively, as we would see again in just a couple of months in Ferguson. Unlike Ferguson, the crowd would not turn into a mob attacking its neighbors, burning their businesses. The community stood together with each other resolutely and in a determined way made it clear that they were not looking for a fight, but they weren't going to back down either. What the Bundy family and their neighbors demonstrated to the nation was that power truly lies with the community, and that when the community stands together, neighbor with neighbor, against a violent and brutal government, the thugs will back down and slink away. Unlike Glenn Beck and Obama, Thomas Jefferson would have approved of what happened in the Bundy Ranch standoff. He wrote in 1787, "What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that its people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms." For InfoWars Nightly News, I'm David Knight.
Hi, I'm Alex Jones. Most of you know me as syndicated radio host and documentary filmmaker. When I got on air 20 years ago, I was only 21 years old. And if you go back 20 years ago, I weighed 180 pounds, I jogged 6 miles every other day, I lift weights 5 days a week, I could swim 2-3 miles. Then I discovered the New World Order, the globalists, their agenda. I started an access television show. Shortly after that, I was able to get a little radio show. I was so dedicated to my work and hanging around with radio guys that I began drinking. I began smoking cigars and then even cigarettes. I transformed from looking like a white Bruce Lee to looking like a Jabba the Hutt. It was my friend Tommy Pilata, a film producer. He said, "Alex, you're killing yourself not caring about your body. You're going to end up having a heart attack when you're 50 years old. You got to stop." And so I began a journey 5 years ago to shed the almost 100 pounds. The first 3 years, I lost about 25 pounds. It was super hard. I started taking Super Male Vitality and saw dramatic results in just a few weeks. When I added to the mix the key products developed by Dr. Group for InfoWarsLife.com, the results were incredible. The problem was, though, I'd never been a vitamin and mineral and supplement taker before, so I kept forgetting to do it. Just a month and a half ago, I asked the crew to take a photo of me in the same lighting to see what I could do in just a month and a half by taking the Oxy powder, by taking the Survival Shield X2, and the other InfoWarsLife.com products to see if it accelerated it. And it did. This is what happened in just 45 days. We took this photo back there in the back office, and I'd already lost a lot of weight, but I lost another 6 pounds with the Oxy powder and the other products in InfoWarsLife.com. And this photo was just taken a few days ago. And it wasn't just the acceleration of the weight loss. My muscle mass increased along with my stamina and overall energy and libido. Take the InfoWarsLife.com challenge today and transform your body. I'm getting back to where I was 20 years ago. We've got to get our temple straight before we can go out and fight the globalists, and that's what these products have helped me do. Check them out today at InfoWarsLife.com or give our crew a call. They can answer all your questions or tell you about any of the specials at 888-253-3139. Today is the day to take the InfoWarsLife.com challenge and to secure your bottle of super male or super female vitality.
Today's Constitution Day, and a few years ago I wrote an essay about Constitution Day, and I asked the question, is this a day of mourning or a day of celebration for the Constitution and the relentless assault? And one of the writer online actually said the Constitution is dead. This has been shot in the face by a shotgun. It's DRT, dead right there. And he's got a point. This government is wildly outside of the Constitution, and so is every level of government, all the way down to your local town council. Mr. DeWeese has already pointed out, and others across the country pointed out before, they're all outside the bounds. But when asked that question, I say no, the Constitution still lives because it still lives inside of our hearts. And all those of us who have sworn the oath to support and defend the Constitution, whether military service like I did, or whether the sheriffs, like good sheriffs are here today, or chiefs of police, we all took an oath to support and defend it. And as long as we still draw breath, the Republic still lives inside of us. So that's my answer to that. But we do need to understand reality and face the reality that we are in an uphill fight, and it is so wildly outside the bounds that at any time we could have another election in green. It could happen any day. And in the aftermath of the Bundy Ranch, I read some analysis by so-called intelligence centers in the counterterrorism intelligence centers in Nevada was one of them, and other places across the country that apparently don't get it. Here's why you had veterans from all over the country jumping in their trucks as individuals, not just oath keepers and other groups. We were there too. But there were plenty of guys who all on their own just look at saw what's going on and grabbed their rifle, grabbed their go bag, and jumped in their truck. And why? They told us why when we were there. It was the presence of military snipers, trained special forces snipers that they knew were on the other side, pointing their sniper rifles at a ranching family. That was the number one reason why they rolled out. It was because our government was treating that ranching family with less respect than they would treat someone in Iraq or Afghanistan, where they're still trying to win the hearts and minds. The attitude of the government in this case was, we don't care about winning your hearts and minds, we're going to show you who's boss. Here comes the boot on the back of your neck, and it's wearing a special forces foot inside that boot. That's why. And on our side, and here's the message I have for the federal law enforcement that were there, you need to understand how close you were. It was not going to be a Waco, where it's going to be you, well-trained professionals, against untrained men, women, and children in a church. It was going to be you against other well-trained American fighters. There was one Marshal Marine who was there who rolled up, knowing the news was going to show up. He shows up. He just got out of the Marine Corps. 300 kills in Afghanistan behind the 338 Lapua sniper rifle. And he ran into a young Marine who driven down by himself from Oregon, who happened to have a 338 Lapua. The Marshal Marine couldn't afford to own a privately owned 338 Lapua sniper rifle. But when the other Marine veteran found out who this guy was, he said, "This is yours. You take it. Give me your M4." They swapped rifles. So now you had a Marshal Marine who knew what he was doing on the other side of the scope, looking at those Special Forces veteran snipers. It was going to be sheepdog on sheepdog bloodbath that day. And why? Because those other oath takers had forgotten their oath. And they had agreed to take the money and go serve as the muscle to treat their own people like an occupied enemy nation. And it's a mirror image. You're going to get what you give. We're going to give you back what you give us. If you deploy the military against us, you will see on the other side guys just like you looking right back at you. And it's the same deal up in New York with the SAFE Act. Same message there to the police of New York. It's like, look guys, it's not the responsibility of the people to bend the knee and submit to an unconstitutional edict from Governor Cuomo and the legislature. You can't tell them, all these oath-sworn veterans, many of whom left brothers on the battlefield, you cannot tell them that in order to avoid violence here at home, you must submit. Bend the knee to the king. Bend the knee and bend your children's knees too. It's not their responsibility to avoid violence, to avoid sheepdog on sheepdog in New York. The responsibility is on the police, the sheriffs, and the deputies of New York to do what's right and refuse to obey those unlawful orders. That is the responsibility. That's the check. That's the safety valve. It's not in submission. It's in devotion and duty of you, the men who are called to act against us, to do what's right and refuse. As long as you refuse, they can't do it without you. You know that. So I had the privilege of riding over here in the car with Sheriff Crepinelli and his wife and kids. Also here is Danny Pyman, an awesome sheriff in Kentucky, who came to Bundy Ranch with us. And that's another good point, as Mr. Pratt was saying earlier. You had Brad Rogers there. He came on our behalf. You had Sheriff Pyman from Kentucky. We also had Jeb Christopher from Delaware show up also. So if we're a bunch of radical, anti-government, crazy cop killers, why were there police officers standing right there with us? It's because we're all in this together. It doesn't matter whether you're a cop or a soldier or what your status is. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and it's what we always defend together. If we defend it together, we can avoid bloodshed here at home. But if we allow our police to militarize and turn into an occupying army, or we allow our military to be used here at home domestically against the people, there will be another fight. And there should be. The founders would roll over in their graves, look at us and think, you're going to submit without a fight? Of course there'll be a fight. Just as there was a fight in their day. Just as there was a fight on Iwo Jima and Normandy. We will fight if we have to. But if you do what's right, if you understand your oath, and if you simply respect and obey the Constitution, we don't have to go there. But don't fool yourselves. Don't listen to this other party lost and other nonsense that, oh, we can't tell why they went down there. There's all kinds of crazy crackpot theories. No. It was snipers. It was militarized contractors looking like they just came out of Afghanistan or Iraq. And it was the violation, plain violation of the First Amendment, of the big reason why guys showed up. Those ridiculous First Amendment areas where they're told you can have free speech inside this box. Of course, everyone ignored them. All the cowboys there, to their credit, ignored that nonsense. They said, we're not going to comply with that. But that ticked off a lot of veterans. Because they said, what am I fighting for? What did I go and fight for? And one more message for the feds out there. I want you to take a good hard look at who showed up. I want you to think about, number one, how many Marines showed up. Now, I was Army Airborne, and I'm very proud of that, but I'll tell you what, you got to give credit where credit's due. The Marines showed up en masse. There were more than any other veteran group out there was Marine Corps at Bundy Ranch. And don't think, you feds out there, don't think that the guys who just got out are much different than the guys who are still in. They're of the same mindset. And this is the politicians and your would-be dictators in Washington, D.C., this is what they're worried about. And they should be worried about it. They have to worry that if they go too hard, they drop the hammer too blatantly on Americans like Bundy Ranch, that the Marine Corps will flip on them. And I think it would. And same goes for the closest tip of the spear in the Army, Army Airborne, your Special Forces, your Navy SEALs, all those groups out there. The more hardcore they are as warriors, the more likely they are to look at something like that and say, that's it, I'm done, and join resistance. And so that's why they are careful about what they do. It's not out of charity or concern for your lives that they don't drop the hammer. As we found later on, they were actually considering a military strike at Bundy Ranch. Can you believe that? Washington Times reported it, they were considering using military forces by the ranch. Thankfully, they did not. Because if they had, that would have kicked off the Civil War in this country. It would have. We don't want that. But the way to avoid it, once again, is for those who are in the positions of enforcement, whether they're federal, state, whether they're in the military, they must refuse to be the muscle for idiots like Cuomo or Obama or Holder who don't understand warfare. Do not open the door on U.S. soil to sheepdog and sheepdog violence. Don't do it. Thank you.
Could I speak to the supervisor? I have an important concern. I'm not bullshit. Could I speak to the supervisor? Sir? Could I speak with the supervisor? Stay with me, okay? Listen to me. You're looking bad I know that, guys! Listen to me. Stay with me. I've had family members fighting for this unit. I've had uncles died for this is America. That's fucked up! Listen to me, America. Listen, you get on the record. I want you to talk to me right now. Back up, okay? I want you to tell the American public what you just saw, dude, all right? I want you to tell them. What did you just say?
Enemy aggressors. This is the road I grew up on. This is the road I grew up on. 1359 Riverside Road, Highway 170, Nevada. And I just saw federal agents throw my aunt on the ground. I saw my cousin get tased 3 times. I saw him pull dogs and sick it on a pregnant woman. Right now, just now, it's happening as we speak. Listen. Because we had a couple questions. I got hit by multiple vehicles because I wanted a couple questions. They hit me with the mirrors. I got hit with that dump truck. This is America, and they are the aggressors. We're not the aggressors.
You know what, kid? Hey, can we stop? Sir, can we stop those vehicles right there? I'll back up. Hey, you know what? No. Your court order does not allow. Where is it? We're smelling a cattle. No BLM! No BLM! No BLM! No BLM! What are you doing with the backhoes? That's all we want to know. What are you doing with the backhoes? That's all we want to know, dude. Who's got the ARs? Who's got Bundy on this? I left my pocket knife at home. Who's got the guns? Comply, 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 comply with the order. Yes, sir. Comply with the order. Come here. Come here. Come with me. Come with me. Comply with their orders. You understand? That's when you get in trouble. Come with me. Come here. Huh? No, I know, but you have to. You don't open yourself up.
I don't fit. They gotta see my face.
You are one fucking person.
I'm on the road. Take the dirt. Road, go before us. Go that way. Chicken shit to hide around. Take the road. You got your little truck has to fly.
You need to leave now. We're done.
You're not done, dude. You're not done. Hey.
Get out of here.
You're done when we say you're done.
Losers. Get back to the hero.
We don't mean any harm, bro. We don't mean any harm. Oh, I was saying that. I don't mean any harm. I'm just recording your brutality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Who threw the warning?
Who threw it on the ground? No, it was Margaret. It was Margaret that said he threw it on the ground. He had cancer. She's been fighting cancer.
Get out of here! Get more safe! Get out of here!
Hold back, that's right, baby.
That's right! BLM! Go away! BLM! Go away! BLM! Go away! BLM! Go away!
Where's Margaret?
Margaret! Get over here and tell me what they did. Look at her. Look at her feet. Look at her hand. I have 11 children. I'm 57 years old, and they threw me to the dirt.
Why did they throw you?
I was saying, I'm taking pictures about getting in front of the vehicle and taking pictures.
Right.
I just said, get out of here, get out of here.
You did.
That's all I did.
And they said, you said, get out of the way?
I said, get out. No, they didn't say anything. I flew it down.
Are you okay?
No, I hurt. I mean, they scraped my knee.
Do you want me to call a medic? Let's get this
No,
documented.
look at this. And here.
Do you remember who did it to you?
No, I didn't see because it was like, I was like this. Okay. And they just tackled me.
I'm going to contact 911. You're going to get this documented.
Yes. Okay. They pushed me. She has cancer.
Is that what you just told me? You have cancer now?
I've been
Hold that microphone.
For 2 years on cancer. I just put my treatment in. And then into her throat. She had it in her throat, and they're throwing her down, choking her.
Hello, 911?
I was.
Hi, 911. We have a medical situation requiring EMS support at the Bundy Ranch. We had a member of the, I have the document, by the way, on the,
Tell them you're the reporter. They won't
on the reporter. Hello?
See, okay.
Are you there?
Up on you.
Hello? Could you send a medic for a medical situation at Bundy Ranch? This is on Riverside, correct? Are we on Riverside?
I'm not sure.
Excuse me? No, we're at exit 112. Right at the corner where it says Bundy Melons. I-15 to exit 112. Make a right on, I think it's Riverside. Come over the river. I-15 northbound. I-15 northbound. Exit 112, okay? You're going to make a right. And you will come all the way, just cross the river, and we're on the other side of the river, okay? We'll be here for you. 760 686 3852. Hello?
And then they come out, and I got in front of one truck, and I was up on, I was kind of up on the hood, and they were rolling, so I was just going back like this. Yeah, I was on the car. And I mean, I was there, they hit me, I come on this, I just followed it back, and then I stood up to the side, they that one let me go by. Then the next one came, and I just kind of stood in front of the side to take pictures, and I don't think I got any pictures, but, and then I kind of stood back, and I was just
crowd is now moving forward toward the barrier. The police have been telling everybody they're going to shoot if we don't move back. People are moving forward with their hands in the air, holding flags with both hands in the air. It's a mixture of people on foot, as you can see, people on foot, and cowboys.
With Metro, all right, push these people back up off the gate, push them back up off the gate, we're going to order them to release these towels, this is to me, we're going to order them again, no order them again, we're going to get it back on. That's right, you're right. I know, I get that. We're going to push them back off the gate right now. You two come with me, you can't go in this, you can't get this. We're going to work, but also keep us. Let's go. We'll make sure that we're not going to need some help if they decide that we're going to hold those pins, but I need, it's only going to be Bundy and his son.
No, that's it. It's the people or not. You guys need to leave. You need to leave. That's
every time you need to de-escalate the situation. I'm more than hungry.
controlled the mainstream media for a long time, but now they're expanding, making weaponization even more vicious and deceptive. All the major networks are state-run.
We are partnering this year with the NFL.
The NFL has become a political weapon against the Second Amendment and pushes Obamacare. MSNBC tells us that our children belong to the state.
We have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents, or kids belong to their families, and recognize that kids belong to whole communities.
The brainwashing media machine has been turned up on high, and it's time for humanity to double down on the true people's media and strike back against the tyrants that are destroying our civilization with their lies and fraud. We are the resistance. You are the resistance. You are the info war. It is more important than ever to realize that we are not the alternative media. We are the true media. The establishment dinosaur press is dying.
We are in an information war, and we are losing that war.
Join us at InfoWarsNews.com and PrisonPlanet.tv. Members can share their memberships with up to 11 people. By subscribing, you will literally be buying war bonds in the info war to expand our operation in the face of the tyrants. Join us at PrisonPlanet.tv.
Greetings, United States citizens. We are anonymous. This is an open message to all Occupy protesters or any protester for that matter. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the Anonymous Liberation Army. Our goal is to protect you, the people, from any government officials that would choose to violate your rights. We will begin by showing at large-scale protests where riot police would be called. We will be your offensive line so that you may protest where and when you want. You will no longer be beaten into submission or made to be caged for exercising your constitutional rights. If they try to block you from protesting or having your voices heard, then we will push them back. If they use force against you, then we will use force to defend you. No matter how peaceful your assembly may be, it seems that the police react with violence. They no longer work for the people but instead are bodyguards of the elite. This cannot continue if we the people seek to change this country. We believe, like many others, that the future our children will have is a future not worth having. The only reason Occupy was not successful the first time was because the media and the police kept our true voices from being heard. We stand here today to tell you that this will no longer happen. We will fulfill the promises of our founding fathers and we will defend you even at the cost of our own lives. We are inviting all able-bodied men and women alike to join us in defending the rights of others. This is a call to arms. The elite commit horrible crimes, and when we announce those crimes, then we are the ones who are put in prison. We no longer need career politicians in government, but instead we need people who have suffered at the hands of those same career politicians to be the ones representing the people. Therefore, we are also asking any individual that wishes to represent the people of the United States to stand up and make your voice heard. We encourage all activists and protesters to take to the streets and make your voices heard. The only way to hold these criminals accountable is to act now before it is too late. We no longer need to ask the government to stop taking our rights because they were never theirs to begin with. Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Millions of the United States, the time to act is now. We have stood idle for far too long, and now it's time to wake the sleeping giant.
Violence can be used for good.
Greetings, world. We are anonymous. Most of the world, the political left in particular, was blindsided by the results of the 2016 election. To say that some are having a hard time coming to terms with the words President Trump and what the next 4 to 8 years will bring would be an understatement. Those who told you that a Trump presidency was impossible were quick to remix their pre-election narratives, framing the Donald as something of a Hitler 2.0 and attempting to position themselves as leaders of a new resistance. self-reflection is still off the table. On the other end of the spectrum you have those who took Trump's promises at face value, and who actually believe he will make America great again, proclaiming the dawn of the new age of conservatism, as the stock market rose to record highs, before he actually took office. Both sides are utterly unprepared for what's coming. Let's just cut to the chase. Is Trump going to usher in a new era of prosperity and innovation, or is he going to be the one standing in the center ring when the circus tent comes down? Remember, some voted for Trump as a political Molotov cocktail. Trump is a businessman. You say, he's going to make things happen. Cut taxes, cut regulation, invest $1 trillion in infrastructure including a ginormous wall, punish companies that move factories overseas, rebuild the military, restore relations with Russia, start a trade war with China, and you know a new arms race would create jobs. There's a lot to unpack there, and those are debates worth having. However, much of this hinges on a variable that Trump doesn't control: the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has held interest rates near zero for close to a decade. They also engaged in quantitative easing from 2009 to 2014, accumulating $4.5 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities and treasury notes. They're still holding those assets, by the way. This inflated stock and bond market bubbles of historic proportions. When a friendly face is in the White House, crashes are typically attributed to a war, a terrorist attack, or some other external variable. For example, 9/11, which masked the unraveling of the tech bubble in 2001. The Trump administration, however, is an excuse in and of itself. Word is the Fed is leaning towards increasing interest rates aggressively in 2017, and may engage in any inflationary measures to offset Trump's infrastructure stimulus plans. That means that the flow of money and credit is about to be tightened. It also means the Fed is setting itself up for a showdown. If Trump plays by the rules, he will have to wait until 2018 to replace Janet Yellen. A lot can happen within that time frame. Trump's personality is a wild card. He's impulsive, he fights dirty, and he fights to win. He also happens to have a history with organized crime. If Trump goes to war with the Federal Reserve, this could get out of hand in ways that most can't even imagine, especially when geopolitics are factored in. As a result, the US dollar's position as the world reserve currency is going to be in play. Add to that backdrop a little social unrest on the domestic front. If recent history serves as any indicator, we can count on seeing some kind of racially charged flashpoint involving the police during the Trump administration, probably before 2017 is over. It's also fairly safe to say, given recent history, that some of these protests will turn violent and destructive. The trend has been towards escalation. Having Trump in charge will take this to a new level. Trump ran on a platform of law and order, and support for the police, which piggybacked on the perception that Obama was undermining law enforcement during his term, in spite of the fact that Obama greatly accelerated the militarization of the police. Just the belief that Trump has their back is going to influence the police response. They're going to be more confident, more aggressive, and if Trump offers even so much as a word of encouragement, they will go into full crackdown mode, which would of course throw gasoline on a fire. These tensions have the potential of spinning out of control, especially in the context of an economic downturn. And again, Trump's personality is a wild card. Trump is also about to inherit, thanks to Obama and Bush, the most extensive and technologically advanced surveillance apparatus the world has ever seen. Obama expanded the NSA's powers even after Trump won, by the way. The power to order extrajudicial assassinations anywhere in the world, and a military which has been authorized by the NDAA to detain anyone, anywhere, including U.S. citizens, indefinitely without trial. To top it off, Trump is filling his administration with former generals, some with combat and counterinsurgency experience. He has everything he needs to implement a full-fledged military dictatorship, and the left has no one to blame but themselves. Trump did not, however, start off on a good foot with the alphabet soup agencies. He has an enemy contingent in the deep state which wants to take him down, and has the means to do that. Replacing upper management won't be enough to neutralize this threat. These agencies have black budgets, and off-the-books programs that define accountability, and lots of experience toppling upstart regimes. Failure to rein them in could be fatal. The most important trap, however, will be on the geopolitical front. Years of backing Sunni jihadists in Syria failed to unseat Assad, and Trump has vowed to reverse U.S. policy. Israel was openly supporting the Sunni axis. They wanted a full frontal regime change in both Syria and Iran for many years, but the Obama administration tied their hands. Then Russia stepped in, tipped the balance, and the Shiite crescent not only survived, but grew stronger. Israeli/Sunni axis needs another path to war, so they're changing tack. On January 13, 2017, just 7 days from the inauguration, Israel bombed a Syrian government airport. This provides a glimpse of the years to come. Israel's strategy is simple: provoke Syria and or Iran until one of them retaliates, which would of course provide cover to take territory. Turkey is likely to make another move in Iraq and or Syria as well. Turkey has ambitions to expand its borders as well, while the Saudis continue knocking Yemen to rubble. With U.S. government support, Israel feels confident that Trump will defend them at all costs. Indeed, he has given this impression, but will he take the bait? Here Russia is a wild card. What happens if Russia moves quickly to provide Syria and Iran with the means of defending themselves? What happens when Putin and Netanyahu are competing for Trump's ear? With all the other variables in play, will Trump even have the means to influence the outcome in this region? Expect alliances in the Middle East to shift rapidly during the Trump years, with unexpected consequences. In particular, watch for a play on oil that undermines the petrodollar. Making America great again was never on the menu. Trump wasn't supposed to win. He was supposed to be the decoy. This was reality television does politics. Literally. The Democrats thought he was so bad that he would take attention off of Hillary's baggage. So the Clinton campaign pulled strings with their friends and media to help him in the primaries. We know this thanks to the John Podesta email leaks. We need to be elevating the Pied Piper candidates Trump, Cruz, Carson, so that they are leaders of the pack and tell the press to take them seriously. The DNC and their corporate media lackeys then worked to marginalize the Bernie Sanders campaign and used a secret agreement backed by leverage to prevent him from attacking Clinton. This was confirmed by the DNC email leaks. Oops, you can't unthrow a Molotov cocktail. So get your popcorn and buckle up. The show is about to begin.
I will build the wall and Mexico is going to pay for it and they'll be happy to pay for it.
I want to build a safe zone someplace in Syria. We have to get the Gulf states. They have nothing but money. We got to get them to fund it. We got to get them to put up the money.
I will take care of women. I promise I will never be in a bicycle race.
If I'm president, you're going to see Merry Christmas in the department stores.
I would knock the hell out of the oil areas. Would I approve waterboarding? You bet your ass. I will find the General Patton, or I will find General MacArthur. I will find the right guy.
My generals, by the way, they're not going on television, okay?
Renegotiate our foreign trade deals. I want surveillance of certain mosques, okay? I will absolutely take database on the people coming in from Syria, and if I win, I've made it known, if I win, they're going back. We have to rebuild our infrastructure, our bridges, our roadways, our airports. Reduce our $18 trillion in debt. We are going to save Social Security, repeal Obamacare, and replace it with something really, really great that works. End Common Core. I will take jobs back from China. I'll take jobs back from Japan. I'll take jobs back from Mexico. Sadly, the American dream is dead. But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dear future generations, that's an anonymous message for you. Be careful. You have been born in a world that is very hostile, sad, and full of misery and suffering. You live in a world where a network of greedy people and institutions are secretly ruling and exploiting the rest of us. You will be enslaved and mistreated in every possible way. The earth has become a human farm, and a network of elites are exploiting all of us. In this video, dear future generations, I would like to warn you about the dangers of the world you are living in. Although you will be billions of human beings sharing the planet, you will be ruled and exploited only by a few. Nowadays, only a handful of persons accumulate the same wealth that the rest of us. These people have destroyed our world and will control every aspect of your lives. They will steal your wealth, will persuade you to kill each other, will convince you to spend your little money in things you don't need, and will dumb you down to such an extent that you won't realize how you are being rooted by a few. That's the world where you have been born, and you, future generations, will become cattle like most of us, unless you listen to our advice. First thing we should warn you about, it's about yourself, about your human nature. We, humans, were irrational animals driven by instincts only a few 100,000 years ago. Although in the last stages of our evolution we developed a high intelligence, these instincts still play a strong influence over our behavior. Like animals, we are by nature tribal creatures, prone to not trust outsiders and get into conflict with them. We are territorial, we are possessive, we have strong ego, a huge sexual appetite, and all these instincts will make you prone to fight and compete with other fellow human beings. To prevent your animal nature from taking control of yourself, you'll need to meditate. You'll need to spend some time a day looking inwardly and becoming aware of yourself. Self-awareness is the only tool that will allow you to transcend your irrational animal nature and become an enlightened being. Dear future generations, unless you become aware of your own existence, chaos, suffering, and destruction will reign your lives. Another thing we should warn you about, it's the educational system. The school is the place where you will spend most of your life till you turn 18. The goal of this institution is to dumb you down. During your youth, you will feel curious about the world. You will ask yourself many questions, and you will have an insatiable craving for learning. You will have the potential to become an artist, a wise human being, but that is something the elites don't want you to become, and therefore, they will place you in the indoctrination system, where you will be kept busy, learning irrelevant things, to ensure that by the time you are an adult, you don't have a fucking clue of how the world works. You will be so ignorant that you won't even realize that you are being exploited before your eyes. So dear future generations, you will definitely be idiots if you only have learned what has been taught to you in the schools. Unless you do research by yourselves, you will be ignorant creatures who will destroy themselves.
But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears.
The third thing we should warn you about, it's the media programming. You will see that in the houses there are electronic devices transmitting moving images and all kinds of programs. You will soon realize that the people spend most of their times watching at these screens. Be careful, unless you want to become a cattle. Don't do like them. And no, I will tell you why. These devices are used by the elites to achieve basically 3 goals. The first one is to distract you. The TV is a great invention, very useful for the elites. since they can achieve to have all the population distracted, staring at a screen, entertained with a virtual reality, which will ensure that you don't pay attention to the real world. Your distraction gives the elites the chance to exploit you.
But you people sit there day after day, night after night, all ages, colors, creeds. We're all you know. You're beginning to believe the illusions we're spinning here. You're beginning to think that the tube is reality and that your own lives are unreal. You do whatever the tube tells you. You dress like the tube, you eat like the tube, you raise your children like the tube, you even think like the tube. This is mass madness, you maniacs. In God's name, you people are the real thing. We are...
The second goal of the TV is to misinform you. Through movies, news and documentaries, the elites will give you a fake view of the world you live in. They don't want you to understand the reality, and therefore, they will implant in your mind lies and propaganda, in order to turn you into an ignorant, submissive citizen, unable to comprehend the world around him, and unable to become aware of his condition of slave.
So if you want the truth, go to your gurus! Go to yourselves! Because that's the only place you're ever going to find any real truth! But man, you're never going to get any truth from us. We'll tell you anything you want to hear, we lie!
Another application of the TV will be to bombard you with images that will implant in your mind values, complexes and aspirations that will turn you into a superficial and stupid human being. Through the TV and the media, you will be programmed like a robot to develop behaviors that benefits the elites. You will be persuaded to spend your wealth in things that you don't need. You will be brainwashed to feel unhappy with yourself, so that you will spend all your life looking yourself on the mirrors, instead of looking the world you live in. You will be implanted needs that will keep you focused on irrelevant things that mean nothing in the scheme of the entire world. Another thing the elites will do is to use propaganda, lies, and false flag terror attacks to try to implant in your mind hatred towards other fellow human beings. The elites have created an unfair economical system that only benefits a few, and to prevent the masses from raising against them, they will try to keep you divided and confronted with each other. Be careful, and be aware of the intentions of the countless messages promoting hatred that will bombard you since the first day you will be born. The strength of the elites lies precisely on your hatred towards your fellow human beings.
Now, to balance the scale, I'd like to talk about some things that bring us together. Things that point out our similarities instead of our differences. Because that's all you hear about in this country, is our differences. That's all the media and the politicians are ever talking about, the things that separate us, things that make us different from one another. That's the way the ruling class operates in any society. They try to divide the rest of the people. They keep the lower and the middle classes fighting with each other so that they, the rich, can run off with all the fucking money. Fairly simple thing happens to work. You know anything different, that's what they're going to talk about. Race, religion, ethnic and national background, jobs, income, education, social status, sexuality, anything they can do, keep us fighting with each other so that they can...
Finally, you will live in a society that will surround you with countless distractions. The elites will want you to spend your life entertained, distracted, unaware of the important political events that are unfolding around you. They will surround you with amazing video games, with virtual reality, with drugs, with big variety of TV programs, pornography, and distractions of all kind. You will be exploited since the first day you are born, and entertainments. It's one of the tools the elites will use to keep you distracted and apathetic towards the destruction and misery around you.
And why is that? It's the Roman circus. What does the emperor do when the people become restive, and when the people are asking questions, and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor? He sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum, and he begins to throw the Christians to the lions. He has great chariot races and football games and basketball games, all to keep the idiots preoccupied with things that don't mean anything in the scheme of the entire world. so that they don't have the time to learn what the truth is, so they don't ever get smart enough to learn how they're being manipulated, so they don't ever question the emperor.
So, dear future generations, as you can see, this world is a conspiracy against you, a conspiracy to prevent you from unleashing your full potential as a human being, a conspiracy to turn you into cattle, into submissive, apathetic, ignorant creatures. So, future generations, if you don't follow our advice, you will surely become ignorant, like most of us, and destruction and suffering will keep plaguing the earth. We have destroyed the planet, because we have been victim of this conspiracy, which has prevented most of us to learn the right knowledge and wake up. And you, future generations, will surely follow the same path, unless you pay heed to our advice. So please, become self-aware, and meditate a little bit every day. Stop watching screens, and don't let the elites to turn you into a machine. Learn for yourself, and stop believing the bullshit that the corporate media will tell. Finally, dear future generations, you will need to be compassionate. Don't look at other disoriented human beings with hatred. You need to understand that we are all one. We are all different manifestations of the same being. Only ideologies, prejudices, and fears separates us, and they each other. It's the most stupid mistake humanity have done since the beginning of times. No, humans of the future, don't do the same mistake. Don't commit the same errors of killing each other like we did. Be united, spread love, since wars and division, as you have seen, have destroyed our world. Dear future generations, I hope you learn from the mistakes of our past. I am sure you can do better than us. Good luck. We are anonymous, and we are awake. We do not forgive, and we do not forget. So, expect us.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
The generation now alive is privileged to see the birth pangs of the birth of a new civilization.
Don't be frightened. We mean no harm.
And today, a group of scientists overseas say the world government should start preparing an action plan just in case Earth is contacted by aliens. They claim that a branch of the UN should be given responsibility for what they call a supra-Earth affairs and come up with a detailed response for if or when the extraterrestrials arrive.
But now the United Nations is getting ready for a contact with aliens from outer space. This is Maudlin Hoffman. She's out of Malaysia. She will be Planet Earth's first interstellar diplomat.
An incredible story coming out of the Vatican. Listen to this. The senior Vatican scientist said that he would be delighted if we encountered intelligent aliens and would be happy to baptize them. His pronouncement opens up the possibility of space missionaries heading out to the stars to convert aliens to Christianity.
Did the Vatican find alien life?
You know what? As sensationalistic as that question sounds, it's really not that far off from what we've seen in the news over these last days.
UFO encounters here on Earth.
But that's exactly what firefighters are now training for.
It's the Fire Officer's Guide to Disaster Control, and said to be found in firehouses across the U.S. The book covers everything from fires to floods, but it's Chapter 13 that takes an unusual twist in firefighting techniques, titled Enemy Attack and UFO Potential.
It would not be remiss to give some thought to the part the fire departments might play in the event of the unexpected arrival of UFOs in their communities.
Or is it enough to warrant a UFO education red alerts?
This is something that really happened in our lifetime.
It even asks, how do you treat injured aliens? Are first responders aware of the potential physical injuries?
This is a real phenomena that we should deal with. We should deal with seriously.
Sometime later this year or next year, we expect them to announce, astronomers will announce that we found it, the Holy Grail. I think it's premature for us to announce our presence in outer space until we know their intentions.
Scientists say they examined all aspects of the search for alien life, from astronomy, biology, to the political and religious fallout that will result from alien contact. And the report also said that evolution on alien worlds is likely to be Darwinian, which may mean that extraterrestrials share our tendencies for violence and exploitation. So basically, when they arrive on Earth, they're probably going to be mean. I'm not kidding. One of the scientists actually said, prepare for the worst.
Today, from science fiction to science fear, news buzz among some scientists that aliens do exist, that they're mostly nasty, resource-consuming locusts that would stop at nothing to take what they want and destroy anyone in their way. If intelligent aliens exist, they will look just like us. And given our far from glorious history, this should give us pause for thought. So are they coming to enslave us all? And does this mean we have to change our definition of ET from extraterrestrial to evil and terrifying?
I believe it was extraterrestrial. I now believe it is interdimensional phenomenon. In other words, we're looking at so-called spirit beings from another dimension. By equating it to ancient manuscripts where these beings manifested to human beings and what their reactions were, and then comparing it to reactions present day of people who have had encounters, the similarities are striking.
That if ET do come from an Earth-like world, they could resemble us. They might have similar biological molecules. So hey, that could expand the dating pool. But on the chance that there are aliens out there, which I totally believe there are, I'm going to be with the scientists on this one and say, let's get prepared.
What is that on the screen? No astronomer has seen this before. Scientists say they're clueless about what it might be. Back on the screen, what is it? We don't know. We are stumped. Scientists around the world are saying, what the heck is this object? It doesn't fit any of the profiles of the usual suspects. That's the problem.
The usual suspects are comets, meteor,
stars, galaxies, planets.
How about some sort of alien theory?
Well, you know, the object is about the size of the Rose Bowl Stadium. So it's too small to be a planet or a star or a galaxy. And it's not a comet. There's no gas in the tail of that comet. It's not a meteor because it's not inside the Earth's atmosphere. So what is it? We're scratching our head. The only thing we can think of at the present time is a once-in-a-lifetime event, the collision of two asteroids in space. We've never seen that before. That's right. A month ago, we spotted this little speck doing all sorts of shenanigans that it shouldn't be doing. The Hubble Space Telescope zooms in on it, and our jaws hit the floor. At that point, we're saying,
now it's called the P/2010 A2. And you say that's short for
We Are Clueless.
But on the chance that there are aliens out there, which I totally believe there are, I'm going to be with the scientists on this one and say, let's get prepared. My people have developed technologies which allow us to throw off our physical forms and travel great distances in the blink of an eye. We are in dialogue with your leaders to help the human race survive its infancy, for we believe in you. We are helping your scientists find cures for diseases which afflict your bodies, and helping you to preserve your planet's most precious resources. Many among us wage peace, and one day, with our help, war may be a thing of the past. Our army is a billion strong and growing. We will bring you a cure for many known diseases. We will provide technology that will change the way you live. We will bring peace to every nation on your planet. We are the visitors. We are at peace. Always.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
And we are going to come up against the limits of our own mortality in a way we never could before. And a lot of the things that happen, good and bad, will be stranger than anything ever written in science fiction. I believe that now that we know there are not hundreds, not millions, but billions of other solar systems out there, thanks to the Hubble telescope and what we know about black holes in the universe and all of that, the dimensions of physics are such that I would be quite surprised if in the lifetime of people that are no older than 30 here, we don't discover some form of life in another universe. So I think there are lots of interesting discoveries, biological, on Earth, and other discoveries in the heavens that those of you who are younger will get to see unfold. You'll have all kind of problems with them, but on balance it'll be a plus. And it'll make life much more interesting.
Could you believe there are videos now of probably angels in the sky?
These events are becoming more and more frequent. People are noticing them more and more.
What's it like that? It's all on the cross.
Okay, this is more close up. What the heck is that?
Now alive is privileged to see the birth pangs of the birth of a new civilization.
following story is amazing and should be shared with everyone you know. The US government has been complicit in many cover-ups, but this is by far one of the most compelling accounts. Operation High Jump put nearly 5,000 US military personnel, along with every resource available to the Navy's disposal in the hands of Admiral Richard Byrd, the operations leader of the US naval mission into the Antarctic. Think about that for a moment and let it sink in. Every resource in the entire US Navy was made readily available for Admiral Byrd's team's use. Although Byrd was chosen to lead the mission for a rather specific reason, which I will later explain, he was quite qualified and a favorite amongst the American public, the perfect candidate of choice by US Navy and top brass. Additionally to Byrd's recruitment, another man, Rear Admiral Richard Cruzen, was selected to head up the task force. And make no mistake, this was an unusually bold move for the American military at the time, as people, nations, and even world economies were still volatile from war's aftermath. So we have to ask the following questions. Why would the US military be seeking to expend so many resources at the risk of great collateral loss, to explore such a harsh region of the planet Earth as Antarctica? What was the rush? What did they know? What we find is that a lot of the details regarding Operation High Jump have been carefully tucked away over the years. Wikipedia explains little about the mission officially titled the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, 1946 to 1947. A United States naval operation organized by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd Jr., USN retired, officer in charge, Task Force 68, and led by Rear Admiral Richard H. Cruzen, USN commanding officer, Task Force 68. Operation High Jump commenced August 26, 1946 and ended in late February 1947. Task Force 68 included 4,700 men, 13 ships, and multiple aircraft. The primary mission of Operation High Jump was to establish the Antarctic research base Little America 4. High Jump's objectives, according to the U.S. Navy's report on the operation, were as follows: training personnel and testing equipment in frigid conditions, consolidating and extending United States sovereignty over the largest practicable area of the Antarctic continent. This was publicly denied as a goal even before the expedition ended. Determining the feasibility of establishing, maintaining, and utilizing bases in the Antarctic and investigating possible base sites. Developing techniques for establishing, maintaining, and utilizing air bases on ice, with particular attention to later applicability of such techniques to operations in interior Greenland, where conditions are comparable to those in the Antarctic. Amplifying existing stores of knowledge of hydrographic, geographic, geological, meteorological, and electromagnetic propagation conditions in the area. Supplementary objectives of the Nanook expedition. The Nanook operation was a smaller equivalent conducted off eastern Greenland. Interestingly enough, many of the actual mission details were shrouded by secrecy, hidden from the American public, which leads us to where we are now. An excerpt from a report entitled The Antarctic Enigma reads: little other information was released to the media about the mission, although most journalists were suspicious of its true purpose, given the huge amount of military hardware involved. The U.S. Navy also strongly emphasized that Operation High Jump was going to be a Navy show. Admiral Ramsey's preliminary orders of August 26, 1946 stated that the Chief of Naval Operations only will deal with other governmental agencies and that no diplomatic negotiations are required. No foreign observers will be accepted. Not exactly an invitation to scrutiny, even from other arms of the government. Admiral Byrd was a strategic choice as he was a national hero to the Americans. He had pioneered the technology that would be a foundation for modern polar exploration and investigation, had been repeatedly decorated and had undertaken many expeditions to Antarctica, and was also the first man to fly over both poles. However, the task force itself remained strictly under the military command of Rear Admiral Richard Cruzen. Unfortunately, the ship's central group entered the ice pack off the Ross Sea on December 31, 1946, and found conditions as bad as had been noted for over a century. Sea breakers such as the USCG Burden Island, a ship that had only recently been commissioned and was still undergoing sea trials off the California coast when Operation High Jump was launched, fought to cut a way through the ice to help the men land. Richard Cruzen was one of a few men to have located at several oases which were actually the real reason the expedition team was sent there in the first place, although at the time only those with the top secret clearance would truly know the mission's true objective. An excerpt from the Davies County Historical Society reads, according to a Navy report, 1,000 miles of new coastline was discovered on exploratory trips by the Bear and Bird seaplane. Commended by Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox for his superior seamanship, ability, courage, determination, efficiency, and good judgment in dangerous emergencies, Cruzen was one of the 16 members of the 1939 to 1941 expedition who received the Antarctic Expedition Medal, presented in November 1946. On December 2, 1946, Cruzen once more set sail for the Antarctic continent. This time, as Task Force Commander under Admiral Byrd of the Navy's Antarctic Developments Project, also known as Operation High Jump, Cruzen led a force of 13 ships carrying some 4,000 men, including meteorologists, zoologists, physicists, and experts from oceanography institutes into the adventure of a lifetime. Besides looking for new scientific data, another purpose of the expedition was to train Navy personnel and to test standard Navy ships and other equipment in cold weather operations. Cruzen navigated through an ice pack of several hundred miles before reaching Little America. Icebergs and unpredictable weather were formidable foes during the course of the expedition. Among the discoveries made during the 1946 to 1947 expedition was the sighting of 2 oases, one a region of ice-free lakes and land. More than 300,000 square miles of unpacked territory were charted on aerial mapping operations. Their observations proved that radical changes would have to be made on existing maps of the Antarctic. Why would warm spots, with warm water, exist in the Antarctic? What does this mean? The Hollow Earth theory. Researchers such as Dr. Brooks Agnew and others have deeply considered the possibility that the Earth itself could be hollow or egg-like. Although this theory seems hard to comprehend because you have been told exactly opposite your entire life, in school, and so on. Entertain this idea for a moment. What if the Earth was hollow? Would that be possible? Is there evidence to back this up? The answer is yes. Evidence shows that the Earth rings like a bell after an earthquake for a period of up to about 60 minutes, and that's why some scientists and researchers say that this is due to the fact that the Earth is hollow. If the Earth had a solid core, when an earthquake happened, it would likely absorb all of the vibration and not resonate it. This is just one detail that should open your mind to the possibility that a hollow planet is a possibility. Famous author and lecturer, David Icke, explains in his book, Moon Matrix, exactly how the moon is likely hollow as well. While Icke has been received lately harshly with criticisms, an ActivistPost.com article points out how Icke believes that the moon is an interdimensional, intensity portal for entities and energies from other dimensions. He believes that aliens use the moon as a home base for hijacking signals from the universe so that our bodily forms that are experiencing this virtual reality on Earth can't fully experience what our Creator meant for it to be. These aliens are the same reptilian shapeshifters that it claims are responsible for much of the suffering on our planet. Reptilians want to filter anything beyond our five senses so that it manipulates what kind of world we can experience. I myself have had the privilege of interviewing David and other Hollow Earth experts, such as Rodney Clough and Dr. Brooks Agnew, personally, pushing me further into accepting that this theory may be more than just a theory. Virtually every culture and civilization across the planet, throughout time, has documented what appears to be the existence of a hollow earth. According to Dr. Brooks Agnew, who I have personally interviewed many times, a hollow earth is a very real possibility. Agnew has focused his studies to the North Pole region, as him and his team plan to one day locate a documented polar depression, thus launching test overflights from a nuclear-powered icebreaker. Brooks and his team plan a scientific expedition to the brim of the hollow earth, which proves to be unsuccessful at this time due to a lack of funding. Brooks plans to use a sun compass and a gyroscope above the 60th parallel to get accurate measurements of the oceanic depression. If the rate of change begins to increase, then likely the team would be entering the long elusive polar depression, which has been reported by ancient Viking explorers and modern-day seamen alike. Moreover, during an interview on Red Ice Radio, Agnew talked about the formation of planets, Sir Isaac Newton, and the difference between thick and thin crust physics, zero gravity, and more. The episode is very interesting to say the least. Essentially what Agnew was talking about is what's known as a rather large graviton. You know, those rides at the county fair that spin real fast. They stick you to the wall, then the floor lowers. Oh boy, I can smell the funnel cake and the cotton candy now. Do you think a hollow earth is possible? In the interview, Agnew continues to get into the possibility of a hollow earth, questioning the possibility of advanced life within. Agnew explains how migration patterns of birds could be proof that something to the nature of a hollow earth exists, as birds migrate north for winter in some cases, retreating to a warm area in the polar region. Additionally, it has been reported that the U.S. Navy encountered several UFOs during the Antarctic expedition, and possibly may have had a firefight with at least one of them. A brief clip of this was allegedly caught on film. Some also speculate that mermaids and other rare creatures may derive from the inner earth, sometimes making their way into the upper waters divided by the firmament as mentioned in the Bible.
Strange radio signals from space, evidence that we have already had manned mission to Mars. But then there's this other area of our world that's getting a lot of odd attention to, and that's Antarctica. Antarctica, ever since Admiral Byrd, has been this place of mystery. But Linda, and we're talking to Linda Mullenhow from EarthFiles.com, by the way. Linda, recently weird stuff has been escalating there. I mean, John Kerry went there the day of the election. We had that Greek Orthodox head priest guy who went there for some reason. A lot of foreign dignitaries. What is going on in Antarctica?
Well, it ties to when I was talking about William Mills Tompkins and Corey Good and a retired naval flight engineer that I interviewed for the first time at EarthFiles.com about 2 years ago, and I have kept in touch with him. And it also ties into what I think Gary McKinnon was falling into in 2000 to 2001 in his innocent web research to try to come up with UFO technology information that would say that we already could have free energy. And so before I go to Antarctica, I want to just tell you and the listeners, I'm looking now at my 2006 section titled List of, quote, non-terrestrial officers. I think the first thing was an Excel spreadsheet, and the title of it was non-terrestrial officers. And he spelled that out for me. He said non-terrestrial personnel. It was basically an administrative worksheet. It was literally a list of names and ranks. And when you do web searches, or even an official Army, Navy, Air Force search, that phrase is nowhere to be found, meaning non-terrestrial officers. You cannot find it in anything else traditional. So he says that at first I thought I wouldn't get my hopes up and say it was literally some kind of non-terrestrial, like non-human. I thought it must be some kind of space-based terrestrial fleet, like you would have people from Earth doing the development in places like Mars and the Moon. And that coincided with finding another document. And that document had lists of ship-to-ship and fleet-to-fleet material transfers. None of the ship names matched up to anything I could find in U.S. Navy ships. So the circumstantial evidence to me pointed toward the development of a new space-going force, and hence, moving out into space, weaponization of space, and not here on Earth. And that is Gary McKinnon search in 2000, and our government really tried to extradite him to shut him up, and the UK government would not go along. This is one of the few incidents where the UK government wouldn't do what the CIA, NSA, DIA, and our government immediately demanded, that Gary McKinnon be extradited to the United States for these acts. And to this day, Gary McKinnon is now safely still ensconced in England, and there was never an extradition. And what went on behind the scenes between the United States and the UK governments over this, I wish I knew. It would be a fascinating story in and of itself. But what you've just heard is the framework for your question and all of this work that Corey Goode and William Mills Tompkins have been talking about, that a secret space program began in the 1950s. It's my understanding that Neil Armstrong, the astronaut who was the first to put the human foot on the moon, was in the beginning. He was walking in two paths, one where he and others that were talented were being recruited and were being informed about certain aspects of this alien presence and what we had to learn about it, which when you then go and jump to 2017, and if you had been, for example, with me at the most recent Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles, at the LAX Hilton, and at the Contact in the Desert conference 2 weekends ago in Joshua Tree, California, you would have heard Corey Goode, retired Navy. You would have heard about William Mills Tompkins. You may have heard, for those of you listening, you may have heard some of the reports that I have done on Coast to Coast AM and a number of television and radio segments having to do with a man that I call Brian. And 2 years ago, he had heard me doing the interview with William Mills Tompkins and some others, and he contacted me and said, you can't use my name because I still work in a classified area for aerospace, not for the government any longer. He said I retired from working in the Navy in the 90s, but I want you to know that I saw with a crew of 17 of us in a C-130, what we were using in Antarctica. We were based in McMurdo at the American base, and we traveled constantly all over the Antarctic between McMurdo and going to the Far Eastern, where Davis is the Australian base. McMurdo is the American base over on the southwest of Antarctica. And so they were always traveling either medical emergencies, food supplies, and they would go to a certain area near what they always, for these guys who have served in Antarctica, they always call it pole, just simply pole, meaning the South Pole in Antarctica. And they were, in all of these trips, one of the things that they noticed in about 1996, 1997, is that when they were flying, going east from McMurdo to the Trans-Antarctic Mountains, you look on a map and you'll see the Trans-Antarctic Mountains almost basically divide Antarctica, and there's a place called the Beardsmore Glacier. And the C-130 would be in the air, and they would see glints of silver. And then they would see the glints of silver coming up over the Trans-Antarctic Mountains. And then they would see clearly that they were round, metal, and that there would be many, and they would be moving in front of their C-130 at some distance, staying. It was very interesting. The silver discs never came up on a horizontal right with the C-130. The crew was always seeing them moving somewhat below them over the mountain tops, and that they would see what seemed to them to be impossible, stopping on a dime, 90-degree turns, nothing that they could do in a C-130, and you've got to hear what else happened with disappearing scientists after this break.
Absolutely, Linda. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Before the break, you were referencing some scientists that go missing, and you know, it's not just scientists. There was a reporter and her crew that went missing, and I heard the report was that we didn't send in a search and rescue team, we didn't send in a Coast Guard rescue, we sent in Navy SEALs, heavily armed people, to go find 5 individuals on an uninhabited place. Why would you need to send in armed individuals? But what's your take on all the missing people?
Okay, we're going to get to that. I want you and the audience to know that you can see a couple of in-depth reports that I've done with the Naval Flight Engineer that I was talking about before the break, and I'm going to go into the missing scientist through him. But go to January 30th, 2015. This is U.S. Navy Flight Engineer saw silver discs and entrance to alleged ET and human collaboration base in Antarctica. This is by me. And Brian, the retired U.S. Navy flight engineer, said that talk among the flight crew was that there was a UFO base near the South Pole, and some of the crew heard talk from some of the scientists working at the pole of extraterrestrial biological entities or something alien working with and interacting with the scientists. What on the map is described as an air sampling station, no-fly zone, when in fact the scuttlebutt of people who know is that it is a hole that goes into a very large underground installation. Now, you can read all of this, you can see the maps, you can see the photographs of Brian in Antarctica, you can see the Trans-Antarctic Mountains that I was talking to you about. You can compare the very fact that one of the questions that has been raised over and over at Antarctica, on the moon, are there territories where an alien presence has jurisdiction, like the backside of the moon, and in Antarctica, where they can order humans out, or there may be even missing people associated. And what I was saying before the break was that Brian and his 17-man crew flying in a C-130 more than once had seen silver discs flying, stopping, 90-degree turns, doing impossible aerial, we'll just say aerial motion, and that what the crew noticed is that no matter how fast they went, no matter how far they went, they never would cross over into the Beardsmore Glacier. And I have a photograph at my earthfiles.com report that really says, and can you see with your own eyes why our crew in the C-130 would be mystified and would be questioning among themselves inside of the flight, why are these silver discs not going over the trans-Antarctic mountains and Beardsmore Glacier, which if you look on the map that I have at Earthfiles and I'm looking at the photograph, it flows right along the trans-Antarctic mountains, and it was as if there was an invisible barrier, and they noticed this repeatedly, having to do with the Beardsmore Glacier. Now, they got a medical emergency out of Davis Camp, which is the Australian camp on the far eastern side of Antarctica. They're in McMurdo. They get into the C-130. It's an emergency. The captain has a discussion with his flight crew about why is there this no-fly zone marked on the map at this area near Pole. And the pilot says, I want somebody to tell me. And they come up and find out it is supposed to be an air sampling station. And the head of their crew says, this is ridiculous. We're flying at 36,000 feet. We're not going to have any impact on an air sampling station down there at Pole, and this will save us some real serious time. So I am making a decision. We're going to go through the no-fly zone. And what they suddenly see very near our magnetic and geographic pole is a hole that they compare to the size of a football field, 300 feet at least in diameter. And all of the crew see this. All of the crew see that there is a slant. It's very even, and there is a slanted floor that is going down into this huge hole, and they all conclude, my God, we're looking at something that is constructed here, and it's going underground. Well,
do you think this is what... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, they go and deal with that medical emergency, and when they get back to McMurdo, they are told in no uncertain terms that they are never to do this again, and they are never to talk about the hole in the ice, as if there were eyes and ears that knew exactly what they were doing when they thought that they were an isolated flight crew, Navy crew on a medical mission, and they just decided to cut back some time, but somebody knew that they went over this no-fly zone. So now, back at McMurdo, the same crew in the C-130 gets a mission that they are to pick up. He remembers that probably 15 National Science Foundation scientists from the United States. They're going to fly into McMurdo, and they're going to load up the scientists and all of their scientific gear into their C-130. And they are to deliver it to a place that is called Marie Byrd Land. If you look at a map at West Antarctica, now instead of east at the Davis Station or east to the Trans-Antarctic Mountains and the Beardsmore Glacier area that I've been talking about, and then the pole is sort of straight north of McMurdo, we're going west. Marie Byrd Land, to the west of the Ross Ice Shelf, down in the southwest and in West Antarctica. And so they fly in, they leave the scientists, they get all the cargo out, and they tell the scientists that a part of the routine when you're in Antarctica and you're on a science team that you must call a number at McMurdo, the USA base, with every day. You must call and check in so that everybody knows in this harsh, climate that everybody is okay. They get back to McMurdo, and they learn that after 2 weeks, no one has heard anything from where they put the scientists down. Not zero. So now they are ordered to go back to try to find the missing scientists. And they get over, the first thing they do is a search routine where they stay at a certain altitude, they fly out certain miles, because when they had flown right over where they had dropped the scientists off, there should have been activity of 15 people. They could see nothing. They could see absolutely nothing moving, no signs of any steam, no anything. And that's why they did the search grid, and they couldn't find any evidence of any cars or of snowmobiles or anything going out beyond where they had dropped the scientists off, let alone where they were. So they are ordered to go back to McMurdo, and now they have these National Science Foundation, this whole group of missing scientists, and it's a big deal. And after this break, we will come back for what happened next and why Brian is convinced there is something alien under the ice at Antarctica.
Wow. All right, everybody, stay where you're at. We'll be back. Last segment, Linda will have earthfiles.com. Linda, pick up where you left off and take us home.
Yeah. Now, so they're back at McMurdo. And it wasn't very long that they then get another report that the scientists have turned up. And they now, same crew, they are flying back to where they had dropped them off. And they thought, as Brian told me, we thought that we would be landing and that we would have this group of National Science Foundation people there cheering and that we'd hear what had happened and that they land. The scientists are in a little group, huddled. All of this cargo for their equipment is I guess some kind of set aside. And they are looking down at the ground. And the pilot and Brian and the other guy said, what in the world has happened here? And he said, we get down to help these scientists, of which he thought there might have been 1 or 2 female. They were in parka, but the rest were men. Totally silent, looking at the ground, getting into the C-130. And Brian said he went up to talk to the pilot. What have we got here? What? Nobody is saying anything. And he sat down on a jump seat that he thought was closest to one of the male scientists. With the idea, he said, I've stretched my hand out just to touch the man's knee to say, are you okay? And he said, Linda, this scientist didn't look up. He was staring at the floor. He remained staring at the floor, even when I touched his knee and said, are you okay? 0 words from 15 National Science Foundation scientists who are not explaining what happened, why were they missing for 2 weeks, and why are they now in what seems to be post-traumatic shock. Well, they get the scientists back, and very quickly, the scientists are put on a completely separate plane, and they are flown to Christ Church. What happens to all of their gear and the science equipment? Another mystery. They were ordered that all the gear was to be put into storage isolation. That means nobody can get near it. It's not to be touched. All of the science gear was put on another airplane all by itself, no other cargo, and it was flown back to Christ Church. And that was the last that anybody heard about that group outside of. Afterwards, people began talking in the mess halls about this, and they were saying things like, well, we've heard that where there's a big hole at pole, it goes underground, and scientists have been going down there to have some kind of meetings with extraterrestrials. That's a quote from this happening was back in the 1996-97 time period. You never heard anything about any of this until I started reporting with Brian, who came forward 2 years ago. Well, it ties in, though, to so many aspects of what William Mills Tompkins and Corey Good and David Wilcock have been talking about, and it also links directly to government knowledge of everything that is going on in Antarctica, to the point that after the National Science Foundation scientists were taken out and the equipment was taken out, and this is in McMurdo, where everybody wears parkas, that I think Brian said it was 3 men, black suit jacket, white shirts, black ties, black trousers, black shoes, black sunglasses, literally like the Hollywood version of Men in Black. They had a briefing, and the suited men from, obviously from Washington, D.C., told Brian and that crew, you are never, ever to talk about the missing scientists, the hole in the ice, or anything here. Now, they felt like they were facing something severe. And yet, why 2 years ago did he send me an email, and then we'd done all these recordings, and I have met him and his family, and we've talked about this in depth. They never had, at least not Brian, he was never asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They had verbal tough warning by these men in black suits, like CIA, NSA, DIA types, but he was not asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And when he approached me and I asked, said, how are you telling me all of this? And he said, no one had me sign anything. And Linda, and 2 years ago is when we first started hearing that there is archaeology, ancient archaeology, deep under the ice in Antarctica, and that the story has grown through the last 2 years on Gaia, at conferences, radio, television, books, and this is now a very important moment to grasp, because it's so mind-shocking in a way. When you ask, or I've done Google searches, I've asked scientists, it's controversial. It does not seem to be a clear bottom line answer. But when you say, when is the last time that the 2-mile thick ice at the deepest parts of Antarctica were not there? When was it last all land? Because it is a big land continent underneath all that ice. And the closest I've been able to find that has any kind of consensus, and I'm not saying this is absolute fact, but at least there's a consensus that it might have been 13 million years ago. And the current stories that are coming through, the Corey Good Navy guy, William Mills Tompkins concurs, others that are finally talking, is that there are huge structures made out of some kind of stone that is not from Earth, and that it includes one or more pyramids, that it includes a building in which engineers that have been studying it, and according to Corey Good and David Wilcock and some others backing up their story, that the engineers, military, that have been taken there to investigate these buildings, they are mystified by even how they have been put together, and the implication is, if these were constructed 13 million or older years ago, 13 million years or older, they are not Homo sapiens sapien. They are not Neanderthalensis. They are not any of the standing up primates from Homo erectus to this current model, which goes back in Africa only 2 million years. We're talking about terraforming and civilization from someplace else in the universe on this planet millions and millions of years ago, and the current thread is Antarctica, is archaeology from that, we'll call it primal civilization, and that the backside of the moon has matching architecture that is archaeological, and that on Mars, in the northern hemisphere, it is similar archaeology, and that the hieroglyphs, that what they, Corey Good says he's seen it himself, these are all things that cannot be proved until we are there with rovers or humans like Elon Musk with cameras that send back images to Earth. I understand that. But I think it is far past time that we keep being kept in the dark by political forces who don't want humans to know that the Earth has had other life forms here millions of years ago, and that there's archaeology.
Always interesting, Linda. Earthfiles.com, Linda Mulhouse. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Josh, for the discussion on what I think are very, very important subjects. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again. All right, folks, that does it for today. Remember, no victim, no crime. Look into dream nullification. Today, tomorrow, and as always, may your path lead to heaven, and may freedom follow in your footsteps.
Together and give a warm and wonderful Conscious Life Expo welcome to David Wilcock and Corey Good.
All right, how's everybody feeling out there? Awesome. Okay, the clothes, I get it, all right? Cuban tuxedo. But there's a method to this, okay? The thing is, the tuxedo comes off.
when it gets so hot in here from the body heat that we, as your entertainers and informers, are sweating. And in other years when I do this expo, you notice I'm always touching my nose and people are accusing me of doing cocaine. What I'm trying to tell you is that you think it's hot down there, I got 6 feet more of heat that goes to rise, right? And within 20 minutes, my nose is just going to be dumping off sweat. So I will try to remember not to touch my nose. But I don't expect that will work. So how the heck did I end up, after being online for 20 years doing all this stuff, how did I end up crossing paths with somebody like Corey Goode? Because it's almost like a foreign language. One of the problems that we have is people who have not really been educated about the big picture of UFOs. They watch something like Cosmic Disclosure, they're like, who the heck is this dude? Because you notice when Corey's talking, he's like totally deadpan. Right? He's not in it he's not like mugging for the camera. He's not wanting to look good. He's out there, and we have both been through incredible hardships to do what we're doing. And we are not giving up. Not even after we did our last taping, and Corey ends up in the freaking emergency room. I don't know if you heard about this. But I put the whole thing out on my Facebook page, and you guys prayed for him, and that's probably why he's alive right now. Thank you. I'm really not kidding. It's a whole other talk I don't have time to go into today, but suffice it to say, there's a guy named Dr. Daniel Benor, and he analyzed hundreds and hundreds of different studies of healing done scientifically in laboratory conditions. 64% of the healing studies of psychic healing showed a profound effect. So what the mainstream is going to do is they're going to show you one of the 36% that didn't work, and they say, oh, see, healing has been scientifically disproven. But we know that it works, and I don't use that power very often, but in a case like that, I absolutely said, this is it. If there was ever a time to marshal the crowdfunding of healing, okay? We did it, and he's still with us. Thank God. I got broken into a very strange new reality in 1993 when a good friend of mine in college comes in all white-faced and says, dude, aliens are real. And I'm like laughing. And he wanted me to sit down, but I could tell pretty quickly he's very serious. Turns out he had a 2-hour private briefing with his college physics professor who had worked for NASA throughout the 1970s. And in the higher echelons of NASA, it was considered common knowledge that extraterrestrials had visited Earth, that they had landed here, that they had crashed their ships, and the ships had been back-engineered into useful technology. And he said, and this was in 1993, within 20 years, the technology that you are going to see will blow your mind. And it will come out of the open. And now we take for granted that we got these little buddies here, okay, in which this is like the whole freaking desktop tower computer in one little thing. We kind of take this for granted. Well, that's about the 20-year time frame is 2013. Sure enough, all this technology that nobody had anticipated ends up emerging. And that was pretty fantastic in and of itself, of fulfilled prophecy. After he told me this data, which included a lot of specifics, you probably all heard it before, about how there were 3 types, all this NASA guy knew was there were 3 types of beings, some of which look like Greys, some of which look just like humans, but they're definitely not born on Earth. And they might have little differences, like their irises are purple, and they have like a diamond shape instead of a round iris. Or subtle little things like ridges on the roof of their mouth instead of a flat palate like we have. You get enough specifics like that, including propulsion systems and all this weird stuff, and you say, you know what, this guy's telling the truth. Then a few years later, out comes Colonel Philip Corso, who literally said exactly the same thing that I was told in the book The Day After Roswell, about parts that had been taken out of UFOs and back-engineered into, and I will list some for you, computer chips, fiber optic cables, light-emitting diodes, LED lights. We didn't have that before. Kevlar, like for the bulletproof vest. Velcro, believe it or not. infrared night vision. And then there's other technologies that we don't get to hear about, like anti-gravity. So even back in 1993, I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. If our government, if you want to call it that, got these things and used them and could back-engineer them, then why wouldn't they have taken off outside of Earth's atmosphere? Why wouldn't they have gone around our solar system? And then why wouldn't they want to land on some of these other places and figure out what was there? So very early along in my work, I was lucky enough to find the work of Richard C. Hoagland, who got into Mars. And this was the way the book looked when I first got it, back in, again, 1993. And it freaking blew me away because I had heard from my buddy that he had done a presentation at the United Nations talking about the space on Mars that he's pointing to right here. That this is not just some trick of light and shadow, but in fact, as you see here, you have this artificial-looking face. It's clearly human-like with a headdress around it, next to what very obviously looks like a city of pyramids. So you notice there's some very, very pyramid-like things here, but let's take a look at kind of a side angle now. You see the face up at the top right, pyramids down there left, and look down there on the right. That one down there is a five-sided pyramid called the D&M. And this is what it looks like from overhead. Do you think that's some kind of just random crater or mountain? No, come on. And also what we see is that the proportions of the human, the Vitruvian man, like Leonardo da Vinci drew, you spread your arms and legs out, that's what it looks like it's a human being. Now this thing is estimated to be 1.5 miles wide based on the size of the Mars orbiter frames. 1.5 miles wide and probably over a half a mile tall. You could fit millions of people inside this structure alone. And then the other very strange thing, if you look at it, let's see where, I can probably look at it better here. You'll notice that at the top left, there is this river of what looks like something ran off of it. And it appears that this thing was actually blown up from the inside, and that's the melt-off of all the heated debris that was inside. There was a war, these people got wiped out. So Hoagland also was really into this stuff about alignments, and he said there was all these alignments between the objects on Mars that we found. And I got so excited about this that it began a research binge. In his book, he also describes some very strange stuff that they found on the moon, beginning with the first mission around the moon that took pictures, which was not America. It was the Russians in 1965. Now look at this stuff. This is before it all got classified. Now, you're not going to see very much here, so I'm going to zoom in. What we're looking at right now is a photo of the moon. Now, that thing on the bottom left, that circle, is not what we're looking at. That is just some instrument that got in the way of the shot. You look down at the bottom right corner of this photo. I'm going to zoom in on it a little bit now. You can't really see it, so I'm going to do it again even closer. There is a freaking glass dome down there. You see that on the bottom right? On the limb of the moon? It's a freaking dome of glass. What the heck is that thing doing down there? That's not supposed to be there, and if you look carefully,
it used to be a dome.
Well, yeah, it got blown up. No, he's right. And this is all going to be part of our story. So this is a smashed-up dome, and this is the physical evidence, okay? It's 1965, before the government was classifying what they saw. There it is, and it looks like a pyramid. You notice that there's two sides that slope up to the same size, and then it's got a flat top, just like the ones in Mesoamerica. Very shortly, just a few frames after, the moon rotates a little bit more. That one that we saw on the bottom right is now out of view because it's now covered by more of the moon's size. And then this little guy shows up in the middle on the right. Look at that. You see it over there? Let's take a closer look now. Oh my God. Now this thing is estimated to be miles tall. And you actually have the skeptics trying to say, oh yeah, this is just some glitch in the film. Two glitches in a row? One that looks like a pyramid of glass, one that looks like a tower? You're telling me that's a glitch? How could this thing be sticking miles above the surface? Now, if these were the only examples, that would be fine, but then we have this very, very strange thing Hoagland found. Frame 4822. A lot of times you ask for it, you get totally nothing, it just looks black, but then he kept asking for it and asking for it, and it turns out that one of the times that they sent in a request for it, they got this guy. It doesn't look like a whole lot, and one of the things that he pointed out here was this weird little area in which you see what appears to be a square clearing right here. And you can see the sides of the square. You also see what kind of look like pyramids, like a row of pyramids here. Okay, that's all fine and good. Some people want to believe that, some people don't. But when you go over here, NASA typically crops it out right about here. But when he got the original, when whoever was supposed to hide things away in drawer 4822 forgot about not giving them the original, because they got 12 different copies of this thing, some of it didn't have this cropped out over here, and this is what they saw on the surface of the moon. It's in the original. Lots of people have seen the original. This is not fake. Do you think that looks like a geological formation? Absolutely not. This is a base. It's very likely an active base. This was taken during the Apollo mission, so we're looking at like 1969. And it clearly looks as if you have a series of rooms that are all interconnected at right angles, and a tower in the middle that sticks up a little more. And it looks like it's made out of glass-like material. There could be lots of people living in there. Then we have this very strange thing. This is an example of photos that the engineer Ken Johnson was told to destroy his original copies of Apollo photographs, which he was storing. At one point, they were stored in a broken-down, vagrant McDonald's, believe it or not. And it was no longer being used, and so there was all these boxes of NASA images of the moon, and they told him, burn them, destroy them. And he didn't, thank God. Now, we've had Donna Teets for the Disclosure Project 2001. I was there. She then got the name Donna Hare, saying that NASA, her testimony was that NASA airbrushes real stuff out of these photographs. This is the official NASA image of this frame right here, and you notice down here where the arrow is, it's different. If you go to the Ken Johnson version over here, there's a freaking dome on the surface of the moon, which they deleted. So please, when your friends are telling you, this is a live stream, so you guys can get this, and you can have this at home, you can watch it as many times as you want, you can show people the proof. Something is going on here. There's stuff on the moon that isn't supposed to be there. And then this one really blew me away. This is when Richard Hoagland and I ended up co-authoring together. This is the original NASA AS-14 669301. And it doesn't look like much, although there's this little tiny fleck of blue you can't really see. But when you image enhance it, you see all this stuff that looks like glass. And then another frame taken just a few steps away is 669279. Look at this. Just with a little bit of Photoshop, all you got to do is use the curves filter, which just pulls out more of what's in the image. And all of a sudden you see glass beams on a massive scale. I mean, this thing, whatever they posed in front of it is freaking enormous. Okay, that is an enormous, enormous object. Here's another example where the sun was setting and light catches off of some of these glass ruins. And you see shards poking up off the surface of the moon. It's totally amazing. Now, Corey's also talked about the idea that a lot of ships were left behind on the moon's surface. And this is one that I didn't put in my book. For whatever reason, I can only use so many images. But this is AS-15, P-9625, and 9630. Now look at this. What we're seeing here is a crater that has this very strange object in it. And when we do these two images together, and then we basically sharpen it using known filters, look at what happens. It's called a composite. Oh my gosh. Now, Corey, does this look like anything that you've ever seen? Do you think this one is a real example?
It very well could be. There are a number of crashed vessels that are on the moon that were from antiquity. There was a major treaty signed, and in that treaty, they left all of the debris from the big battle that they had as a reminder or a testament for other generations, so that they wouldn't have such a terrible war again.
So to me, this is an example, and this is another one that's really, really classic. It's called the Blair Cuspids. I talk about it in the book. This is one of the only surviving images of it from Argosy magazine by Ivan T. Sanderson. And if you can't see it very well, let's do this next one. Okay, what you're seeing here is literally an object that is many stories tall, at least 13 stories tall, obelisk on the surface of the moon with others around it. And this was formally being analyzed scientifically as of about 1968, and then once again the clamp goes down. So Corey, do you think that they were deliberately allowing some stuff like this out in case they might disclose earlier than they ended up doing? Is that part of what was going on here?
Yes, they have to seed the consciousness. That's the way their magic works. They will put out information and then redact it or ridicule it later, but the seed is planted. So yes, it's to set things up. That they have things planned out hundreds of years, and it's just a part of their limited disclosure.
All right, the jacket is off. This is getting real, folks. We've gone from Tux to Cuba. Okay. Now, this was a Russian depiction of a more side-angle view of what they think was down there. And sure enough, it looks like a city of obelisks. And interestingly enough, a comic book that comes out 2 years after this breaks into the news called UFO Flying Saucers issue number 2 actually did a comic treatment of this. Here's the cover of the magazine, and Gold Key Comics, they're the ones that used to do the Donald Duck. My father used to take me to the newsstand every Sunday. I'd buy these Gold Key Comics all the time.
Our graphic novel's going to look way better than that.
Okay, fair enough. This is a historical document, though, bro. You got to appreciate that. And sure enough, what we see here is UFOs on the moon. And then, sure enough, we have this guy here, and he says, my colleagues and I believe that they may be some kind of obelisk, completely different from anything else on the moon's surface. Now, I don't know if you can see what I can see from here, but you look at this dude's eyes for a minute. Those are the eyes of a happy man. That's all I'm going to say, folks. They are blood red.
Keeping the secret is
you can
just too much.
Can extrapolate from that what you like. He looks like he is baked as a cake. Okay, I'm going to make it easy for you. It wasn't legal back then either. But there's the obelisks in 1970 comic book. Freaking crazy. And then they fictionalize a little bit, and they have one of these obelisks which creates some kind of gravitational field around itself. But Corey, look at this. All this freaking ancient space junk and bodies captured by the gravitational field of the obelisk. In 1970, what do you think they might be telling us there?
They're prepping us for either ancient builder race or some of the groups that came afterwards that built structures.
Right. And the idea being that there's a lot of junk left behind on the moon, right?
Oh yeah, it's covered in debris.
So that's a very interesting thing. There's all this stuff going on, including back in 1958. Now remember, the NASA frame of that face that I showed you, that didn't show up until 1976. This is 1958. What the heck is this? Come on. How do you possibly maintain a skeptical opinion in the face of evidence like this? A 1958 comic that is called The Face on Mars, in which the actual shape and structure of the face itself, other than the fact that it's tilted up straight instead of lying flat, it looks freaking identical almost to the actual face on Mars. And then the whole story is, I talk about this in Ascension Mysteries, my new book, it's all about this ancient race that warred and blew up their planet. They talk about the asteroid belt being the remnants of this exploded planet. So I'm doing all this research. Hoagland's book totally blew my mind. I'm seeing there's ruins on the moon, there's ruins on Mars. Somebody's been out in our solar system for a long time. Then in 1996, I read this Law of One material, which the first book of which is called the Ra material, because Ra is the name of the source. It claims to be a positive entity that helped the Atlanteans and the Egyptians way back when, and their message got distorted and confused, and they had to withdraw. Then they come back, and they were able to get through people that were actually doing intuitive channeling, and get messages through. Now, in general, I don't really endorse channeling at all. I think it's kind of really taken a big downturn. But you read this stuff, it's like diving into some frickin' scientific manual that has all this jargon and all this very interesting stuff going on. And Corey, we're about to get into the space program, but when you were in the program, did they know about this?
Yes, absolutely. The rank and file were told that it was Luciferian and evil to stay away from it.
Right.
But the brass were encouraged to read it and a number of other books.
So the thing that blew my mind is that there was so much stuff in this Law of One that matched up with the research I had gotten out of 3 years of reading probably 300 books. And it's a terrible shame because I left my computer behind when I moved from New York in the house that I'd been staying in, and I had a complete list of every book I'd read in college, and it was about 300. And I lost that file, which drives me crazy. Anyway, here's the cosmology, because it's not just all this weird stuff about ETs, it's a philosophy that they're teaching in this material, and it's very strange. It says that the only thing in the universe that really exists is identity, consciousness. Meaning there's only one identity, there's only one consciousness in the universe. Then, it basically says this cosmic consciousness became lonely or bored, something like that, and it decided to experience multiplicity. But the trick is, it can't just sit there like somebody crazy in the corner with two puppets on his hands and, ha 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 ha, oh yeah, yeah. It had to actually give each piece free will to be able to define its own curriculum. And so that law of free will becomes central to the whole discussion. The law of free will. Free will must be preserved for anybody in the universe, which means if you violate free will, you get karma. So one of the things that Corey found out in the course of his work, and remember, he's truly unique in the sense of being a whistleblower who actually was out there in a spaceship and managed to come back to Earth, recover his memories, and come forward as an insider. And he validated what so many other people had told me. And so he's actually out there flying around and remembered everything. And one of the things you said, Corey, is that these different space programs, they already have over 100 colonies in our solar system. And we have some art coming up in a minute, but what are some of these colonies like? What are we seeing?
Well, the ones that are owned by the ICC, they are very sprawling. They have everything. They have areas to where they take raw materials, smelt them, break them down, create the raw materials to be put into whatever they're building or manufacturing. Then they have manufacturing plants. They have the actual the part of the colony where everyone resides. It's just imagine any type of industrial program down here. It's pretty much mirrored up there.
And we got some great art coming up, and I don't want to run too far out on that. So, as he just said, there's mining facilities, and they have the living quarters fairly nearby. And you said that there's these truck kind of ships that they use sometimes to move?
Yeah, they're very, for mining mostly.
Right.
Very large, look like giant containers that you would see on a ship. But they look kind of like big rigs, strangely enough.
But without wheels, yeah.
Yeah, without wheels. But yeah, I've seen those several times, and they're usually transferring things back and forth from the mining operations.
And so the mining could be occurring on any number of moons or asteroids in our solar system.
Correct. It is happening on almost all of them because they all have unique properties.
Interesting. All right, so we also know that there are multiple gigantic manufacturing plants just on the planet Mars alone.
There's one less now.
This one, yeah, after the Mars atrocity. So, given that we showed people earlier in this talk the face on Mars, the pyramids on Mars, that stuff's obviously really old. Total Recall, very strange movie, right? They go in, and if you miss it, you don't see that at the end when Arnold puts his hand into this thing, and all the cores go into the ice and melt that ice to create atmosphere for Mars. All the water comes shooting up out of a pyramid. So, if those pyramids are still there and Viking photographed them, have we gone back inside? Have we seen what's in there? Can we use it? What's going on with the face on Mars pyramids?
Well, most of what is on Mars is completely destroyed. You'll see. I mean, it looks like is it Machu Picchu?
Machu Picchu or Pumapunku?
Pumapunku.
Yeah.
Where all the stones are just strewn about.
Okay.
Sometimes you'll see like a corner of a block sticking up, and it looked like a pyramid. It's destroyed. It's all destroyed.
There's really nothing to go in and look at when you go in there.
Well, whatever has been, they have people that come, or not people, but non-terrestrials usually that come and pick through all of that and take what is useful. But yeah, we've found some things that we've removed from these locations.
So you can imagine now, I mean, it's got to be frustrating. It's frustrating for me, right? Hearing all this stuff and going, why the F are we not being allowed to see all this great stuff? Why are we being kept in the dark down here? You saw the stuff on Mars. You really think that that's a trick of light and shadow? You really think that those towers on the moon were just because, oh, well, yeah, the camera screwed up? No, this stuff is real. And that's why I wanted to start with some really hard data, because Corey is not alone. We've been hoping that new insiders were going to come forward to corroborate this. We've got people that are starting to want to come forward now. We're getting more testimony, and it all crosses together. There's no way that all these people could be lying about this with all the data in the Law of One and all the provable things that we know. And so this is a really rare and amazing opportunity for us to learn about something that is so much beyond, and I don't want to insult anybody, but you all know, if you've been to UFO conferences maybe even as little as 5 years ago, Roswell again? You know, right, the saucer, look, it's metallic. Oh my God. Come on, we're done with that. We got to actually figure out why are there so many different types of UFOs? Why do they all look different? And what Corey's revealing to us is, he said, if you didn't catch that, it's very important. Our people in the military-industrial complex space program, the greater one, of course, which is not really the military-industrial complex anymore, it's like a breakaway group, they're working with 900 different civilizations, and that's, as they told you, right, that's the ones that they're really trading with the most. And yes, there are others as well, right?
They were actively trading with over 900 non-terrestrial groups.
But then there's other groups that are kind of sometimes trading with them as well, right?
Yeah, they're sort of like nomadic almost groups, and they make it around to our area, then we trade.
So this is where things get really interesting. We're going to start with the one that Corey got introduced to first. As you've heard his story before, I'm sure all of you have. If not, go watch Cosmic Disclosure. We have a nice opening intro that you can see for free on blueavians.com, as he said, BLUEAVIANS.com. You can watch it free of charge. Don't have to sign up or anything. It had a huge number of views online. And he had done these programs in the space program, like we said, going and visiting these colonies. And then he gets pulled back in, starting on February 27th, 2015, only really about 3 months after we started to talk regularly. And he started to reveal all of his information to me. These Blue Avians, which he hadn't, you had had them contact you at home. That's one of your testimonials. And I remember you wouldn't even tell me about it.
No.
It was very personal, private to you. You wouldn't say a word about it.
Well, for a couple of reasons. When I first got contacted by the Blue Avians, I was concerned because I'd been in all these projects. I'd known about hundreds of different non-terrestrials. Not once have I heard about an 8-foot-tall blue bird. Not once. So, yeah, I was a little concerned. And I definitely was not wanting to go around telling people I was talking to an 8-foot-tall bird, you know, especially when I was just starting to get to know them.
Well, I can take anything. I mean, pour me 3 of those, bartender. Whew. Blue bird, got it. Aliens.
Just don't drink it at the airport.
Exactly. Then, very shortly after they asked this secret space program alliance, they said, go get this man. His name is Corey Good. About 3 days later, 2-3 days later, I forget whether it was 28 or 29 days in 2015 of February, but you actually got, well, I say teleported, but that was wrong. It was a transport, right? That was when you had the dark craft.
Right.
To this Lunar Operations Command. Now, this is brand new. World debut. You guys are seeing stuff nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, it's part of the graphic.
You might need the live stream to really get a good view if you're way in the back, but This is what, Corey? What are we looking at right now?
This is the dart, what I sometimes accidentally call a Dodge dart. But it fits 2 crew in the front, and then in the back there are 3 seats. Not a lot of room for cargo. It's just a transport. This was what was sent to my backyard to pick me up, to take me to several different places, but on this occasion to the Lunar Operation Command.
So this is, you said 2 seats in the front, 3 in the back?
Correct.
And you mentioned before that a lot of people are getting picked up and they don't even know it because they're getting blank slated.
Well, these people that came up with me during that time period were not blank slated.
Okay.
They came. They're back here on Earth. I don't know what their mandate is.
But you said this is really not much bigger than like a van, right? It's
about the size of a car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said it kind of flutters a little bit when you step on it as
Right.
you walk up.
The doors would pop up, and when I'd step in it, it would go down and slide a little.
Is this, Corey, a semi-accurate, at least, depiction of what you ended up seeing when you got up to this Lunar Operations Command, or LOC?
No, this is actually one of the first, I guess, goes at creating the briefing room that I was in at the Lunar Operation Command.
Okay.
It was very much like what you would see at a college campus. Very, very similar. So this is, I guess, more of a stylized view that we've sort of corrected since then.
Okay. These guys are not... They're not wanting to keep this all secret from us, right? This meeting that you got brought to wasn't about keeping secrecy. It was about disclosure.
Absolutely. The mandate of the SSP Alliance has been, it is time to disseminate all of these advanced technologies, but disseminate it in a way to where all of humanity is exposed to it at the same time, not just a small group of privileged. This is their mandate. They want full disclosure. The SSP Alliance is probably the only group out there right now that's still rooting for full disclosure.
And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it. Okay, so the Sphere Being Alliance ties back into a bunch of actually visible things, and I did it last year. We're only going to do a couple now, because people always complain, oh my God, you repeated information. But what started to happen in the late 1990s is that these gigantic planet-sized objects were seen around the sun, in some cases flying into the sun. Here's an example of 2 planet-sized objects colliding with the sun, and NASA says it's a complete coincidence that these things collide with the sun, and then the sun has an emission. And we're not doing that. No semen jokes or anything like that. Okay.
He tells the joke without telling the joke. I'm not going to tell you how stupid you are. It's the same kind of thing.
Oh, they already know. They already know. Look at this. This is an animated GIF file of 2 gigantic objects. It's fast, but you can see these 2 things go crash into the sun, and the sun belches out this huge blast of light and fire, and NASA says, oh, those 2 events are completely unrelated. Okay, now what do they try to do? They try to say, oh, well, these are just a couple of comets. Okay, well, I don't think so. But anyway, here's one of the ones that's really stunning, and there's a bunch of these, and in the future we're going to present them all much more streamlined. We're getting to that. July 31st, 2002. If you look carefully, what you see here, this is, there's 2 white flecks. It's going to be hard to see this from the audience, but if you're on the live stream or you order it at home, you can see this. You see there's a white spot on the left and a white spot over on the right. Now the white spot over on the right is a planet-sized object that is not supposed to be there. The one on the left is Mars, the one on the right is what this guy, Kent Stedman on cyberspaceorbit.com, he's now deceased, he was the guy following this, he was calling them sun cruisers. Now you'll notice there's a white line through the middle of it. That is because it's so bright, it's overloading what's called the CCD sensor on the SOHO satellite that took this picture. There is no actual line around this thing. It is just a gigantic planet-sized object. And these things are flying around the sun. Now look at this. The very next day, August 1st, 2002, remember, because it was July 31st, now it's August 1st, We go back, and there's Mars parked in the exact same position, and the planet-sized object on the other side is totally missing. And then a lot of times, this would happen. The SOHO would capture these, and then there's an accident. The sensor breaks down. Oop, we got to take it offline. So, Corey, there it is. I got to stop doing that, man. Damn. Okay, so there it is. July 31st, you can see the little white dot on the right, and I'm going to hit it again, and boom, the very next day it's gone. But Mars is parked right where it always was. And there it is again on the right, and notice where Mars is on the left here. It doesn't even move when I hit the button. But this other object disappears completely. Okay, so you were one of the ones that informed me that people were aware of these things, besides just guys on the internet saying, oh, it's a big spaceship around the sun. What was the view on the inside when these giant spheres started to show up?
Originally, when the spheres started to show up, there was a lot of excitement. They thought it was the return of the Sumerian gods and the people that they were very willing to worship and work with. But these spheres came into the solar system, parked, then cloaked, and then didn't answer any hails, any communications. So immediately,
how many spheres?
In the beginning, it was like 100, and then they just kept on pouring in and pouring in. And they could tell that they were lining up equidistantly all throughout the solar system. So military-minded people are thinking, this is an invasion. Maybe we should attack them.
Let's get ahead to that slide because we have that here. That was one of the original art things that you commissioned.
Yeah, it's really old.
Yep. So the cool part is that when you actually get brought up there, some of what starts to happen is that you're getting these spheres actually showing up in your house. And tell us how that transport system worked. What was the experience that you had?
It is a blue sphere will appear in my house, an orb, and it'll zigzag around almost like a ping pong ball bouncing around until I indicate that I'm ready for transport. Usually I have to take off my electronic watch. I can't bring any electronics. So I prepare, and then I indicate that I'm ready. I put on clothes. There are many of the times I've told the stories about going different places, but I don't talk about my hair sticking straight up. And so I indicate that I'm ready to go. All of a sudden, the sphere just changes sizes to where it encompasses my body. And once I'm inside of it, it's just it's almost like a blur or a smear. It happens so quickly. And then I'm at the location.
And so this is not how most people are getting around in the space program. This is a very unusual thing.
Extremely unusual. Yes.
All right, so the Blue Avians finally reveal themselves after all these years of the spheres not saying who they are, not responding to hailing signals. Then the Alliance in the secret space program finds out about these guys, and they ask for you by name.
Right. The Blue Avians around 2011 started contacting both Gonzalez and I through dreams, which they have a protocol. They follow this protocol religiously almost.
Right.
So, yeah, I was getting that contact. They were sort of nurturing a relationship with me. They were doing the same thing with Gonzalez. And while they were communicating with him, he reported it to the SSP Alliance, who wanted more information, of course. But what had occurred is they had gone to Gonzalez, the Blue Avians went to Gonzalez and stated that they wanted a certain person by name who he didn't know who I was. After that, they looked into my background. They found a lot of the SSP information. A lot of it was redacted, which is not supposed to be possible. So they really wanted Gonzalez to be the ambassador, someone military, someone they can control. But instead, I was chosen. And I had no idea that he was in contact with the Blue Avians, and he had no idea that anyone else was in contact.
Right, and so the Blue Avians at this point, it was already well known that I had the show on Gaia, and that we were actively looking for insiders who wanted to come forward. And this only happened to you right after you actually did use your real name and go public.
That's a nice way to put it.
Even though it wasn't something you wanted.
Right. I was sort of outed unceremoniously, but yeah.
But do you think that you coming forward with your real face, your real name, your real identity was part of the cosmic handshake that had to take place in order to allow this contact to occur?
I guess it showed commitment, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so this is what you actually saw. And if you haven't seen this before, this is the art that we got from Andrew Jones, which was then turned into 3D.
Yeah, that was turned into 3D by someone else. Yeah.
And I was there as we constructed this, and it was very emotionally powerful for me. I actually broke into tears as this image was appearing.
It moved a number of people in the room.
Yeah, it was very intense, actually, when this was happening. And so we're seeing a being that looks pretty human-like, but it's got small, fine feathers all over its body, right? That's part of, if we're correctly interpreting what we're looking at here, there's sort of these shiny, purplish blue feathers, and then longer feathers that kind of act as hair, a very punk kind of hairdo.
Right.
New age, new wave. So then we have the golden triangle head beings, which have some unpronounceable name. Could you try to pronounce it? Or is it not even possible? I thought you went like or something like that. Wasn't that what
it's something really weird. It's kind of almost like a screech and a... It's weird.
So here's what they look like. Now, how tall was this guy?
10 feet.
So he's even taller than Blue Avian, because Blue Avian, you said, is 8 feet.
Yes. And it looks like they're... Either there's a mirage in front of them, or they're underwater. They move very fluid-like, and they don't look like they have bones. I mean, kind of like an octopus. And then their toes and fingers, they have 3, and they stand up on their toes like a tripod. And then their toes do this, and they kind of go up and down. It's very strange.
Okay, now, one of the first questions that the SSP Alliance asked the Blue Avian was what?
Are you the Ra from the Law of One?
And what was... he said, are you the Ra from the Law of One? And what was their answer?
Tyr just had me answer back, I am Rao Tyr.
Rao like Ra.
Ra, yeah, they pronounce it Rao.
Okay.
No. Which may be the way the original word was.
Yeah, we probably got it messed up. Which we mess up everything on this planet, right? That's part of the game. Now, what's interesting about that, and it's kind of like their free will chess game, is that every time they're asked a question in the Law of One, their answer starts with, I am Ra.
Correct.
So it very much looked like that's what was going on. Now, I was really suspecting that this was the same Ra as the Law of One, and at home, shortly after this happened to you, I was in my kitchen. You might have heard this story before. If not, I want to get it on record. I'm in my kitchen, and I say, are these Blue Avians, in fact, the group that did the Law of One? Because it sure looks like it. And I asked the question telepathically, which is something we're going to get into tomorrow. For the first time, I'm actually going to talk about this. I've been doing this conference 12 years. I haven't talked about this stuff in 10 years. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow night. I'm finally coming out of the cosmic closet, okay, which is a lot worse than being gay. Being gay is not even a big deal anymore, which I'm not. Okay, but everybody thinks I'm gay on the internet. Apparently the military does too. That's fine. Okay, but saying that you can channel higher beings of consciousness...
I think thou protest too much.
We're not going there. This could get into a big, big thing. So... I had this experience of doing psychic readings, and I actually ran a business from 1998 to 2005 with 500 paying clients, people bursting into tears. I'm speaking on behalf of higher beings of consciousness, telling people things that predicted the future. There was one lady who had all these poems that she'd written. They actually started to quote from her poems, which I didn't even know she wrote poems. Not only did they quote from the poems, but they explained to her what they meant. So this was an experience I had. That's not you. Okay, I was like, uh-oh. He's doing that. Something. I'm dying on stage, right? They quoted from her frickin' poems, and this didn't just happen once or twice. This happened a lot. And so, of course, when I'm on the George Norrie panel tomorrow at 2 o'clock, he's obviously going to bring up, so, Edgar Casey, right? Oh, man, really? You going to do that again? Every frickin' time. Yes, I'm going to show you again tomorrow night the facial similarity of myself and Edgar Casey, because it's time. I've so many people don't want me to talk about this that Corey didn't even know about it. Believe it or not, when we actually did our last taping, I sat him down, I explained to him this whole Casey thing, and he hadn't even heard it before because I've totally avoided talking about it. So I was in the kitchen, and I still can get access. It's not as much as I used to do. I had some very bad things happening in my life, and I didn't dare try to do this because you have to have a really sacred consciousness or it's not going to work. You're going to get the wrong channel. And I did not want that. So basically, after about 2005, I pretty much discontinued it because my life started to get really intense. And I didn't want to try my fate with the wrong side of the fence. But I can still get little things, and I'm trying to build it back to the point where I have the right consciousness to do it properly again. So I'm in the kitchen, and I say, okay, are you guys the Ra from the Law of One? And I wait, and I listen, I meditate, I get deep, and I hear 3 words. Go outside now. You didn't answer the question. Are you the Ra from the Law of One? Go outside now.
Sounds like a text you got from me at Contact in the Desert.
That's similar, yeah. 3rd time, are you the Ra from the Law? Go outside now. Okay, freaking fine, I'll go outside. Walk out the front, and I filmed this, and at some point I'm going to use the film. There is this huge freaking rainbow in the valley. This big, full arc rainbow. And then another time later on, when I ask the same question again, and I'm on a walk, boom, I turn the corner and there's another big rainbow. And then Corey and I were talking about this. Remember this? We were at a restaurant. I'm not going to say which one. We're at a restaurant in Boulder. Because it's like product placement if I give the restaurant name. We don't need to give them free publicity. But and we're talking about the same thing, and we freaking walk outside, and there's a double rainbow again. So it's happened 3 times.
I was quite amused at the people around's reaction when you started jumping up and down. A rainbow, a rainbow.
Double rainbow, dude.
Yeah, interesting looks.
Oh my God.
Yeah, one guy asked you, is that your God?
That's right, he did. He did, that was funny. And remember there was a little girl in the restaurant that started, oh, the bird, the bird. That was another really weird synchronicity. We get these weird synchronicities, and so I asked the question, and they say go outside now, which seems like the rainbow is the answer, and the answer is yes. But again, it's like this weird thing where they don't really say it.
Never a direct answer.
But eventually, they did tell you flat out, yes, we wrote the Law of One. And that's a huge development for me, because it explains, okay, yes, they're the group, they're the ancient builder race. Law of One says they started on Venus 2.6 billion years ago, they built all these pyramids everywhere, they took off, they ascended, but now they become what's called the Guardians, right? And they've come back in these giant spheres. So when these guys in the SSP Alliance were asking them, why did you come in these giant spheres? What's the purpose of this? What was their answer?
To attenuate the energies that are coming from through the cosmic web, through our sun.
Right.
Because we wouldn't be able to handle it in our current state.
Attenuate means to kind of like control it and modulate it so it doesn't happen too much at once.
Right.
If they didn't use these spheres, and we're talking about the Mayan calendar end date, of course you guys all know 2012 is a big flop, but look, the science was so good that I was going forward with this year after year leading up to 2012.
2012 was not a big flop. What was supposed to happen happened. We were just all wrong.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That's also during the time that the spheres started coming in mass into the solar system. So, you know, a lot occurred in 2012.
It's all very congruent, this idea of ascension. I'm going to get way more into that tomorrow and on the Monday workshop. It's a huge subject about this idea the sun's going to do a flash. And Corey, you have still heard that there is going to be some sort of solar event that has a transformative effect on consciousness But the date range now is more like 2018 to 2023. Is that still true?
2024.
2024.
Yeah,
okay.
they added a year.
So, look, all this stuff, if you've seen my scholarship, we have extensive documentation of so many ancient cultures predicting the sun is going to do something huge and that it transforms the very essence of what it means to be human. It totally ties in with the idea of the Tibetan rainbow body. There's 160,000 documented cases, as I always say, of people meditating for 12 or 13 years. If you can only have loving thoughts for 13 years, then you get to ascend anytime you want, which is very difficult. It took me 2 hours to get here in the traffic today in the rain. So we start the clock today. And we'll probably start the clock again tomorrow and start it again the next day.
All right. 3-time best-selling author, star of TV, film, the one and only David Wilcock.
All right. How's everybody feeling out there? Are you ready to rock and roll? All right. We now have absolute confirmation from 4 different sources on the inside that 47 top-level Washington, D.C. pedophile prosecutions are going to be filed next week. It's backwards, guys. Can y'all read backwards? I don't know. I think we might have a technical glitch. It looks good to you back there, but it doesn't look good to everybody else. I'm just going to clue you in. At least we got something. Warts and all, the David Wilcock Show. How amazing is that shit? Now look, I don't support what these people are doing at all. This is a very, very horrible thing. But as you all know, I've said this so many times, it's if you throw up, you'll feel better. We can't change the fact that they're drunk. Okay, we can't change the fact that there's a sickness here. This is not something that we do on our own, per se, but it is something that must be dealt with when it is coming to our attention, and so we don't go anywhere by being in denial. But one of the really great people who have been covering this is a guy who worked for the Huffington Post, and he published a very popular video from InfoWars on Huffington Post that was questioning Hillary's health. Because remember she was having those seizures and stuff? And they fired him from Huffington Post, and they deleted every article he'd ever written just for publishing this thing on Hillary. His name's David Seaman. And he's awesome. Okay, some of you know who he is. Well, I guess I can say this now. I sought him out, and I actually was able to make contact with him because he lives in Boulder, Colorado. And I gave him an enormous briefing. Like 4-hour briefing over dinner. And the guy's just like... I mean, it was crazy. Oh, okay, well, gotta run before you can fly. I think we're kind of halfway there now. Desktop rear, ceiling front. Oh, boom! Oh, shit! Yeah! It's happening. I told him, dude, I apologize because this stuff is so weird. And you're coming at this as an academic. You're coming at this as somebody who wants the credibility. And I'm sorry that the truth is so freaking weird. But it is the truth, dude. I'm sorry, dude, but like reptilian aliens exist. I'm sorry, but there's giants with elongated skulls and their skeletons have been found all over the planet. You can research it and you'll find out. The Smithsonian Institution would say, oh yeah, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. Smithson is the guy that founded the Smithsonian Institution, high-level Illuminati member. 33rd degree Mason, Smithson, yeah, Smithsonian. It's his organization. They were going around and they were grabbing these skeletons, and according to one of my highest level insiders, that's me. According to one of my highest level insiders, in the beginning they were literally taking these skeletons and dumping them out into the ocean because they didn't want anything to ever be found. So they weren't necessarily storing them. Then at a certain point, they realized, okay, we need to hold on to this stuff because this is our heritage. Now, what does that mean? Well, that's what we get into this whole cosmic history of the Illuminati thing. It's very interesting. One of the titles that I've been tossing around for the Endgame Part 3 is Illuminati Beginnings and Endings. Because it's very interesting that this... Okay, look, come on. If you've spent any time looking into Pizzagate, you know that it's not just about disgusting sexual practices. It's about a frickin' cult that does this because they have weird occult ceremonies in which they think that Lucifer is the good guy. Now, why do they think that? Because the God of the Bible created Noah's flood to cleanse the earth of whoever was here before and create what they call the Adam, which is us. We are the Adam. We are a race genetically created and seeded here, and we were given dominion of the earth. We were, and oh my God, David, you're talking about the Bible. Judeo-Christian nonsense, mind wash, brain control. Look, I'm going to quote now from one of my really funny insiders, this guy that we call Bruce. It doesn't matter whether you believe it's true or not. This is what they believe, and it's serious as a heart attack. Okay? So these people are really into the Bible. They really take this stuff in the Bible seriously, and we're going to see some of the hidden quotes that you don't usually find out about in what's called the Book of Enoch. When Corey Goode comes into my life, you know, in October 2014, that's when I started to get all these briefings. It was soon followed early in 2015 after he revealed all this stuff about the secret space program to me, which most of you already know, and we're going to cover some of it again. I did a wonderful thing last night. How many of you saw it last night? Okay, did you like it? All right. I thought that was a pretty bomb-ass talk. Thank you very much. That's what I kept hearing. Everybody's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, I know. The truth is amazing. It's embarrassing to try to explain to somebody like David Seaman, who's totally new to it. It's like, well, yeah, okay, well, the military-industrial complex has 100 mining colonies throughout our solar system and many others, and they're working with over 900 different types of aliens. And you got to kind of do the 10% rule. You give people a little bit, see if they can handle it, and then give them 10% more, 10% more. Don't just do a big freaking cosmic download without taking a breath. It's probably not going to work. Oh, I can do it. So we have these beings show up, and we don't really know who they are. They show up only for the first time after they used Corey as their messenger. And Corey had just come forward with his real name as a result of circumstances outside of his control, and they immediately sound like the Law of One material. They have the bird-like appearance, and Ra in the Law of One says that that the hawk is their totem, it's their symbol. So right away I'm thinking, okay, there's something going on here with the Law of One. And the first question that was asked by the Secret Space Program Alliance, the people that are now trying to declassify all this amazing high technology we talked about last night, that almost all of you seem to have seen it, so I don't need to repeat myself. And also, if you're watching the streaming, people get mad if you say any information twice. That's not new information. Okay. So we're just going to partition this up. So assume now that this is like a series, and this is part 1, tonight's part 2, Monday night's part 3. If you have the streaming, you can see it all. So these beings showed up only because Corey and I start talking, and they sound an awful lot like the beings described in the Law of One. And then, sure enough, we have William Henry come along later on, who sadly was not able to be with us this weekend because his wife has ended up in the hospital. It's very sad. But he points out, oh my God, here in Egypt they have avian-headed humanoids that are blue. Like Horus right here. Some of them still have the paint on it, where it's still blue. So these beings are nothing new, and we didn't know this. That's the point. We put this intel out without realizing that Horus was blue. We put this intel out without realizing that Japan had what they call Tengu birdmen of the mountains that are blue, avian humanoids. Okay? And this is only something I found out because of some research I did for Ancient Aliens. And then I was looking through things, and sure enough, I found out, okay, Tengu birdmen. I look up what they look like, boom, blue avians. And this is a Tengu birdman statue in Japan. So you can see these beings were down there in physical form, and now they have statues made out of them. And then this one's kind of hard to see. But once again, if you look carefully at the head, this is a bird-like head on a human body. So it definitely appears that these beings from time to time will contact groups that are receptive to their message and will actually get that message across to us in ways that are very provocative, because they showed up in these huge spheres. And all of this seems to tie back with my journey and how I ended up getting involved in all this, because the first book I ever read was something that my grandmother gave me when I was 5 years old. And she's a fundamentalist Christian. And I said this last year, but it's worth repeating because it's so cool. It was called Strange Stories, Amazing Facts from Reader's Digest. And I couldn't even read. I was 5 years old, and it's an adult book. So I kind of used it like a picture book, and I'd flip to the back, and there was this chapter called Enigma of the UFO, and it had these really cool pictures of flying saucers, which I'd never heard of before, except that I was seeing them in dreams. Most of the time, I'd see cylinder-shaped objects. And then I'm seeing these things that I'd only ever heard about in my dreams in a book. And I'm like, what the hell is that doing in there? It was amazing. But what even tripped me out even more was this article with Isaac Asimov as a co-author called Looking into the Future, and then this picture down here, commissioned by an artist, where they're depicting a base inside an asteroid with these weird dart-like stealth craft going in and out of them. Now remember, this book was written originally in like 1978. That's when I got it, somewhere around there. The original edition's 1978. It was already in there by then. So something led these guys to postulate, and this is Asimov, right, a notable science fiction writer. Yeah, there might be asteroids with civilizations inside of them. Well, is he just a very original thinker? Apparently not. Apparently we have people on the inside who are aware that stuff like this is already in our solar system with habitation inside. Now, it doesn't have a nice big gate in the front like that. You actually fly through the wall. You fly through the crust because these ships can dematerialize. So you go in, but there may also be some that have hatches or something. You go inside, and you have a whole world in there, a whole civilization with people and water. Most of the moons we now know have liquid water inside of them. So this is pretty amazing because Asimov and Arthur C. Clarke are getting these little dribs and drabs of information, and they leak it through fiction. And this was how this all gets started. Now, the focus of the talk tonight is, of course, Antarctica. That's what you're here for. That's what has got our excitement right now. And this is one of the pictures. It's not really pyramids, but it's just a very cool couple of icebergs, which kind of sets the tone. This is taken in Australia, Antarctica. Woo! So we can see how beautiful it would be to travel down there. And it's not as cold as they lead you to believe. You're not dying when you're down there. If you go during the right time, the right season, you'll get these gorgeous, gorgeous sunsets. And this is actually a real picture. This is not photoshopped, of a yacht that was found underneath the surface of the ocean in Antarctica. Somebody didn't have very good luck sailing during the wrong time. And to me, this kind of sets the stage for the ancient architecture and the things that we might see once we get down there. Why Antarctica? Because Antarctica is where the founding fathers of the people calling themselves the Illuminati supposedly crash-landed when they came to Earth and became what the Bible calls the fallen angels. That's a very important point. They believe that the fallen angels are real, but that because the God of the Bible wiped out their people in Noah's flood, that God must be evil. Because this Adam, which is us, they call us the Adam, they think the Adam is wicked. And they think that they, with all their ancient knowledge and high technology that they crash-landed here with, that they are the good guys. So they actually believe that they deserve to rule the earth and that we are not worthy. And so when I explained that bit to our Huffington Post journalist, David Seaman, that's when he got it. That's when he really saw, okay, this is why these people are so sadistic that stuff like Pizzagate is actually happening. Because they see us as an invasion. Even though they invaded us, they believe that they have a right to the earth, that they belong here, and that we are the insufferable fools who shouldn't be here. So these pre-Adamites, after they blew up their planet, they survived for approximately 445,000 years on the moon. This is the latest, greatest intel. And so approximately 55,000 years ago, they got attacked by, guess who? The reptilians, the Draco. They had a terrible war with the reptilians. That's how these ships ended up getting blown up. That's how the domes, that's how the glass got broken. The ships were getting shot down. Only a very small number of them actually survived. Now, they started out, as I said before, 70 feet tall. But because the moon was so much smaller, they'd actually gotten a lot shorter over time. But they were still giants compared to us, anywhere up to 12 to 14 feet tall. They are badly, badly wounded. They only have a few ships left, and they crash-landed on Earth with those ships, which were gigantic in size, as we're going to see in a minute. And the stories of their landing here were told in a book that should have been in the Bible, but the early Roman Empire said, there ain't no way we're putting this in the Bible, because this is our story, and we're going to be exposed if we put this in there. So they removed it, but it's as old as Genesis. And Jesus quotes from it. So he clearly took it seriously. So the Book of Enoch was discovered only in 1773 in Ethiopia. Translated, we didn't even get to read it until 1821. Then they find out, wow, Jesus is actually quoting chapter and verse out of this book in the New Testament. And then chapters 1 through 36 are called the Book of the Watchers, and that's where the really interesting stuff says. It says to happen, and Enoch is actually Noah's grandfather. So these people on the inside believe that Enoch is real and Noah is real. These are real people, and these were real events. Noah's flood is the Atlantean flood, and it's older than we think. It was 12,500 years ago. So in the book of Enoch, Enoch is basically working with these benevolent extraterrestrials, which very likely were the blue avians, same beings, and he's working with them, and he asks them they will spare the lives of these people called the Watchers. Now, the book says there was 200 of these Watchers. I don't really think that's true. The data suggests there were a lot more. But there were a small number of these people that survived. They crashed here, and according to the new intel, they immediately set up cloning facilities and built lots of bodies for themselves so they could spread across the earth. And they crashed here 55,000 years ago. That's when this all started. So, the book of Enoch goes on to say that the fallen angels created great giants whose height was 3,000 ells, Enoch 7:3. An ell appears to be the distance between the elbow, hence L, and the tip of the middle finger, or a cubit, it's also called. And it's probably not really accurate because 3,000 ells, based on that, would be like 450 feet tall. Okay, so it's likely an exaggeration, but they were large. Of course, we know they were large. This is probably something that was greatly mythologized by the point this book was written. It says in Enoch 7:5-6 that the giants began eating people on earth. They were cannibals to the humans that were supposed to be here. They begged God for forgiveness. Enoch was used as their middleman. That's 13:4. And they got turned down. And as a result of this, the biblical Atlantean flood, the Noah's flood, was created to cleanse them from the earth. And they believe this is actual history. And in the Ascension Mysteries, I trace out all the different things that lead to this conclusion. Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch, became the guy who preserved the animals and plants and people, one of each species, right, so that we would survive through the flood. And this very likely is some kind of extraterrestrial craft. The Noah's Ark is kind of an allegory of a much more advanced object, and it just becomes a boat in this story because it's been rewritten and rewritten and rewritten, and people kind of missed the original point. So these pre-Adamites, this is what they looked like based on Corey Good's intel. These are the people who were deemed to be the wicked, the giants with the elongated skulls, where the flood largely wiped them out, but not completely. Surviving remnants of their population lasted through the flood, even though they were in much smaller numbers than the humans that were then seated here as the Adam. And those humans had already been here before, but then they were built to inherit the earth. So the Bible's a little bit off on that too. But the point is, these beings were not completely destroyed. When they survived in Europe and Asia, they eventually made their way into the Egyptian pharaohs, as I talk about in Ascension Mysteries. And when they first landed here, before all this crazy stuff happened, this is an important point that we get from the new briefings. They knew that the continent we now call Antarctica had ancient builder race ruins below the surface. It's a very important point. Ancient stuff, 1.6 billion years old is how old they estimate that it was. So their ships were badly damaged, and they landed where they could then tear apart the ships, use the parts that were inside them, use the power systems, and set up their own little enclave because they were badly damaged. So then they colonized those underground bases built by the ancient builders. There were other places they could have landed that would have had better land and better water and better game, but they went to Antarctica because at that time it was tropical. The Earth had not shifted on its axis yet. It was a nice place to be because of the underground stuff that they were able to get into. That's where they started up all this cloning and all this crazy stuff. So now here we are. Oh, people are like, oh, don't show me his face. Why in God's name did John Kerry go to Antarctica on Election Day? Literally, I'm not kidding. This is a picture of him traveling with the military on the day of the election. Like maybe he's worried that the election isn't going to turn out in a way that's good for Pizzagate people. Not saying that he is, but it's probably going to be. He wants to go see it while he's still got the chance, in case Hillary loses. Here he is in Antarctica. Notice that he's not wearing gloves and a hat. It's warm enough down there that you can sail around and be comfortable. That's him in Antarctica. Why was he there? Because
Recently, as in within the last 30 years, according to some of my insiders, they found new ruins under the ice that are very advanced of these original ancient builders that crash landed there. And here is Buzz Aldrin. And there he is in the middle with his shirt that says, well, yeah, one of them says, "Get your ass to Mars." That's the one the woman is wearing. She's got the red bag. Her shirt says, "Get your ass to Mars." The other one says something similar. Destination Mars. Thank you. I can't really read it from here. Notice that they're on a Russian plane. You can't even charter an American plane in Antarctica. You had to go through Russia. And here it is right there on ABC, breaking news. Buzz Aldrin had to be evacuated from Antarctica. 86-year-old fell ill while visiting the South Pole. We didn't know why. And you're going to find out later, teaser, 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 teaser. You're going to find out why he had to be taken out. It's amazing. Wait till you hear that bit. And there he is. It is actually true. If you watch the film Total Recall, Arnold actually does say at one point, "Get your ass to Mars." And it's such a weird, stupid one-liner that it became a shirt. Now, why? Think about this for a moment, folks. Buzz Aldrin, 33rd degree Mason, goes to Antarctica, advertising "Get your ass to Mars" on his shirt in all of the pictures. What's the relationship between Mars and Antarctica? Well, they know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is not accidental. This is on purpose. And notice that Mars is embedded inside what? The NASA logo. Whoa. They know what they're going to tell us over time, and they have to hide it out in the open, right? They have to tell you what they're doing. This is what they're doing. Antarctica and Mars are connected. Antarctica is where the survivors from Mars finally ended up before they became what we now call the Illuminati. Those people crash landed here 55,000 years ago. For 5,000 years, they built a huge civilization in what we now call the Sahara Desert. It became very technological. They spread out across the earth. They set up kingdoms in every continent, every country of the time. They were the leaders, the rulers. They had much bigger brains, much higher IQs, much better technology, and they subjugated the planet. And there was a catastrophe 50,000 years ago that wiped them out. And then they bounced back. And another catastrophe happens 25,000 years ago, wipes them out again. Then the third one was the one we associate with Atlantis. So that's how this works, and it's totally described in the Edgar Cayce readings. And there's so many things the Edgar Cayce readings has in common with this, it can't be an accident. So Corey gets this incredible body of information. He wasn't telling me what it was. He just said it's something about Antarctica, but I can't release it. And I mean, we knew there was ruins down there, but I didn't know that these excavations were so active and new. And then finally, I get a briefing, and he can tell me, and this happens right before we're about to go for a Gaiam taping. And so we make it into episodes, and then we also integrated it into what became Endgame Part 1 and 2. Part 1, I go into Pizzagate. Part 2, I go into Antarctica. But not with all the rest of the stuff I'm going to tell you today. So if you've read Endgame 2, that will really help, because I'm not going to go through all this again. I'm just going to repeat myself. But the point is, we start to release this information that they found these ruins in Antarctica, that the ruins were technologically advanced, that they found some very cool stuff there. And then we start to hear that there's a plan to release this, and this is actually part of what the Alliance wants to do. Now, I don't want to diss the Alliance. I think it's awesome that they've stood up against the Cabal, and they're bringing the Cabal down, and they want to give us disclosure. But they're also saying this is the only responsible way to do disclosure, because if you do it too fast, people will freak out. That's the excuse. The reality is that if we got full disclosure with the data dumps, all the data that there is, then the vast majority of everybody in the Alliance has got unspeakable crimes associated with them, because heroes can turn. You could have somebody working for Hitler in Nazi Germany who then becomes a defector and comes to the U.S. in this case. If you want to think of Hitler as bad, U.S. is good, even though ultimately, as I've said, the Cabal seems to have been controlling both sides of World War II, and there's some really good data on that. Some people are going to be shocked when I say that, but not you guys. You're like, yeah, okay. U.S. Nazis, same thing. Right, got it. No big deal. Nobody's like, I don't see any faces doing that. So let's just go with this nice Victorian paradigm of U.S. good, Nazis bad. You have a defector. You have a Nazi scientist, and he gets compromised. He's part of that regime, and now he's a hero. He's a whistleblower. He comes forward. So please, if you are aware that this stuff starts to happen and this video ends up going all over the internet, let's try to give these people some amnesty, for God's sake. If they are in the alliance and they're risking their lives to save our butts, they deserve a second chance because they are now heroes. Can I get an amen on that? All right. We have to be able to practice the forgiveness that the ancient teachings of all major religions tell us we should be doing. We have to be able to see that these people are not lizards and they're not monsters and they're not creatures. They're human beings who might have gotten stuck in something really bad. Some of the stuff that Corey Good was involved in was really bad. He's admitted it on our show. But he's a hero because he came forward. There's other insiders that have come forward. But the Alliance has pushed this thing out because, and this is the real story, they all want to die before the stuff would come out that would cause us to judge them. They want to die a natural death. They want to live out their life. And I understand that up to a point. I do understand why they would want to push this thing out 50 years, maybe even 100 years. And drib and drab it out, okay? But here's the thing. Our planet does not have that time. What the hell did we just hear about Fukushima? Right? It's frickin' 560 whatever sieverts per hour, which means that the robots would break down in 2 hours. A human being exposed to it for a flash is instantaneously dead. We have technology that can dial out that radiation like nothing ever happened. It's already there. That's known. The good old insider Henry Deacon told me that people that go into space, they have a little pill that you can take, and once you've taken this pill, you're essentially immune to radiation. You can get a massive dose and nothing happens to you. They have these very thin coatings that they can put on the outside of ships, even including our own NASA space probes. They had them too, because otherwise those guys would have been hash browns inside there, literally. That's why people say, oh, we never went to the moon. And one of the reasons, radiation from the sun would cook you if you don't have the atmosphere. Well, yeah, that's true. But what they don't know is that it was coated with this special polymer that totally shields radiation. So we have the technology. So look, you guys, I understand and I get it. You don't want to have embarrassing information. There's going to be a witch hunt. You probably will have to be, if this does happen with full disclosure, okay? You guys are going to have to end up going somewhere that you're safe from the torches and pitchforks of the masses. I get that. And I apologize because people will be like that. They're not going to like what they hear. But I will be one of the ones supporting you as heroes and saying that you deserve clemency. And this audience also, as you just said, how do you feel about them being heroes if they're going to save the planet for us? Absolutely. They need our support. They need to see that we're not going to see them as creatures and monsters, that we're ready for the truth, even though it's going to hurt. And this truth is something that they very much know to be true. So we get this briefing from the Space Program Alliance because people at that level, where they've got all this really advanced technology, they want the whole disclosure to come out. And that's what we're fighting for. I believe that we will heal from this, and when these people in the Alliance are kept in safety, that they can eventually be forgiven and brought back out, and we're not going to try to kill them. Because the things that we're going to get as we get full disclosure will quickly make us capable of forgiveness. Because imagine if instead of having to drive home tonight, you just portal back home. If you have a little pocket portal, boop, off you go. That really didn't sound good. I promised I wasn't going to do a dick joke. That's 2 of them. Wow. It's hot in here. Can you imagine being at home, having a portal device in your home, and getting to travel out to a base on Pluto and come back in time for dinner? And get to meet all your cool new friends who are ETs. And get to see things that are so spectacular that you're literally shedding tears in amazement at what you're looking at. If we get to that point where you have a materializer in your home and you think about the best meal you've ever had in your life and you hit the button and boom, there it is, perfect. And it digests into pure nutrition in your body, cleans your mouth as you eat it, and leaves no waste products behind. And you don't get fat. You don't lose your teeth. You actually gain dental health. I think we'd start to feel a little more forgiving. If you got anti-gravity and you have your hoverboard that's a real hoverboard, not the frickin' thing that blows up under your feet. We saw this guy smoking weed on his hoverboard. It's true, it actually did happen. Gotta have fun with this, right? It's really hot in here, so we'll try not to touch my nose. Remember the other videos where I'm always doing this all the time? It itches, but I'm not touching it. People say, oh, David's on cocaine, man. Frickin' did lines. That's why he talks so fast. No. It's blisteringly hot in here, okay? Even up there, you can feel the heat. It's like it just radiates down from the ceiling. There's a lot of bodies in this room. So, we do all this intel. We get all this stuff put together. And the Alliance people are pushing Corey like crazy, which means he's pushing me like crazy. We've got to get this out. We've got to get this out. We've got to get this out. And remember, the Alliance doesn't want us to release all this because they want to do this over the course of 50 or 100 years. The Earth Alliance doesn't want us to do this, but the Space Program Alliance does, and the beings, the sphere beings, want us to do this. So we got different factions that are trying to help the planet, but some of us want us to do one thing and others vociferously oppose. So we're going with what the Space Program people and the sphere being people have told us they want. And you have to trust that these are benevolent people, especially the higher beings, and that if they're advocating for this, that it's going to work out, and we're not going to have all the Alliance people killed in a genocide. It's not going to happen. Once you have that technology, once you have anti-gravity, once you have a car that you can fly through the air, point and click, you never have a car accident again, you can go anywhere you want, you can travel all over the cosmos, you can see incredible ancient ruins. If you want to, archaeology is probably going to become one of the most common jobs people take on. Right? Because we're not going to need money. You're not going to need to work a job. You're going to do something because you love it. Because you're passionate about it. Isn't that awesome? I would definitely get my ass to Mars. I want to see those pyramids. I want to see that face. I'm going to put on my spelunking hat with a little light on it and a pick, and I'm going to be in there freaking looking for stuff. There's entire areas inside the Earth of ancient cities that they've barely even explored because they don't have the staff. With all this technology just sitting around waiting for us to look at. They need the numbers, they need the population of people who are going to be proactive enough to want to investigate this stuff. That's a good thing. The way that society will change is so dramatic we can barely even imagine. And how exciting it is for me to be standing on this stage with you tonight, disclosing what may be the very last stages before we finally get the truth. Amazing. Ah, David's a conspiracy theorist, man. Nothing's ever going to happen. He's just lying. He's just trying to sell books. Yeah, right. Like, selling books makes a lot of money. The publishing industry is basically dead. I still do it because I want to get information out, but it's basically, when you add up the hours that it takes, it's almost not much more than minimum wage, really, honestly. And I'm one of the top-selling authors, so anybody else who's writing a book, you know, please help them buy their book because they need it, okay? Nobody makes money writing books anymore. It's almost a dead art. So, If this was just a story, just a conspiracy theory, it doesn't explain, okay, why did Buzz Aldrin go down there? Why did John Kerry go down there? Why did the Pope go down there? Yeah. I mean, this is all the Black Pope, right? Some of this is classified. A lot of these people didn't go on a public basis. But they're all going down there. They're all really excited about this. So we're told, hurry, 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 hurry. And it freaked me out. I mean, I worked my butt off. And we got it out on December 11th. And literally, I am not kidding. Well, this is the video that we made a few days later. And it was wildly successful. Over 1 million unique views. So this really got out to the public big time. 2 hours after my article came out is when the first thing showed up. And, big plug here, if you go to dwilcock.com, the actual mixed and mastered MP3 of Endgame is available. You just put your email address in. It's free. You can listen to it in the car. It's awesome. And also, thank you. And it's really important to do those emails because they have been hacking my site like crazy. We had to turn off the entire discussion forum. We had to delete 10 years worth of it. Well, we have it in the hard drive on our server, but we had to take it offline. 10 years worth of everybody's discussions. Because somebody put malware somewhere in there, and Google says, oh, your site links to malware, you must be hacked, oh, we're going to ban you. So this is how they take your site offline. All you got to do is have a discussion forum or a comment section, and one thing goes in, and you're done. 2 hours after we put this article out, tabloids start saying exactly the same thing, and it ended up on the front page of Drudge Report. Now, here's the shrinking reindeer from global warming, which is a sad story in and of itself. But then there it is in italics. The lost city of Antarctica, massive ancient civilization, lies frozen under ice. Holy shit. 2 hours after my article comes out? Is that a coincidence? Come on. No. This says the lost city of Antarctica. Shock claims massive civilization exists beneath a mile of ice. Antarctica is hiding a huge city underneath more than a mile of ice, according to incredible claims. December 11th. Artist's impression of a doorway to Atlantis. They're getting you ready. And we were told, you've got to get this out before you get scooped. And look, there it was, 2 hours later. Unbelievable. They talk about the Piri-Reis map, and they say, look, it's got the subglacial topography of Antarctica before they were supposed to know what it was. And they quote from Charles Hapgood, the original guy that had the theory that the Earth shifted on its axis in space. Antarctica was originally not on the pole, but it was tropical, and it moved. What they didn't get into was this interesting fact that you can look at Antarctica now, and if you look at the top of this image, it says subglacial lakes. So these blue areas are beneath the surface of the ice. The surface is all white and you just see ice. But if you go in there, they know that there are areas where there are lakes, meaning this warm water. And you can take a look and see where the lakes are, meaning this is where the continental masses are, and where two chunks of Antarctica, there's a big chunk on the right, a littler chunk on the left. We only knew that since 1958. There's another image of it in gray. But yet, here we have from 1754, the Buachi map from the Vatican showing Antarctica with a channel in between the middle right where those subglacial lakes are. So what the heck is going on here? They knew. Antarctica wasn't even discovered until the late 1800s. This is all going to be part of the disclosure. It was mapped back when it wasn't frozen. Back with the pre-Adamites. They copied this over from pre-Adamite books. That's how they got it. That's all part of the disclosure. Then the next day, December 12th, 12/12, important ritual date, the lost city of Antarctica. Shock claims massive ancient civilization lies frozen beneath a mile of Antarctic ice and could even be Atlantis. Isn't that something? Just one day after we were rushed to publish this thing, and I broke my butt doing it. There it is. Now, this is what it says in that article. Check this out. There's the link, so you can look it up yourself. Conspiracy theorists went wild earlier this year when a video claiming to be from the lost city emerged. Now, wait a minute. Is anybody here realistically going to deny that I'm not one of the greatest conspiracy theorists of our era? I sell books, I do conferences, we've got a huge crowd here at Conscious Life. I'm definitely one of those people. I didn't go wild because there was no video. They make this stuff up. They're leaking a fake story. It's fake news, but it's actually getting us ready for something that's very real. This alleged video that nobody ever actually saw, they just say, oh, conspiracy theorists, but you don't know who they are. They don't post a link. They don't show you the video. They don't give you any way of seeing where this video is or who wrote about it. They don't link to one article of anybody who said anything about this. Oh, just take my word for it. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists went wild. It appeared to show extensive ancient ruins hidden in the ice and was a video supposedly left behind by a California TV crew who have been missing since 2002. Now, this is what's so crazy, and it's one of the things that we really have kicked ourselves for, is that Corey had told me, before they wrote this, that there were teams down there that had been embedded since 2002 filming the archaeological ruins, getting ready for this disclosure. They've been doing it all that time, 14 years. And then this comes out a couple days later. I was kicking myself that we didn't leak that part of the intel in our article, because it was so amazing. So I put it in as an update after this happened. So that crew is still down there now. They've been making documentaries for 14 years, and notice it's the year after 9/11. They needed this plan in case the botched job of 9/11 got exposed. And then they need to get a get-out-of-jail-free card. They need to say, oh, well, look, everybody, you know, yeah, we did some bad stuff, but hey, now we're going to give you something good. Can't you be nice? Can't we all kiss and be friends now? That's the cabal's plan. Now the Alliance wants to actually release this as part of a benevolent disclosure. The only thing we're disagreeing with them on is how fast we get it. But they're setting the stage for that real disclosure with this right here. So then it goes on to say, archaeologist Jonathan Gray claimed that the U.S. government is trying to block the video from being seen because it reveals there is a massive archaeological dig underway 2 miles beneath the ice. But that's not the wildest claim, with several online websites claiming, wait a minute, what website isn't online, dude? Online websites, It's not exactly well written. Several websites claiming that there is a city in Antarctica and Hitler knew about it, making it a secret Nazi base. Now look at this. What they're doing is they're setting up the release of this video. They're promising something they intend to deliver, folks. They intend to deliver a video that shows a massive archaeological dig 2 miles beneath the ice. That is going to happen. This is the proof. It happened right after we published our intel. Is this a coincidence? No way! Then in this same article, they say, oh, by the way, we just found a Nazi base in the Arctic. Not Antarctica, but they show you a Nazi base in the Arctic. But then I did some research, and I start looking up, okay, let me just see if anybody else did something on Antarctica's Atlantis. The mainstream scientific journal known as Science, as good as it gets in academia, published this very strange thing in 1998. Check this out. There it is. There's the Science logo, AAAS. And look at the bottom. March 31st, 1998, ancient ruins found in Antarctica. Now, the first clue that something's wrong here is you got this little image of a guy dressed up in old-fashioned Shakespearean clothing, and he goes, oh, please. Okay, but that's about the only clue you get at first, that something's wrong. Ancient ruins found in Antarctica in a mainstream scientific journal. And here's the text, which I'm now going to read to you. Check this out. From 1998. Argentina. That's the first clue something's wrong. Why would it be, and is there even a place called Dirac? Okay? It ends up being a spoof, but they're hiding things in jest. Scientists, this is in Science Journal, okay? Scientists have uncovered the remains of a massive stone structure and other artifacts estimated to be 4,000 years old in a remote corner of Antarctica. The find, announced at a press conference here today, is the first evidence of ancient civilization on the icy continent and is being hailed as one of the most important archaeological digs of the century. Working in dwindling light just before Antarctica's first sunset of the year in mid-February, a team led by geologist Scott Amundsen of Wyoming State University came across the rubble of a stone building roughly the size of Rome's ancient amphitheater. Interesting. One of my students tripped over a squat pentagonal block while we were hiking up near Doubleday Glacier, Amundsen says. And in fact, the briefings are saying that the melting of the ice in Antarctica is causing these buildings to poke out now. This is actually real. All the stuff they're telling you here is true. And they're preparing you for the disclosure that they might have done right after 9/11 if they needed it, which is why they sent those guys down in 2002. This was setting that up back in 1998, 4 years in advance. They knew what they were going to find. Doubleday, the glacier, has been receding at an estimated 3 meters per year for the last century, and the last geologic expeditions that they are going to talk about visited it in the 1920s. Previous researchers could have easily missed it, Amundsen says, because there wasn't very many of them. The team worked deep into March, well after the normal end of the field season. So far, the researchers have uncovered the foundations of a massive columned structure that may have stood as high as 30 meters, says group member Harvey Sampson, who last year had proved by DNA analysis that Piltdown Man was not an elaborate hoax, but in fact the skeleton of the murdered St. Nicholas, the last Russian Tsar. Science Now, April 1st, 1997. April 1st, April Fool. They loft the big middle finger. And it goes on, and they say all kinds of stupid, crazy stuff then. It's all joking, ha 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 ha. That part makes me angry, so I did not include it in the talk. But the point is, they joke about it. Oh, April Fool, in a mainstream science journal, talking about ruins in Antarctica. They tell you the truth, but then they disguise it. Isn't that amazing? Can I get a big round of applause if you think this is amazing? Unbelievable. Then, the article that came out 1 day after we published Endgame 2, links to this. Hitler's Ghost Island, secret Nazi treasure hunter base in the Arctic, found by Russian scientists after being abandoned over 70 years when the crew was poisoned by bad polar bear meat. That'd be a pretty rough meal in the first place. I don't know. And it says, a top secret Nazi base in the depths of the Arctic has been found by the Russian scientists after more than 70 years. It's located in a remote island in Russian territory more than 600 miles from the North Pole. And here's a rusted shell, all these things. They have all these pictures of what they found there. So that's getting us ready that the same thing could be in south of the pole, the South Pole. We have William Tompkins now, who has come out as our big new whistleblower. Here he was as a young man, hired in World War II to debrief American scientists embedded in Nazi Germany's space program, including people that were working in Antarctica. And he confirmed that these ruins were known about all the way back in the late 1930s. They've had a long time to prepare for telling us the truth, which is really stunning. Now, what we're hearing from Corey is that not only is it Antarctica, they're finding that some of the ancient ruins on Earth have very technological things like portal devices actually buried inside the stones, including some of the oldest Sumerian stuff, and this is one of those examples. So we're going to have to probably protect this stuff when that comes out, because people are going to want to tear them apart looking for technology. And they've been very quietly doing this with very advanced equipment to find these things and try to get them out before they tell us about this. But they're finding all kinds of cool stuff in there. And while looking at these ancient ruins, I came across this. Those are two ordinary humans of ordinary height, two men, holding, like slaves, an umbrella for a very tall human being. Isn't that interesting? A pre-Adamite. One of these elongated skull guys. One of the giants. There's more proof. One of the things Corey's intel has told us is that they are going to show us rooms that are just literally lined with gold, floors, walls, and ceilings with all this gorgeous inlay. And Corey actually got to see that stuff. And so there's this place, I believe it's in Indonesia, called Baodang, that has a very similar type of a look to it. Not exactly the same, but close. And people go there to pray, and of course all that gold is going to have amazing energy. It's going to be a very energetic spot. You can see how beautiful this is. Corey was picked up by a craft like this, and that's one of the ways that he got taken to Antarctica. This is from the MIC group, the Military Industrial Complex Secret Space Program. And when he was down there with the Anchar and with other things, this is a forensic reconstruction of what it looks like in one of the real bases. You got these triangular craft down there, all kinds of excavations going on. And then this is the ark that we commissioned for Endgame 2. This is what they actually do. They're digging holes through the ice, and you see these buildings down there. So I'm going to zoom in selectively on certain parts of this. If you look carefully, you can see there's an obelisk up at the top in the ice. And then there's these ruins, which he said they do look like Pumapunku in Peru. And specifically, the briefing was that Pumapunku was sort of like an extraterrestrial UN. A lot of different groups met there. And this was very likely another place like that. These ruins, this is sort of what we're going to see when they first release it, something like this. You notice there's a bulldozer in there, and then they got a little tunnel in the back, and there's rails going up. And then when we go down from there, we see this little guy on the left. That's a steam blower. It generates steam, and they use that to melt the ice. And then you see on that wooden cart, they're hauling out the body of a mastodon. So they're finding lots of prehistoric animals underneath the ice. And they're also finding all these pre-Adamite bodies. Now, isn't it interesting that the Cabal, the largest object in Washington, D.C., is the Washington Monument, an obelisk, an Egyptian obelisk, which is an emulation of stuff that's over 2 billion years old, that's all over our solar system and beyond. They still worship the same gods, they still have the same religion, they keep building the same structures in honor of the very oldest stuff they ever found. That's not an accident. Just like the Statue of Liberty is the female goddess Isis, her torch is the sacred mystery schools. They must keep the flame lit, just like in the Olympics. They always got to have the Olympic torch burning. They never let it go out. And then her book is the book of the sacred mystery teachings. And then the crown, the rays coming off her head, is the fact that she's ascended. She's a god or goddess. So they hide it out in the open with things like the Statue of Liberty, which is the female version, and the obelisk being the male version, because this is their religion. It's a mystery school religion. So these pre-Adamites bred with people, regular people on Earth, and they had a whole different, there were different types of hybrids they made, and some of the hybrids were human-size height, but retained the elongated skulls and had less hair. And this includes Egyptian pharaohs. This is Akhenaten and Nefertiti's daughter, Meritaten. Notice she has no hair and a very elongated skull. I've talked about this extensively. There's the family of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their kids with all the pre-Adamite features. They were the survivors of this catastrophe after Atlantis. They didn't all die. Some of them lived in Europe and Asia. Some of them lived in the Americas. They didn't actually form back into contact with each other until approximately the 1600s or 1700s, based on ships that crossed the Atlantic. But they went into hiding. They were the gods in Mesoamerica as well, and then when the conquerors came, they fled into the jungles and underground bases they still had, and they hid out. And then they eventually migrated back over to Europe, and they all pretty much now seem to be living in the Vatican, but they still have warring factions. The beings that have been found under the ice are mummified. This is actually a real mummy. Not one of the pre-Adamites, obviously, but this is kind of what you're going to see that they look like. And this is Pompeii, and so Pompeii, of course, is where volcanic gases of very high temperature flash burned everybody, and they immediately died, and their images were captured in the ash. And so this is real people that were captured that way, and so they're calling this Pompeii under ice. One of the crazy things, now this is a sculpture, okay, it's not real, but they find all kinds of chimeras. Half human, half animal hybrids, which is exactly what Edgar Cayce's readings said the Atlanteans were doing, and is part of what made them wicked and caused the flood, is you're not supposed to do this. They were hybridizing human DNA with animals, and then they were creating these slaves that they used for work. And they were treated very, very badly. So some of them had a bull, a centaur. Yeah, it's funny, yeah. I mean, I put that in to make you laugh, but the point is, why do we have all these records of this stuff? Because people saw them. They were real. They all died out eventually. But for a time, these beings did exist. So we still have the records of them. When you actually go into the real stuff deep underground, this is the kind of things you see. These gorgeous pillars with light all up and down. And one of the things from Corey's briefing was that one of the plans that they have for partial disclosure is that they will tell us about ETs. And the first group they were planning on telling us about is called the Tall Whites. And this is what they look like right here. Charles Hall is the whistleblower who's gotten into this. Now they were hoping, this is more the cabal groups, hoping that they could introduce us to these guys, force us to learn a brand new language, that's the Tall White language, and force us to learn their religion, and then basically worship them as our gods. Good luck with that. I don't think that's going to work. But that's one of the things they hoped for. So this is brand new art that you're probably going to see it again tomorrow. Corey allowed me to use it for this talk. These are Anshar egg-shaped craft. The Anshar of the Inner Earth Alliance that we talked about last night. Nobody's ever seen this until right now. They're gigantic. Now look at the size of these eggs, and there's little stairwells going into them, and then there's people way, way down at the bottom. Okay? And I'm going to zoom in on those people even more. You can get a sense of the enormousness of these craft. Why is it not wanting to do that? Okay, well, there we go. Okay, let me back up again because I went through that too fast. So these are huge craft that are egg-shaped, obviously anti-gravity, and Corey was taken down there on an expedition, and this is what he saw. Over in the background, you have an excavation site, so we're going to zoom in on that first. The excavation site has trucks, steam blowers, and then you'll notice that what we're seeing here is some kind of obelisk or pyramid that's being steamed out of the ice. Notice the point of the pyramid. You see that? The white pyramid sticking up with the beams pointing at it, and all the steam around it. That's what he was seeing. And then over here, where the snow is, on the bottom, we have people walking up out of the craft. Corey was one of them, and there's the building poking out. You see that corner on the right. That's the corner of a big stone megalithic building. And they had already been pulling out pre-Adamite bodies, and they laid them out on the ice, because this is a new expedition. This is new archaeology they're doing here. So what they see there is these bodies of giants wearing these curious outfits, and Corey got to see them up close with the mummified look that I told you before, and he said these bodies were really thrashed. Because remember, these people died in a flood, and then if that's not bad enough, with earthquake and flood, then they freeze and are frozen into ice, which becomes Antarctica. So this is what he saw when he was there, and nobody's ever seen this until right now. So, all of this was fascinating enough on its own. And then I called up Pete Peterson, and I had a dialogue with him on the phone about what Corey had told me, but I didn't really want to tell him anything. I just said, what do you know about anything interesting going on in Antarctica? And boy, oh boy, did that open up the bottle. Uncork the bottle and pour up a nice big drink. Holy smokes. So, the first thing that he told me when he started the briefing dealt with 15,000 human bodies. And this is a morbid but true thing that I'm authorized to tell you. Not really sure why, but let me get this pointer out of the way here. Put that down there. He was told that he was called and asked what to do for 15,000 dead bodies, and explained that they were casualties suffered after the Alliance was going after underground bases. So what this means is that the Alliance is to try to save the planet, to try to stop these people from trying to kill everybody with nukes or viruses or economic collapse or any of the things they're trying to do. The Alliance has been on an industrial scale getting everybody in these underground bases to either surrender or be wiped out. And some of them are getting wiped out. And so they call Pete up and they say, hey, Pete, you're the expert. We got 15,000 dead bodies. What should we do with them to get rid of them? And you got to understand, military guys can joke about stuff like this. So what he told me was that they've called in the Canadian Marines for some of these bases, and they've run through half a trailer of ammunition. So there's a big shooting war going on. This is the World War III. It's just all happening in these places we're not supposed to know about. It's going on right now. That's a great deal of damage. Half a trailer of ammunition is a ton of ammunition. It is set up so that individual soldiers do not know whether they fired real rounds or blanks. And he said this was also done in World War II to reduce psychological impact. Now, I've heard people think this is not true. Then he told them, okay, get an LST boat, it's a military boat. You can fit 120 Abrams tanks in one of these LST boats. So it's very large. Let me get this thing out of the way. 500 troops can fit in one of the boats. And you can sail the bodies out to sea, fit them up with concrete galoshes, and feed the sharks. So that was his brilliant idea about how to get rid of 15,000 bodies. So this is how the briefing starts. You can see we're already like really in the ozone layer here. Very strange stuff. And again, it's morbid, but this is a real war. And what they're doing is they're cleaning up all this stuff first before we ever hear about it. So that there's not going to be a whole lot of work left to do on the surface. And by the time we actually get disclosure, they've already